Dean's Lost Legacy, a supernatural twist on fate. Dean had walked for miles, it felt like, but he knew it couldn't really have been that far. He was sore all over, but his left side hurt worst of all. He hugged his ribs and kept going doggedly, though. He had to get further away. He passed another car parked on the street and sighed. He was short for 12, not tall enough to drive a car, even if he did know how to start one without keys. He'd thought about hitching a lift, but it was late or early and no one was around. Not even that yellow-eyed guy. Dean looked around nervously. He hoped the yellow-eyed guy hadn't come back. He needed to go where? Someone would be waiting for him, and he needed to find them, if only he could remember. He stayed to the edges of the pools of light cast by the streetlights. He wanted to have the option of choosing who to approach, so he needed to stay unseen as long as he could. Not that there seemed to be anybody to be seen by in any of these warehouses. He was getting tired, and the pain in his side made it harder to walk. Finally, he saw a street up ahead that actually seemed to have some traffic on it. He tried to speed up, but he couldn't keep it up long without seeing little flashy lights in his eyes. He wasn't sure if they were real or if it was in his head, so he just kept going. By the time he reached the thoroughfare, he was past the ability to make decisions. He saw a lighted window and made for it mindlessly. Inside, he saw a woman's face. Her eyes went wide, and then he lost his balance and fell over. Footsteps came near, and he started to try and push himself away. "Call 911, said a female voice. She sounded upset. Dean wanted to tell her everything was okay now, but he seemed to be floating in his head. Hands reached out and carefully lifted him from the ground. "My God, George, his left side is all blood." Dean looked up at the face of the man who held him. He was black, and Dean didn't think he knew him. "Where's my dad?" he asked weakly. The dark eyes dropped to his, worry and concern in them. "I don't know. What's your name?" "Dean," he said. "Dean what?" The question had too many answers in Dean's head. "Dean," he repeated, knowing that one for certain. "All right, Dean. You're safe now, and we'll find your dad." Safe. He felt safe. His eyes fluttered closed, and he found he couldn't open them again. Sam Winchester hated school anymore. He and his dad never stayed anywhere long enough for him to get to know anyone. Everyone else always had friends and shared history, and told jokes that made sense to them but not to him. He loved the learning. He could never get enough of that. He just wished he didn't have to put up with the other kids. He shouldered his pack and walked out of the school building. The bullies that waited in the park around the corner for their prey had learned that he wasn't to be messed with. That was one legacy of being his father's son that he could live with. As he strode past the park, he could hear the sounds of a fight going on. He glanced over casually to see what was up. 3 of the meanest bastards had all ganged up on Dean Hunter, a guy from Sam's PE class. He was kind of a pretty boy, but he acted all tough. Sam had seen him the day before defending one of the geekier kids from Tom Carpenter, the ringleader of the jackasses who were now shoving him around. Sam started to turn away. Dad always emphasized keeping a low profile. As he walked on, he heard a grunted comment from Dean. "Takes real men to go 3-on-1. This was followed by the distinct sound of air whooshing out after a gut punch. Sam winced. He knew how that hurt. He slowed again and turned around, walking backwards, now that the trees shielded him from the group a little. "We're going to teach you to interfere, Hunter." "I already know how. Thanks," Dean gasped. Tom's eyes narrowed, and the other 2 guys grabbed Dean by the arms as Tom prepared to punch Dean square in the face. Sam couldn't help himself. He was running into the fight before he knew what he'd done. As Tom Carpenter drew his arm back, Sam caught him a wicked blow to the gut. Tom doubled over, and one of the guys holding Dean let go and grabbed for Sam. He heard his dad's voice in his head. "If you ever can't avoid a fight at school, Sam, remember, don't fight to kill." Sam dodged the hand and swept the guy's legs out from under him. Dean had somehow gotten away from the boy who'd been holding him, and the 2 of them were going at it. Sam started to go help him, but the guy he downed tripped him. He rolled to his feet and came up facing Tom. "You little twerp," Tom growled. Sam dodged the blow. Tom aimed for his head easily, but the guy he'd knocked over had gotten up. He came up behind Sam and grabbed him around the arms, trying to immobilize him. Tom grinned and pushed his sleeves back up. Sam figured that he could ease up on the brakes a little when he was facing 2 kids who were 4 years older than him. He brought the heel of his heavy boot down hard on the foot of the guy holding him, but the guy just started swearing and hung on tighter. Tom grabbed his shoulder, and Sam knew he was getting hit. But then Dean came out of nowhere and tackled Tom to the ground. Sam slid his arm backwards between his body and the bullies. He couldn't hit the guy. He wouldn't be able to get any force behind it, but he could grab. The guy let out a strangled shriek, and let go once Sam had a grip on his junk. Sam gave his wrist a sharp twist before he let go, and the guy stumbled backwards, clutching himself. Dean and Tom were sort of wrestling on the ground. Tom bulked bigger than Dean, but it looked like a standoff. Sam shook his head. Dean was enthusiastic, no doubt, but his technique was crappy. Dean shoved Tom away, scrambled to his feet and grinned down at his opponent, clearly ready for more. "Tom, let's go," called one of his buddies. Sam turned and saw that Dean had given the one guy a black eye, and his recent attacker was still cradling his crotch. Sam looked over at Tom and gave him a wicked grin. Tom shoved at him, but Sam just sidestepped and put out a foot to trip him. Without looking back, Tom scrambled up and all three of them left the park. Dean was breathing pretty hard. Sam picked up his backpack, which he'd tossed aside automatically on his way into the fight. He turned back towards Dean, who was bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Sam wasn't sure what to say. He really expected Dean to be pissed at him for getting involved at all. Older guys usually were. Dean looked up with a faint and bloody grin. "Thanks for the help, kid," he said, "but you shouldn't have gotten involved. Now they'll be after your ass, too." "My name is Sam." "Not kid," Sam said, irritated by the response. "And no, they won't." "What makes you think that?" "Sammy boy." The nickname brought up memories for Sam that he ruthlessly suppressed. "Because I've already gone a couple rounds with Tom Carpenter, and he didn't like the way his face looked after," he said truculently. Dean blinked at him. "You're the one who screwed up his face?" Sam shrugged. "Well, aren't you a tough little squirt?" "I'm not that little," Sam retorted. "Catch you later." He turned away, annoyed with the older boy. "Sure," Dean said. "See you at school, Sammy." Sam hitched his backpack higher and didn't turn around. Dean rubbed at his lips and found the cut spot with a hiss. Getting rescued by someone only a little more than half his height was kind of embarrassing. On the other hand, Tom, Joe, and Larry wouldn't be talking about it much either. And it was no wonder that Tom hadn't said boo about how his face had gotten bloodied. He snorted. That Sammy was one tough little kid. He reached Lou's and went inside. "Hey, Dean," Lou said. "Go work on the citation." "Sure." Dean took off his jacket and pulled on his coverall and went out to work on the little car. It belonged to Sharon Wright, one of the teachers at school. She was no more than 25, had the body of a centerfold, and a sweet face. How any guy was supposed to concentrate in her class, he wasn't sure. He'd had her for math last year, and his grades had been a total joke. "Who have you been fighting with?" Lou asked after a while. "Guess," Dean said sourly. Lou was a great guy to work for. Good hours, good pay, and he understood what was really going on in this town better than most. "That Carpenter boy thinks he owns the town," Lou said irritably. "He's got 2 football trophies," Dean said. "I think that's what that means." Lou rolled his eyes. "You should hear his dad go on about it at Rosie's." Dean looked up, grinning and wiping his hands. "I'd rather not, thanks. I hear enough about him at school." He gestured towards the car. "Turn her over for me, would you?" The citation finished, he went on to Mr. Reed's Suburban. "Around 9, Lou said, you've got school tomorrow. Kid, get on home." "Another 10 minutes and I've got this one running," Dean said. "I've heard that a time or two from you," Lou replied. "Go home. It will still be here tomorrow." Dean sighed, but he knew when Lou had made his mind up. "See you tomorrow at 4. Then," he said, closing the hood on the Suburban. Dean left the garage, but he didn't go home. It wasn't like Louise and Jake cared what he did, so long as he didn't endanger the checks they got from the state. And, all in all, it was better to stay out of Jake's reach as much as possible. He considered going by Mary Beth's, but it was a school night, and her father had a shotgun. Lou's was towards the edge of town, so Dean wandered out into the woods that surrounded them. It was chilly, but it beat going home. He couldn't wait to get out of this one-horse town. Then he'd figure out who he was and where he came from. All he knew for sure was that his first name was Dean. He had a family out there somewhere. Unless something had happened to them in the meantime, and the things that most people didn't believe in, like ghosts and werewolves, were real. He reached up to his neck and pulled the cord of his amulet out, fingering the only link to his past that he had left. It was weird looking, like a head out of a mythology textbook, so he kept it under his shirt, but he never took it off. Every time the cord started to wear out, he found a new one. He tucked it back into his shirt and kept walking. These woods were supposed to be haunted, but he'd never seen any sign of it. The kids told wildly varying stories about the ghosts, embroidered to freak people out and get girls to scream. Chain-rattling, moaning spirits who turned your hair stark white upon seeing them. One guy had talked about zombies. Another kid said there was something in there that killed people. Dean figured it was all nonsense. Yeah, ghosts existed, but not every stupid ghost story was real. He saw a flicker of white up ahead, and he stopped moving. His hand went into his jacket pocket to touch the little baggie of salt he kept on him. The few friends he had thought he was just obsessive about making sure his fries were salted just right. But one of the weirder things he remembered was that ghosts and some of the other nasty things that went bump in the night didn't much like salt. Curiosity warred with common sense, and curiosity won. He kept going deeper into the woods in the direction of the white flicker. It stayed beyond his sight, just barely, for a long way. Then he came around a tree, face to face with a girl. She looked to be about his age, with chubby cheeks and an impish smile. Her eyes were pale blue, her hair was blonde, and she was wearing a dress with short sleeves and some kind of lace collar. "Hi," she said. "Looking for me?" "Sort of, I guess," Dean replied, wondering if there was a house nearby. He wasn't sure exactly where he was at this point. She turned away and went around another tree, then peered out at him. "Want to give me a kiss?" she asked coquettishly. Dean was intrigued. "Sure," he said, but he didn't take his hand out of his pocket. She smiled and beckoned to him with her finger. He walked over and put a hand on her arm. It felt incredibly cold. "You must be freezing." He took his jacket off and wrapped it around her shoulders. "Where do you live?" "Robin Road," she replied, and Dean shook his head. "How'd you get out here in the woods, then? I mean, why? Aren't you going to kiss me?" she asked, leaning back against a tree, looking up at him from under her eyelashes. "Why not?" he said. "Then I'll walk you home." He put his hands on either side of her head on the tree trunk and leaned close. Just before their lips touched, he caught a weird expression on her face, almost predatory, and he flinched back involuntarily. "What?" she asked. "Am I not pretty enough for you?" Abruptly, the attractive face puffed out and turned blue. He noticed a weird, bruised ring around her neck that hadn't been there before, and he took several steps back. She came towards him, and he scrabbled in his pocket for the salt. Opening the baggie, he flung it at her, and she vanished. Dean turned around and took off running in the direction he'd come from, and he didn't stop till he'd reached the house. He slipped in through his bedroom window and stripped down to his boxers. Evidently, he'd been wrong to dismiss the ghost stories, though that was nothing like anything he'd heard from his peers. Maybe he should ask Lou. His heart still racing, he closed his window and locked it, then lay down in bed. After a moment he realized that he was being stupid. He got up, pulled on his robe, and went into the kitchen, moving as quietly as he could. He got the salt canister out of the cupboard and refilled his baggie. At that point, he noticed that he was hungry despite the scare. So he put the salt in the pocket of his robe and made himself a sandwich. He was just putting his plate in the sink when he heard it. The door to their bedroom creaked. Dean tried to hurry so he could avoid Jake, but it was Louise who came into the kitchen. She glowered at him. "Where the hell have you been?" she whispered. Dean knew what that meant. Jake was passed out. Louise wouldn't risk waking him any more than Dean would. "Around," Dean said, partly because he wouldn't give her the correct time of day, and partly because he knew it pissed her off. "I am responsible for what you get up to." "Boy," she said, "what crap have you been pulling at this time of night?" Dean rolled his eyes and left the kitchen. She didn't follow him. She wasn't above picking at him, but she didn't really care what he'd been up to. She knew the score. He was a month away from freedom, and he wasn't risking that for anything. For a minor misunderstanding with the law just about a year back, he'd been sentenced to a year's probation, and the court had released him back to foster care on the understanding that he stayed put until he was of age. If he wandered off, he served the rest of his term in juvie. The birthday selected for him by the great state of Georgia was 3 weeks off, and he wasn't taking any chances. He hit the sack, and for the first time in ages, he dreamed of the yellow-eyed man who had tortured him and screwed up his memories. Sam woke up when a weight depressed the springs of his bed and made him start to roll off. He glanced quickly at the alarm clock. 20 minutes till it went off. He looked up at his dad sleepily. "Yes, sir." "Didn't mean to wake you early, Tiger," John said, "but I have to be going." Sam sat up, shaking off the vestiges of sleep. "A job?" he asked. His father nodded. "Can I come?" "I told you, 16. That's still 3 years off." "Just under 2.5, Sam corrected automatically. John rolled his eyes and tousled Sam's hair. "I'm going to be gone at least a week. You can manage that, right?" Sam nodded confidently, though he hated being left alone. That was when he missed his brother the most, when he was stuck alone in some hole in the wall, and there was no one to talk to, or fight with, or anything. "I'll be fine, Dad," he said. "Good boy," John replied. "I left the money in the usual spot. See you in a week." He got off the bed, and a minute later, Sam heard the front door open and close. He got up, switched off the alarm, and started getting ready for school. Dad had left kind of a mess in the kitchenette, so Sam cleaned it up and made his own breakfast. How he felt about staying alone was kind of weird. After he turned 11, Dad had finally let him come along on his travels again, and that had made him feel great. Right up until he got set up in a motel room and watched Dad drive away to hunt. He hadn't realized how much more he would miss Dean during the days he spent on his own. First period was algebra with Miss Wright. He filed into the classroom with the other kids, glad that there were one or two other boys who were shorter than him. He passed for a really short 14 with his classmates, because mentioning that he'd skipped a grade always caused problems. He sat down in his assigned seat and tried not to let the fact that Miss Wright was wearing one of those see-through shirts over a tank top distract him from his book. English next, then PE, then lunch. Sam went through his day without impacting on anyone much. He saw Dean between 4th and 5th periods chatting up Mary Beth Hansen, showing off his battle wounds. Sam snorted. Somehow he doubted that Dean was mentioning the help he'd gotten from the tough little squirt. It wouldn't be real impressive. History, usually one of his favorite subjects, was hard to listen to with Mr. Walker teaching. He droned like a fly, buzzing on and on about names and dates and battles. Instead of listening, Sam tended to just read the book. He hadn't used this one before. One thing about jumping states every 2 or 3 weeks, he did get to see a lot of different textbooks. When the day was over, he trudged back toward the apartment. All he had to look forward to this evening was his workout and homework, and whatever crap was on TV. He sighed. As he passed the park, a bunch of guys emerged from it and surrounded him. Evidently Tom hadn't taken yesterday's whipping well at all. Sam looked around at the taller boys who were herding him off the street and into the park. "You need to learn your place, little boy," Tom said. "Right," Sam said. He turned around and chose his target. Skip Martin. He wasn't the weakest of the bunch, but he was the weakest that gave Sam a straight shot to his route home. He turned back around to face Tom. "King of my little kingdom," he said with a cocky grin, and then he whirled, knocked Skip to the ground and took off. The other thing he was good at that Dad had insisted he get good at was running. He peeked over his shoulder after a block and saw that none of them was chasing him. They were clustered in a group, laughing. Sam slowed to a walk and rolled his eyes. Thursday was done, Dean thought as he left the school. Just one more day till the weekend. Not that weekends were anything to brag about in Little Fort William, Georgia. Still, it meant no school, and there was nothing wrong with that. He glanced at his watch. He had 20 minutes before he had to get to Lou's. Mr. Walker had held him back after class last period and lectured him about his grades, so he was running a little late. He really hoped the jackasses weren't hanging out at the park again. Just as he turned the corner, he heard a startled shout, and he jogged forward to see Sammy burst out of a circle of 7 guys, right over the top of Skip Martin. The others clustered together and started laughing, like they'd pulled some major feat, and Dean thought they were idiots. He was glad to see Sammy wasn't just tough, he was smart. No point in sticking around when you couldn't win. The posse didn't seem interested in him, fortunately, because he wasn't sure he had the ability to escape. Maybe he should catch Sammy sometime after school and see if the kid could teach him some tricks. Lou was working on paperwork when Dean got there. "Finish up that Suburban, would you? Then we can work together on the Mustang." Dean's eyes widened. "You mean Mr. Carpenter's Mustang?" he asked reverently. He might not like the man, but that car was a thing of beauty. "The very same," Lou said. "Hurry on up. You said 10 minutes last night, as I recall." Dean nodded and hastened out to the Suburban. It took him no time at all to get her up and running, and then he feasted his eyes on the red convertible 67 Mustang. It wasn't quite mint. Carpenter had put a CD player in and had the seats redone, but the engine was almost perfect. It didn't really take 2 of them to do an oil change, but the pleasure of handling such fine machinery was one of the reasons Dean loved this job. While they waited for the oil to drain, he turned to Lou. "Hey, you know the kids are always saying that the woods off to the southeast are haunted. You put any stock in that?" Lou turned to look at him. "Those crazy stories the kids tell are nonsense, Dean. You know that." "Yeah, the stories they tell are. I don't buy that there's a masked guy with a chainsaw in there hacking people up." Lou's eyes widened. "Is that what they're saying now?" Dean shrugged. "One of the wilder stories. Yeah, but those kinds of things usually come from somewhere." Lou gave him a sidelong look. "There is something, a tragedy, it happened a long time ago. People don't like to hear it talked about. I won't say a word, Dean said. Just stay out of those woods this time of year, Lou replied. Well, thing is, I kind of already went in, Dean said, and Lou turned to stare at him. Last night. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to. Did you see anything? Lou asked in a low voice. Dean decided to play it cool. He shrugged. I saw something, but I'm not sure what. Well, don't you go back out there. Most of the time we don't have much trouble with kids going out into the woods in December, but every so often the boys do it on a dare. And when that happens, at least one of them dies. Dean blinked. Really? He looked back at the car. But what happened all those years ago? What's doing it? Lou shook his head. It was close on 50 years back, he said. I was 7 or 8 when it happened. The war had been over a few years, as I recall. Nancy was 17. She babysat me a time or two when my parents went out for a movie or something. Lou paused, lost in thought. But what happened? Dean asked. Lou grimaced. She killed herself, he said. Hung herself in the woods. Their private property, you know, belonged to the Owens family. Dean shook his head. I didn't know that. My mother said it was a judgment. Dean clearly heard the capital letter in the way Lou said the word. Zachary Owens was a young stud back then. Him, Dean exclaimed incredulously. Years and gravity do terrible things to a man's body, Lou said with a grin. Yeah, he was a hell of a looker back then, and he played games with the girls in town whenever he got the chance. I don't know this for fact, but my mother said Nancy was one of them. Someone had certainly after the autopsy it came out that she was pregnant, and hanging herself on that land looks mighty like a statement, wouldn't you say? Dean nodded. What did she look like? He asked. Oh, she was pretty, Lou said with a faraway look. Blonde hair, blue eyes, always could be counted on for fun when she looked after me. So then, out in the woods nowadays, people see her out there, always this time of year. I guess because that's when she did it. And boys die, always boys who have played around some. The phone rang, and Lou walked swiftly away. Dean went down on his knees to check if the old girl had stopped raining. When Sam got to school the next day, he noticed that people were staring at him. Not everyone, but a lot of people. He got into the bunch of kids clustered around Miss Wright's door, and one of his classmates, Danny, tapped him on the shoulder. Sam turned, not sure what to expect. I hear you should try out for the track team, Danny said. From the way he and the other kids laughed, Sam knew it wasn't a compliment. Trust a bunch of asswhoops like that to spread the story about him running. Sam shrugged and turned away, ignoring the sniggers. He wouldn't be here long enough for it to matter. He just needed to avoid any fights that might cause the principal to call his dad, since his dad wasn't around to call. The day continued like that. Kids that hadn't had any slot to peg him under apparently decided on Coward, and Sam ground his teeth. Lunchtime rolled around, and Sam reminded himself that it was Friday. 2 days of no school, which also meant 2 days of nothing to do. Maybe when Dad came back after this job, they could move on. He went down to the snack bar outside the cafeteria. There were a couple of tables in a square there. It was crowded, like always, and he got in line. A murmur of anticipation went up, and he looked around to see what was causing it. When he saw Tom Carpenter and a couple of his asswhoop friends, he realized that everyone was expecting some big confrontation. He turned his back on them, and Tom grabbed the back of his shirt and turned him around. See, I told you he was a coward, he crowed, running away like a little girl. Sam itched to put him on the ground, but it was one thing to fight in the park after school. Fighting on campus during lunch was another. If someone called his dad, they were in deep shit. He glowered impotently up at Tom, but he didn't do anything. Huh, said a voice from the other side of the square. From where I stood, it looked like you were the coward, Carpenter. Sam looked up and saw Dean leaning casually against one of the tables, his arm around Mary Beth Hansen's shoulders. You stay out of this, Hunter, Tom snarled. Because, where I come from, when 7 hulking football players gang up on a kid his size, it doesn't make them brave. He ran. Dean snorted. Hell, I'd have run in the same situation. He stood up straight, dropping his arm from Mary Beth's shoulders. So would you, if anyone could be found who was that much bigger than you. He gestured, and Sam watched, eyes widen as the kids around him took in the size difference between him and Tom. Sam grabbed Tom's wrist and pushed hard on the pressure point with his thumb, and a second later, Tom's hand popped open. Sam got out of reach, the kids behind him getting out of his way, like they were preparing for a fight. He so did not need this. Much as he appreciated the backup, he did not need to get into a brawl at school. You don't know shit, Hunter, Tom said. I know you. Larry and Joe tried to beat the crap out me on Wednesday, and you were doing a pretty good job of it till Sammy there showed up. Sam turned his head and stared at him, a little startled by that level of honesty. Mary Beth didn't seem at all surprised. She grinned at him. I'm going to get you. Hunter, Tom growled, and he and his friends left the area as Dean let out a sarcastic whoa sound. Sam faded back and left by a different route. As he went, he heard someone ask, "What do you mean?" Sammy there took Dean broke off. Where did he go? Anyway, Sammy. Sam went to his science class, where Mr. Rudzik could always be counted on to hang out during lunch. The teacher looked up and gave him a little wave when he entered, and Sam found a seat at one of the tables. Pulling out the copy of Romeo and Juliet he'd gotten in English that morning, he started reading. No one had ever stood up for him like that. Not since he gulped, not since his Dean had gone missing. His Dean had even called him Sammy. It felt really good, but it also felt dangerous. He had to be able to stand on his own, because Dean was gone, and he wasn't coming back. At least that's what Dad said. Bobby had done every scrying spell he knew how to do, looking first for a live kid, and then for a corpse. Sam wasn't supposed to know about the second search, but he'd sat against the wall outside the library and listened to them talking. Nothing had turned up, and his father had asked Bobby what the scrying spell would do if Dean had gotten eaten. Bobby didn't say anything for a long time, and Sam had wondered if he'd shrugged or something. Once again, Sam turned over the things that could have eaten his brother in his head. Werewolves left bodies behind, so it couldn't be that. It might have been a Wendigo. They took the whole person and ate them slowly. He controlled a shutter, or a Rougarou, or a ghoul, but there were no Dean sightings in Butte that summer, and no sign of ghouls. Sam had made a special study through Bobby's books, looking for things that ate people, and left nothing to scry for. He wanted to know what it was, so he could find it and kill it. Other kids started filing in, and Sam pulled his attention away from thoughts of his long-missing brother, and focused on the board. Dean walked up to Lou's place for work at 10 on Saturday morning, but the door was locked and there was a sign up, "Family emergency, closed till Monday, 9 a.m. Dean went around behind the shop and saw that Lou's old car was gone. Sighing, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and contemplated what he was going to do. He'd had a couple of slices of toast that morning, but he could always eat. A meal at the diner downtown wouldn't set him back too much. He walked in and took a seat at the counter. Patty was working front, and she walked up to him. "Coffee?" she asked, and he nodded. "So, have you heard?" "Heard what?" "Tom Carpenter's dead." Dean's jaw dropped. "What? What happened?" "No one knows for sure," she said with a little shiver. "He and his friends went out into the woods last night, and I guess they got separated, and when they found him this morning, he was dead." "The Owens property?" Dean asked. "Yeah, how'd you know?" "Lucky guess," Dean said, feeling sick. Suddenly he wasn't so sure he wanted breakfast. He ordered anyway and ate mechanically. Tom was a douchebag, sure, but he didn't deserve to die. Not like that. He knew there had to be a way to make Nancy stop, and he had this feeling he'd once known how. He hated the way his mind was fractured. Before the summer of 1991 and after, everything before was locked up tight as a drum. The shrink said it was trauma from that son of a bitch cutting on him. Dean thought it might be more. He left neatly folded bills on the counter and went outside. The sky was sunny and bright, but he felt leaden. Maybe there'd be something in the library, something no one would think twice about, because they didn't really believe in all that crap. He walked down there and went inside. He'd been in a time or two before because of school reports or rainy day canoodling in the upstairs stacks. Mrs. Johnson, the librarian, gave him a stern look as he passed. He went to the computer and looked up books on ghosts. The first few pages he got were all ghost stories, and most of them were in the kids section. He pursed his lips. Maybe he was on the wrong track. He needed the occult. He typed that on the line, and got a whole bunch of weird stuff and a Dewey Decimal number. 133.1. He went to that section of the shelves and started pulling books off at random. He flipped through a couple, looking at contents pages, but nothing seemed to be quite what he wanted. He needed to figure out about this ghost in particular, not just ghosts in general, but that was going to be a challenge. He didn't even know her last name. Nancy wasn't really enough to go on. He shoved the last one back in where he'd gotten it from, and went up to the front desk. "Yes, Mr. Hunter?" Mrs. Johnson said. "Do you have newspapers going back all the way around the end of World War II?" he asked. "We do," she said. "Are you doing a report for school?" "No, it's just something I'm kind of curious about." "Well, it's all on microfiche, and we only have one machine. And that's a problem because Because someone's already on it if it was for school. I could evict him, but you said it's not. Dean cursed his honesty. Thanks anyway. He wandered in the direction of the machine and saw little Sammy Beckett sitting at the screen. He walked up behind him and looked over his shoulder, wondering what a kid like Sammy was reading up on. Local girls' suicides in woods. The date was April 21st, 1949. There was a photograph under the headline. She wasn't wearing the same clothes, but it was the girl he'd seen in the woods on Wednesday night. There was no doubting it. Kinda morbid reading, he observed. Sammy jumped and turned his head. I'm just curious. You heard about Tom? Dean asked. Sammy's brows knit. Tom? I heard some kid died in the woods. Was it Tom? That's what I hear, Dean replied. What are you looking at this for, Sammy? He asked, leaning his butt against the side of the table the machine was on. I told you. I'm curious, Sammy said defensively. What are you doing here? Looking stuff up. He scanned through the article and found her name. Nancy Everett. Be seeing you. Sure, Sammy said, sounding puzzled. Dean left the library and walked along the road, not sure what he was going to do. Something had to be done to stop her, but he didn't know what. A car pulled up beside him when he was about 2 blocks from the library. He looked up when the door opened and realized it was Ronald Carter, the police chief. Dean, I need you to come down to the station and talk to me. Dean swallowed. Can I walk down and join you? He asked. I'd rather you came with me in the car, Carter said. Dean peeked inside the car and saw that the passenger seat was empty. Can I ride up front, at least? Sure. Dean got in on the passenger side of the car and resigned himself to a polite conversation with the police. If this didn't end with him in juvie, he'd be lucky as hell. Sam followed Dean out of the library, wondering why he'd been so interested in the article about the only violent female death Sam had found in the history of that stretch of woods. He knew why he was interested. He'd heard that morning in the grocery store that Tom and some of his friends had been out in the woods Friday night, and he knew that one of them had died. According to Mrs. Whitley, one of the school secretaries who gossiped nonstop as far as he could tell, the other boys were nearly hysterical with stories about a pale girl who appeared and disappeared. That had sounded ghostly to him, so he'd come down to look into it. He looked down the street and watched in surprise as a police car pulled up beside Dean. A cop got out and talked to him, then they both got in. Sam wondered what that was all about. He went back inside and closed down the microfiche machine. After returning the microfiche roll to the librarian lady, he went back to the apartment. It was a hunt. He knew it. And Dad wasn't here. Dad would probably tell him he should wait, that he would handle it when he got back. But one guy had already died, and Sam didn't think he dared wait. 13 or not, he had to do something. He went through all the stuff he had on hand, and scowled. He had rock salt, but it was the emergency stash Dad left always for him, in case anything bad showed up while he was gone. If he used that up on a hunt and left himself unprotected, Dad would kill him when he found out. So, he needed lighter fluid, rock salt and matches. He dug through the money Dad had left him and knew it would cover it, but he wouldn't have much left for food. Shrugging, he stuffed it in his pocket and walked down to the grocery store. It made a weird-looking pile on the belt, but the checker didn't even blink. She just rang up his purchases, put them in a plastic bag and took his money. Now he had to figure out which of the 3 cemeteries in town Nancy Everett was buried in. The article hadn't said that. He went from one to the other and found her in the last one he checked. He stared down at the grave for a long moment and realized the flaw in his plan. There was no way in hell he had enough money to buy a shovel. He'd have to steal one, and that led to different dangers. He looked around for a good place to stash his supplies and saw a tree with a hollow spot. It was a little above his head, but if he left one of the handles hanging out a little, he'd be able to drag it down again. That done, he went off in search of a shovel. When Dean heard footsteps on the lane coming out of the graveyard, he dodged behind a stand of bushes, not particularly wanting to be seen. He'd spent the last 4 hours in the police station answering stupid questions about his fight with Tom Carpenter and about the confrontation at school on Friday. It was ridiculous. None of what had happened would have led to Dean attacking Tom. It was far more likely that Tom would have gone after him. When he'd pointed that out, the detective had immediately asked him if that's what had happened. Dean rolled his eyes. Cops wanted the easy answer, always. Finally, they'd confirmed that he'd been at the garage until after 11 Friday night, and that seemed to clear him, at least provisionally. He really hoped that being questioned by the police wouldn't be considered grounds for pulling him out of Jake's house and putting him in juvie. It wasn't like he'd done anything. When he saw Sammy coming out of the graveyard, he blinked. What the hell was that kid up to? Once Sammy was out of sight, Dean went on into the graveyard. He'd come to this one first because it was on the southeast end of town, right up against the woods, maybe 3 blocks along from Lou's. It seemed like the logical first choice. He wandered up and down the rows of graves till he found the Everetts. There were Marion and Arnold, parents of Michael and Nancy, and then there was Nancy. She died 10 years before her father had and nearly 30 before her mother. Her brother didn't appear to be present. Dean stared at the stone. Beloved daughter taken too soon. He guessed it was a good thing it wasn't a Catholic graveyard, or they wouldn't have let her be buried here at all. He knew there was something that needed to be done, and it needed to be done here, but he didn't know what. He clenched his fists and looked around for any kind of hint. It was maddening, truly, because he could feel the knowledge boiling around somewhere in his head, only he couldn't get anywhere near it. A spot of white caught his eye, and his gut chilled. It wasn't night. She couldn't. Then he looked closer and saw that it was something sticking out of a hollow in a tree. Dean walked over and leaned up a little on his toes to see what was there. It was a plastic grocery bag, and it clearly hadn't been there for very long. He reached in and grabbed it, not sure what he expected to find. When he looked inside, he was aware of a peculiar sensation. Like the dam in his mind had burst just enough for a trickle to come through. The word salt and burn flowed into his head just as easy as that, and he knew that was the answer he'd been looking for. He needed to dig the body up, and that was fucking creepy. He stuffed the bag back into the hollow, and wondered who'd put it there. It couldn't have been Sammy. He was just a kid. What would a kid be doing with this kind of knowledge? On the other hand, anything Dean knew about this stuff had to have been learned before he was 12, and Sammy was older than that. He bit his lip and wondered where Sammy had gone. He walked a little way into the woods, figuring he could stake out the grave from there, and see who came back to it for the barbecue. Sam saw a couple of shovels, but they were both in use. Hard to steal a shovel that some guy had a firm grip on. He wandered around for a while, then went home and dug out the flashlight. He'd need that too, if he was going to dig after dark. Maybe he should call Bobby and see if he had a suggestion. No, this was his hunt, and he had to show that he could manage on his own. Besides, Bobby would probably call his dad. Sam dug through all their stuff again, and all he found was a couple of big spoons. Throwing them on the bed in disgust, he searched through the cupboards. In the back of one of the drawers, he found a rusty old spade. It would take forever to dig deep enough with that, but he'd take it, just in case. Maybe he could dig a smaller hole, and if the coffin wasn't metal or something, he could just break into it, and jet the lighter fluid along inside, and light it from there. He sighed. One of these days he was going to be as big as his dad. He just wished he knew when. The hours that followed were agony. Sam couldn't concentrate on homework or on TV. Every time he heard a car, he ran to the window, half hoping his dad would come back and take care of this for him. For one thing, Sam knew there were shovels in the back of the Impala. He read through his notes on dealing with angry ghosts over and over again, even though they were less than a page. It felt like the night before a big test, only the grade was life or death, just not for him. He didn't think he fit the profile for this ghost. The deaths he'd seen in the papers were all of guys between 16 and 25. Around 7. It finally looked dark enough to go outside and make his way to the graveyard. Sam stuffed the spade into his jacket pocket and kept his eye out for abandoned shovels. He saw a few people clearing up after yard work, but everyone seemed to be putting things away properly. He'd have to make do with his spade. When he got to the lane that led to the graveyard, he slowed a little, listening. He didn't want to surprise anyone making out. He'd heard kids talking about that as a thrill in class, but all Sam could think was that they were crazy. There wasn't a sound, so he crept cautiously in. No one around. He turned on the flashlight and walked up to the grave. Sighing, he got down on his knees, put the light where it showed what he was doing, and started to dig. He turned no more than 3 or 4 spadefuls when he heard a twig crack behind him. He whirled, grabbing the flashlight and pointing it at the newcomer. He stared in shock and horror. It was Dean, and he discovered in that moment that he actually gave a damn what Dean thought of him. He must be the only kid in 3 states Sam felt that way about. He stood up slowly as Dean squinted in the light. "What you up to, Sammy?" Sam didn't have a ready lie for this one. "I just heard that if you," he broke off. Talking about graveyard dirt wouldn't help. Dean was right in front of him now. "Salt and burn?" he asked softly. "What?" "No," he trailed off. Dean seemed entirely serious. "How did you know?" he asked. Dean shrugged. "Lucky guess," he said. "You have to dig her up first?" Sam realized he was trying to hide the spade behind his body, and relaxed his arm. "Yeah, I've got to salt and burn the bones. But how do you even know there's a ghost?" I get around, Dean said. He leaned down and plucked the spade out of Sam's hands and tossed it aside. But this is not the way to get the job done, Sammy boy. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be right back. You're not going to get the cops or anything, are you? Dean snorted and shook his head. Would I rat on you? He asked, reaching out and tousling Sam's hair. I don't know. I don't really know you, Sam said, ducking back. Well, I'm not a rat, Dean said, back in a flash. He took off down the lane, jog-trotting along. Sam watched him go, then shook his head, going and getting the spade from where Dean had thrown it. He got back down on his knees and started digging again. Dean probably wouldn't be back. He tried to convince himself that he was making headway. He'd gotten a hole 6 inches down in a hole that wasn't much bigger than a loaf of bread when he heard jogging footsteps in the lane. He sat back and stared in shock when Dean came into the graveyard carrying a shovel, a real shovel. Can I use that? He asked, getting to his feet. Nope, Dean said, and Sam glared up at him. You're too short to get the right torque on it, Dean added. Sorry. What are you saying? Sam demanded. Dean didn't answer. He just walked over to the side of the grave and, putting his foot on the side of the shovel, sunk it into the ground. He started cutting through the sod in a roughly rectangular pattern around the perimeter of the grave. What are you doing? Sam asked. Well, if we have the grass and stuff still intact, it will be a lot easier to hide what we've done. You don't have to do this, Sam protested. It's my hunt. Hunt? Dean asked, now carefully levering chunks of grass out of the ground. Sam started helping, piling them away from where they'd have to throw the dirt. Never thought about it that way. Anyhow, I have more call to be on it than you do, Sammy. Sam stood up straight and glowered at him. How's that? He asked belligerently. I saw the bitch, Dean said. Night before last, she tried to kiss me, but I ran like hell. Sam stared at him. She tried to ew. Dean paused and gave him a shrug. Pretty much, yeah. Once the sod was out of the way, Dean started digging for real. With one flip of the shovel, he'd pulled out at least as much dirt as Sam had managed so far. Sam settled glumly down on the side to watch him dig, and he sort of saw what Dean meant about the torque. Sam wasn't all that much taller than the shovel. He sighed and resigned himself to holding the flashlight. After a while, he said, Is that why you were at the library? Because you saw her? Because I saw her, and because I asked Lou, that's my boss, what the story was, since the kids were all telling stories out of the bloodiest horror movies. He paused and shrugged. And because somebody died. That could have been me Wednesday night, and if I'd gotten my shit together sooner, Tom might have been okay. You can't blame yourself, Sam said with a shrug that made the circle of light bob. You're a civilian. I'm a what? Dean asked, his face taking on an amused look. A civilian, Sam repeated. Not a hunter. What are you? Because I don't believe you do this every day. No, but I will, Sam said, lifting his chin. My dad does. So you're like a what do you call it, an apprentice? Dean asked. Sam shrugged. If you're tired of digging, I can take over. Dean shook his head and started digging again. It took hours to sink a hole that deep. Sam hadn't realized that. Maybe that was part of why Dad was gone so long when he hunted. Sam kept offering to help, but Dean wouldn't let him. This is nuts. I'm the hunter and you're the one digging. Apprentice hunter, Dean said between gasps for air. Short apprentice hunter. He stopped digging and leaned on the shovel, breathing heavily. I think I gotta take a break. Sammy, he said. Fine, then you hold the flashlight, and I'll dig. Sam jumped into the hole and took hold of the shovel. Wait, what's on this? He shone the flashlight on the spot. Is that blood? He asked. Dean shrugged and let him take the shovel away, going a few steps back to hop out and sit on the ground, his feet dangling in the hole. I don't do this much, he said. I guess maybe I should have grabbed Jake's gloves, but they're way too big for me. Sam walked over and turned Dean's right hand into the light. He could see blisters that had come up and popped, and new ones starting. He went over to the bag he'd brought with him. I grabbed the first aid kit before I came out, he said. Dean looked up when he said that. You got gauze and tape? He asked. Sure. Okay, here, give it to. You're not going to be able to do it by yourself, Sam said, walking over and setting the kit down on the edge of the hole. He opened it and pulled out one of the 3-inch square pieces of gauze. Okay, hold your hand out. Sammy, I can manage it on my own. Hold your hand out, Sam said, ripping the packaging off the square of gauze. You're a bossy little squirt, Dean said. Yeah, well, you're the civilian and I'm the apprentice hunter, so put your hand out. Giving him a dubious look, Dean held out his left hand. Sam carefully placed the gauze over the palm and pulled out the tape. Wrap it good, or I won't be able to dig anymore. You shouldn't have been digging in the first place, Sam said, but he started rapping the way he'd seen his father rap his hands when they were in a similar state. Sometimes Dad showed up with all sorts of weird injuries, and he usually wouldn't answer questions about how he'd gotten hurt. He thought he knew where the hand stuff came from now. It used a lot of tape, but Sam had often thought they should buy stock in first aid companies. Not too bad, kid, Dean said when he'd finished the first hand. My name's not Kid, it's Sam. Sam said irritably. He grabbed Dean's right hand and started working. Sam, yeah, right. I guess I'm probably driving you nuts calling you Sammy. Sam was glad he was looking down when Dean said that, because his eyes widened. It was only at that moment that he realized that he hadn't minded at all. Usually it pissed him off beyond words, but after the first time, he'd sort of accepted it without question. Kind of, he lied. But that doesn't mean you have to stop. That's sort of schizo, don't you think? Dean asked, giving him an odd look. I kind of like it too, Sam said quietly. It reminds me of my brother. Where's he? Sam shrugged. He disappeared when I was 8, he said. After all this time, Dad thinks he's dead. What do you think? Dean asked. I don't know, Sam said. He sighed and didn't look up. I don't want him to be dead. Man, I know that one, Dean said. What do you mean? Sam asked. I'm going to find my real parents one of these days. That's all. I just hope they aren't dead before I get to them, you know? Sam gave him a quizzical look. What? Your real parents? Sam repeated hesitantly. Dean glanced down at his hands. Oh, right. I forget you're not from around here. Sam shrugged and waited for more information. Dean grimaced, looking slightly embarrassed. I'm a foster kid. Sam nodded and didn't pursue the subject. He finished the tape on Dean's right hand and put the supplies back in the first aid kit. Then he grabbed the shovel and drove it into the dirt. He put his foot on the side of the shovel and tried to dig it further in. But instead of the shovel going into the ground, Sam shoved himself off his feet. Easy, Tiger, I got it, Dean said, gently pushing him aside. I've gotten a rest, and my hands are all protected now. I can do it, Sam protested. Before dawn, when some old biddy comes to lay flowers on her husband's grave, sees us, and has a heart attack, Sam climbed back out of the hole and sat Indian style on the edge. I hate being short. You'll grow out of it, Dean said, and Sam glared at him. Come on, Sammy, hey, knock knock. Knock knock jokes? Sam said disdainfully. Why not? It'll pass the time. He raised his eyebrows, and Sam shrugged. Knock knock. Who's there? Doris. Doris who? Doris locked. That's why I had to knock. Sam groaned, but he kept playing the stupid game until he heard a thunk. He scrambled to the edge of the hole. I think you're there. Either that or China's a whole lot closer than I thought. Sam got up and flashed the light at the hollow in the tree. I'd better get the he couldn't see the bag. Someone took it, he said. Don't fuss. Sammy, Dean said, climbing out of the hole. I stuck it a little further in after I peeked. Keep the light pointed over there. Dean went up on his toes again and pulled the bag out of the depths. See, Sammy, he said, turning around. Dean, look out. With the flashlight between them, Dean couldn't really see Sammy, but he whirled to find that Nancy, or rather what was left of her, had come up behind him. He threw the bag in the direction of the flashlight. Deal with it while I distract her. Dean, do it. Kid. Dean dodged as Nancy came at him. I thought you wanted to kiss me, she murmured. That was before I knew you were dead, Dean said, backing up. How about if we stay just friends? She was suddenly no longer in front of him, and he felt a chill behind him. He turned again. Hey, that's cheating. Come on, kiss me, she cooed. I know you want to. Sammy? I can't get the coffin open. Dean ducked and dug in his pocket. He threw the salt through her, and she vanished. Use the shovel, he called, twisting around to see where she would come at him from the next time. He dodged across to the bag of supplies and grabbed out some more salt. A cold front behind him made him whirl and fling salt in an arc. She flickered out again, and Dean took a deep breath. How you doing? Better, I think, Sam said. He sounded breathless, and he punctuated his response with a thump of the shovel against the casket. He could hear the top beginning to splinter. Look out. Dean dug into the salt again and turned around, but she vanished before the salt hit her. Cold hands seized his arm and swung him backwards against a tree. He hit it with a bone-jarring thump, his head whacking into a protruding knot. Dazed, he watched her approach. A splintery crash came from the direction of the grave, and he hoped Sammy was almost done. Her hands landed on his shoulders, and she got up on tiptoe to press her frigid lips to his. He felt energy draining from him. Then she pulled back abruptly and let out a mind-rending shriek. Flames shot up and consumed her completely. Dean sank to his butt at the base of the tree, heart pounding. That was too close. A few moments later, he realized he was being shaken, and that Sammy was calling his name over and over again. Dean, are you okay? Dean? Somehow, he seemed to have flopped over. He pressed himself upright. "I'm good, kid, I'm fine," he said, pushing Sammy gently away before clambering to his feet. "We'd better close the grave up now." "Right, I'll do that, you just rest." Dean stumbled over to the side of the grave and contemplated the shovel. Then he sat down in a kind of controlled collapse. "Okay, you do that," he said. Refilling the hole took less time than digging it had, but it still took a while. By the time Sammy was jumping up and down on the mound of dirt to try and get it to flatten out, Dean was up to getting up and stomping on it himself. "That's enough," he said, finally. "I've gotta go to bed, but I'm going to see you home first." Sammy shook his head. "I don't need you to see me home." Tough. He put an arm around Sammy's shoulders. "I'm not letting you go home on your own after that. You were the one in danger. I should be walking you home. Like you need to be anywhere near my house." "What's that supposed to mean?" Sammy asked, pulling away. "The people I live with aren't fit associates for a lad of your tender years," Dean intoned sententiously. Sammy gave him a disgusted look. "You sure do know how to sling the bullshit." "It's a gift," Dean said, buffing his knuckles on his second-best jacket. He supposed he could go back into the woods to find his other jacket now. "Where do you live, anyway? You know those crappy apartments across town?" "Yeah," Dean said. "Number 3. So, I guess you guys aren't planning on sticking around, huh?" Sammy shook his head. "We never stay anywhere for long. Sounds kind of lonely." "I've got my dad," Sammy said staunchly, but Dean was a shrewd judge of character. If this kid wasn't lonely, he'd eat his shorts. Dean blinked and tilted his head. "Where is he?" he asked. "If he's a hunter, why was it you coming out to salt and burn those bones on your own?" He kept his voice low. Now that they were passing through inhabited streets, Sammy shrugged. "He's out on a hunt," he said. "He left you alone to go hunt?" Dean asked, a little annoyed by that idea. "He says I'm too young to go with him," Sammy replied. "But it's no big deal. I wouldn't want to miss school, anyway." "Yeah, right," Dean snorted. "But how long has he been gone?" "Doesn't matter," Sammy said. "He'll be back soon." "Soon as in tonight, or soon as in tomorrow?" "Soon as in soon," Sammy replied, giving him a dirty look. "Why are you asking so many questions about my dad?" Dean shrugged. "Just wondering." He figured that was as good an answer as he was going to get. Soon didn't mean tonight or tomorrow, and probably not Monday. "I just thought we could hang out together tomorrow. But if your dad's getting home then, you probably won't want to, that's all." Sammy's expression cleared right up, and Dean knew he'd chosen the right excuse. "Oh, no, he won't be back tomorrow." He gave Dean a sidelong look. "What, you don't go to church on Sunday mornings?" he asked mischievously. "Hell, no," Dean replied with a laugh. "Jake and Louise do. They even dress up and look the part, like the hypocritical bastards they are." "That your foster parents?" Sammy asked. "If you mean are they the people the great state of Georgia decided to place me with, then yes," Dean said. "But they are in no way parental, foster or otherwise. If I didn't have to stay with them, I'd have left months ago." He nodded towards the stairs. "This it?" "Yeah." Sammy paused, looking at him. "You want to come in?" "Sure," Dean said. By now he was curious how the kid lived on his own. They went up the stairs, and Sammy used his key to open the lock. Dean stepped inside after Sammy and looked around. "Man, this place is a sty," he said without thinking. "That's just because I had to dig through everything we had to see if I could find anything like a shovel," Sammy exclaimed defensively. He dropped the bag on the floor and started picking things up. "Hey, I wasn't saying you should clean up, Sammy boy. Something occurred to Dean suddenly, and he started laughing." "Oh crap. What?" Sammy asked, looking like he wanted his share of the joke. "I left Old Man Miller's shovel at the graveyard." Sammy's eyes widened. "Will people think he did it?" "Well, first there'd have to be an identifying tag or something, and I didn't see one," Dean said. "And then there's the fact that he's 82, and hasn't done much digging in the last 10 years or so." Sammy didn't seem to quite see the humor in it, but Dean's laughter got the better of him at the image of stern, solemn Mr. Miller digging up a grave. Sammy kept cleaning up, and Dean said, "You don't have to do that on my account." "It has to be done," Sammy said. "At 5 in the morning?" Dean asked, and Sammy finally looked up. "Get some sleep. I'll come back by around." "Do you?" Sammy's jaw clamped shut, and he bit his lip as if he didn't want to say something. "Do I what?" Dean asked. Sammy shrugged, but the tension in his body belied the casual gesture. "Do you really feel up to the walk home?" he asked, and Dean had a feeling he'd edited the question. "Why, you offering me a chunk of floor? Actually, you could sleep on my dad's bed. It's not like he's using it." It was clear that Sammy really wanted him to stay despite his attempt at concealing it, and Dean wondered how he'd wound up in this position. He grinned easily. "I'm beat, so I'll take you up on that, as long as you don't think your old man will mind." "He won't care." Sammy said. It's through here. There was one bedroom with 2 beds in it. Sam pointed to the one his dad usually used, grabbed what looked like a pair of PJs, and headed off towards the bathroom. Dean kicked his shoes off, shucked his jeans, and hung his jacket and outer shirt over the chair at the end of the bed. No way in hell was he taking off his t-shirt. No kid, no matter if he was an apprentice hunter, needed to see the crap that bastard had engraved on his skin. Pulling back the covers, he fell into the bed and was instantly asleep. Sam woke up before Dean did on Sunday morning, so he started work on cleaning the apartment. Dad would have a cow if he saw the mess. He didn't care about much, but his gear needed to be packed up neat and tidy. Sam was just putting his own stuff away when Dean emerged from the bedroom, scratching his head. He disappeared into the bathroom without speaking, and Sam snorted. He dug into his father's stash of coffee and some for Dean, before pulling out the cereal. Dean came out of the bathroom and headed straight for the smell of coffee. Sam waited till he'd had a sip before speaking. So, do you want Frosted Flakes or Lucky Charms? Dean's eyebrows went up. Neither. Is that all you've got? Sam shrugged. It's a healthy breakfast if you listen to the commercials. With milk and fruit, Dean said. That's the part they put in little words at the bottom. He shook his head. I'm going to take you out for breakfast as soon as I get dressed. Sam followed him into the bedroom. I don't have the money to go out for breakfast, he said. I'm taking you, Sammy, Dean said. That means I'm paying. Oh, Sam went over to the dresser and dug out a decent shirt. He grabbed one of his dad's, too, and threw it to Dean. Here, Dad wouldn't mind. Dean threw it back. I'm not borrowing your father's clothes without permission, Sammy. He glanced at his watch, and Sam noticed that he didn't have the bandages on anymore. His hands looked red and swollen, and new blisters had formed on the ruins of the old. Dean, your hand. Sam trailed off, not sure what to say. Dean turned up the hand not holding the coffee. It'll be fine, squirt. You need bandages, Sam said insistently. Shrugging, Dean said, actually, I was just thinking, if you can wait for your breakfast, Jake and Louise should be leaving for church about now, so we could swing by their place and I could get cleaned up. And the bandages? Well, I don't want them on until after I shower, Dean pointed out, and Sam supposed that was reasonable. So, is it a plan? Sure, Sam said. He almost never went over to anybody's house. It usually sucked, because he knew it was something he'd never have. This was different, though Dean didn't really belong wherever he was either. It wasn't far away, and they climbed in the window instead of using the door. Jake won't give me a key, Dean said to Sam's unspoken question. What a jerk, Sam said, looking around the bedroom. Dean had posters of cars and rock bands on his walls. Oh, paybacks are a bitch, Dean said, digging in a cheap dresser. Those posters, I put them up with wallpaper paste. Sam goggled at him, then examined the edge of a Guns N' Roses one. The tape's just for show. Coming up with a stack of clothing, he said, stay here. I'm going to go hose off. Sure, Sam said. Dean closed the door behind him as he left, and a few seconds later, Sam heard another door open and close, and then the water turned on. He wandered around the room, looking at stuff. There was a box under the bed that had a padlock on it, probably so Jake or Louise wouldn't pry. He sat down on the bed and tried not to be nosy. Then he heard a door open and close. For a second he thought it was Dean, and that he'd showered quickly so they could get to breakfast. Then he realized he could still hear the water going. An almighty pounding on a door down the hall made him jump. That you, Dean? Demanded a loud male voice. Sam couldn't hear the answer, though he could hear the guy. He guessed it must be Jake well enough. Where the hell were you last night, boy? Sam eased the door open a crack and saw a big guy standing outside a door on the opposite side of the hall and a few feet down. Sam assumed it was the bathroom door. The guy was taller than Sam's dad, and he clearly didn't get as much exercise. He had his brown hair cut short, and he was wearing a bathrobe. Jake started rattling the door. Why is this door locked? He growled. Answer me when I talk to you, boy. The water stopped and Sam held his breath, afraid that any noise he made would alert Jake to his presence. He didn't even dare shut the door for fear that he would hear. Sorry, Jake, Dean called. I couldn't hear you over the water. Where were you last night? Stayed the night at a friend's house, Dean replied. Don't you go getting anyone pregnant, you randy bastard, Jake said, kicking the door. We've got more than enough of you unwanted brats cluttering up the world. Sam's jaw dropped. Am I going to have an angry father coming over again? Hey, she was 18. It wasn't any of his business. Whatever, I don't want to deal with it. The door opened and Dean was standing there, his hair still dark from the shower, but fully dressed. It wasn't a girlfriend, he said, and the word was clearly split in two. Me and a guy from school stayed up half the night playing video games, and I just fell asleep at his place. "You've been fighting again," Jake said, glaring at the bandages on his hands. Dean didn't answer. He just started to push past him, but Jake grabbed him by the arm. "Don't you walk away when I'm talking to you." Sam watched Dean close his eyes, and he could swear the older boy was counting to 10. "It's not like you care, or anything," Dean said finally. "I didn't get into any trouble, so no harm, no foul. I heard the police picked you up yesterday. That doesn't sound like no trouble." "It was nothing," Dean protested. "You get arrested and social services is going to come down on my head for not supervising you better." "I'm not going to get arrested, dickweed," Dean said. "I was at the garage when whatever it was went down. I'm in the clear. Lou will vouch for me." Jake held on to Dean a moment longer, then shoved him away so hard that he hit the wall next to the bedroom door. He hit so hard that the wall shook, and Sam saw him wince. "That had better be true," Jake snarled, and then he disappeared into the bathroom, slamming the door. "Bite me," Dean muttered, and he started walking towards his bedroom. His eyes were quick. He spotted Sammy watching before he had a chance to move away. "Crap," he muttered. Sam backed up, and they both climbed out the window. Dean didn't say anything for almost a block, and Sam was afraid he was pissed. Sam was just gathering his courage to apologize when Dean cleared his throat. "I didn't want you to see that," he said. "Is he always like that?" "Nah, he was in a good mood," Dean replied, shrugging. "Why don't you run away?" "Because I can't," Dean snapped, and Sam bit his lip. "I'm stuck until January 1st, and then I'm getting the hell out of Dodge." He sped up, and Sam had to almost jog to keep pace with him. They didn't talk the rest of the way to the diner, though after a couple of minutes, Dean did slow back down. They walked in and the bell chimed. "Hey, Patty, you got any boots?" "One emptied out about a minute ago," she said. "Let me clear it off for you." "Thanks, sweetheart." After the waitress finished clearing the table off, Dean gave her a blinding smile. "You know my order, bring two, okay?" "Sure, doll," she said, and she sashayed off. Dean watched her walk away with a light of appreciation in his eyes. "Isn't she a lot older than you?" Sam asked. "Like 20 or something?" Dean turned and looked at him. "Kid, 20 is a great age. Hell, 25 is a great age." He grinned. "Honestly, I'd go with a hot 30-year-old if I had the chance." "You're weird. And you're a kid. So you weren't all over girls when you were my age?" Dean got a weird look on his face. "When I was your age there was Mona, and Desiree, and Leanne." "You," Sam said. "Dude, you are so young," Dean said. "You? Heck, even the dead chick was kind of hot, except for the dead part." Sam goggled at him. "Well, she was. That's just gross. One of these days, my boy, you are going to wake up and realize that girls are good for more than throwing spitwoods at." "I don't throw spitwoods at girls," Sam protested. "I don't throw spitwoods at anybody." Dean started shaking his head. "Your education has been sorely neglected. Clearly, I'm going to have to take you under my wing, Sammy, and teach you how to be a real boy." Sam rolled his eyes, but then Patty was coming up with a heavily laden tray. There was 2 of everything, 2 plates of toast, 2 plates of eggs, 2 sides of sausage, and 2 short stacks of pancakes. Sam started salivating just looking at it. "You eat like this more often, Sammy, and that height problem will be solved in a jiffy." "Height problem?" Sam asked suspiciously. Dean blinked at him, looking puzzled. "You were complaining about being short." "Oh." Sam started eating. "Thanks, by the way." "No problem. Can't let a growing boy subsist on cardboard food." They each communed with their food for a while. When the plates were mostly empty, Dean sat back and said, "So, what are we going to do today?" "You ever done any shooting?" Sam asked. The question was thrown at him so casually that Dean nearly flubbed it. "I don't think so," he said, catching himself just in time to avoid admitting that he didn't actually know. "How come?" "I thought we could go out to the quarry just outside town, and I don't know, shoot tin cans and stuff." Sammy shrugged. "I mean, not if you think it's dumb or anything, but..." "No, it sounds cool," Dean said. "But do you have ammo to spare?" Sam grimaced. "Oh, I hadn't. Maybe not. We'll just go by the hardware store, and I can buy something cheap," Dean suggested, and Sammy's eyes lit up. Dean didn't quite know why he was going out of his way to hang out with Sammy, but as long as they were both having fun, what did it matter? They went to Bremer's Hardware, and Sammy picked out the right kinds of ammo for the guns they had on tap, while Dean grabbed a couple of bottles of water. When they got up to the counter, Mike Wilson looked Dean over and glanced around the store. "You paying with cash?" he asked. "Sure," Dean said, mystified, but Mike didn't say anything else. He just rang them up and put their purchases into a paper bag. Dean picked it up and he and Sammy went back to the apartment. Sammy loaded a couple of handguns into a canvas duffel bag with the ammo. "It's kind of a walk," he said. Dean shrugged. "Then let's get going." It was maybe a mile to the abandoned quarry, but Dean knew a lot of people used it this way, though not usually on Sunday. He was glad of that last. It made it less likely that they would be interrupted. Two kids out shooting wouldn't be that odd a sight in this town, but when one of them wasn't a local and the other one was a foster kid, it might set some hackles up. "How much do you know about guns?" Sammy asked. Dean shrugged. "Do you know how to check if it's loaded?" "The easiest way would be to pull the trigger, right?" Dean asked, and Sammy gave him a disapproving glare. "Kidding. Seriously, show me." "This is an automatic," Sammy said, pulling out one of the guns. "You got to pop the mag out, then check the breech." He demonstrated, and Dean saw that the gun was, in fact, loaded. "Okay," Sammy said, slamming the mag home again. "Here, you do it." Dean took it, expecting to find it awkward, but it was like his hands knew exactly what to do without him even thinking about it. He swallowed uneasily. He'd never handled firearms before. Not one of his foster families had kept guns in the house, and the cops he'd met hadn't been likely to let him handle their weapons. "Good," Sammy said. He held out his hand, and Dean gave him the pistol back, feeling oddly reluctant to let it go. "Now, you hold it like this," Sammy said, raising the gun to shoulder level and demonstrating a shooting stance. He squeezed off a few rounds, then glanced up at Dean. "See? I think so," Dean replied. His gut was feeling really weird. He recognized all of this, somehow, without being able to access the memories that he knew it from. Sam handed over the gun again, and Dean raised it to shoulder height and fired. It felt good and right, and that almost scared him. "Okay, we're ready. Set up some targets and get shooting." Sammy ran over to a pile of trashed soda cans and bottles and started sorting through. Dean looked at the gun in his hand, and he had clear images in his head of what the gun would look like taken apart, how one would go about cleaning it, and even repairing it. How did he know this stuff? He looked up and saw that Sammy had been busy while he'd zoned. He'd set up little bits of color at various distances. He came trotting back, brushing his hands together to rid them of the dust. "You ready?" he asked, reaching into the bag for another handgun, checking it automatically. "Sure," Dean said. "Okay, there are 10 each. Mine are blue. Yours are red." "What if I want blue?" Dean asked, striving for a sense of normalcy. "Tough," Sammy said with a glint in his eyes. "You want to go first or second?" "You go ahead," Dean said. Sammy shrugged and sighted along the pistol in his hand. Dean watched his technique, and his mind started filling in details about the gun he was using. He didn't know what the gun was called, but all the pieces and maintenance facts anyone would need to know to take care of a gun like that. Its mag dropped differently, and the breech. Dean shook his head. He did not know where all this was coming from. "Not bad, I guess," Sammy said, and Dean realized he'd finished. There were still 3 blue spots untouched. "Your turn, but don't feel bad if you don't do as well. I've been shooting since I was little." "Like you're so big now," Dean said teasingly. Sammy rolled his eyes. "Go on, or are you scared?" "Them's fighting words," Dean said, and he looked at his red splotches. Raising the gun, he shot 10 times and dropped it to his side again. Not one of them was intact. He hadn't even really thought about it, just aimed and squeezed. "Whoa," Sammy exclaimed. "That rocks." He grabbed Dean and sort of shook him in a congratulatory way. 10 out of 10 first try. "That's amazing. You sure you've never done this before?" Dean shrugged again, not feeling real able to speak. "I'm going to set it up again," Sammy said. "Only I'm going to make it harder. I thought I'd go a little easy on you, but ha." He ran off, and Dean watched him go. Over the next several hours, Sammy set up progressively harder and harder shots, and Dean made every one. Sammy stopped taking turns shooting himself, and Dean wasn't sure why, but the kid was sure getting a kick out of watching him make one impossible shot after another. He had to admit, it was kind of fun, but freaky, like picking up a paintbrush and immediately painting the Mona Lisa freaky. Finally, Dean glanced at his watch. 2. All the vibration was making his hands hurt, and his head ached. Jake's shove had renewed the pain from the knot Nancy had given him last night. Besides that, his stomach was making desperate pleas as Sammy ran over to the pile of target material. "Again, Sammy?" he called. "Yeah?" The kid turned around, his eyes alight. "I think it's time for lunch." Sammy's eyes widened, and Dean knew his body was alerting him to its own need for food. "What time is it?" 2, Dean said. "Let's pack up and go get some burgers." This very sensible plan was followed, and they wound up back at the diner, there not being a large number of options in Fort William. Patty grinned at them and showed them to a booth. "So, who's your new friend, Dean?" "This is Sam Beckett," Dean said, and he saw Sammy's little glance of appreciation, that he hadn't introduced him as Sammy. You and your dad are staying over at the Cedars, right? Patty asked, and Sammy nodded politely, seeming tongue-tied. Well, you have. Bacon cheeseburger with everything and extra onions, Dean said with a grin. Garlic cheese fries and a Coke. He looked over at the kid. What do you want, Sammy? My treat. The same, Sammy said. But no onions. Got it, Patty said. She grinned at them both and walked away. I've never seen anybody shoot like that, Sammy said. Even my dad can't, and he was a Marine. Beginner's luck, Dean said dismissively. That might have explained the first 10, but you kept it up for ages, Sammy said. You know what you are, you're a natural. Dean shrugged, embarrassed by so much outright admiration. It's nothing, he said. Now your life, that's interesting. What do you mean? Hunting monsters? That's cool, tell me all about it. I don't get to do very much, really, Sammy said. But I studied a ton. You studied? Yeah, after my brother Dean nodded. I went to stay with a friend of my dad's. Dean and I always called him Uncle Bobby and… Wait, what? Dean? Yeah, Sammy looked at the table and started fiddling with his silverware. That was my brother's name, Dean. Dean's brows went up. That's a little weird, he said. Sammy grimaced. Yeah, especially with you reminding me so much of him. But it's impossible, Dean said, cutting off that train of thought quickly. It's just coincidence. I know, Sammy said with a shrug. But you're right, it's weird. It doesn't bother you? Sammy shook his head. No. His eyes widened as he'd suddenly thought of something. But that's not why I wanted to be friends with you or anything. I figured you wanted to learn how to pick up girls. Dean said to defuse the tension that had suddenly come up. So, what about this Uncle Bobby? Oh, right, Sammy said, clearly relieved to be back on familiar ground. Dad left me with Uncle Bobby for a couple of years. He's like a scholar of occult stuff. I'd go to school during the day and study spooks at night. There's a lot to learn. Dean nodded slowly. Well, that explains a lot, he said. What do you mean? Why you don't throw spitwids? Dean replied. You spend too much of your time around old men. Sammy rolled his eyes. Maybe I'm just too practical for something as goofy as spitwids. Whatever. So, what do I need to know if I'm thinking of setting up as a hunter myself? Are you? Sammy asked. I don't know. I should get an idea of what I'd be letting myself in for. After all, people like your dad don't exactly show up at the job fair. How'd your dad get started? Sammy's face went a little white, and he looked out the window. Patty showed up just then with their food. Dean took a long slurp of Coke before picking up his burger. You don't have to tell me if it bugs you, he said. No, Sammy said, turning back. It's just my mom died when I was a baby. I don't remember anything, but my dad says she was killed by a demon. Dad started hunting because he wanted to find the demon that killed her. Demon, Dean repeated. Like from hell? Sammy nodded. Seriously? Like Linda Blair and her head spinning around? Sammy shrugged, putting on a nonchalant face. Well, if that really happened to someone who was possessed, they'd die the minute the demon left them, and the exorcism in that movie was dumb. The power of Christ compels you. Sammy rolled his eyes. After a few moments, Sammy reached out for a French fry and chewed it thoughtfully. We think a demon got Dean, too. It made Dean slightly uncomfortable to hear his name used in that context, but he shrugged it off. Why do you think so? Why would a demon chase after two members of the same family? I don't know, Sam said. But I heard Uncle Bobby talking to my dad about it. I guess there was sulfur near where they found the groceries Dean had been bringing back. See, he bit his lip. Dad was gone hunting when Dean got taken. So I called Uncle Bobby because I couldn't reach Dad, and Dean was a little afraid that Sammy was going to start crying. But he got control of himself. Anyway, they both went looking for him, and they found sulfur. So, Dean asked, that's a sure sign of a demon. Sammy said, I thought everybody knew that. Not me, Sammy boy. He glanced around at the people in their Sunday best. Not most of these fine folk either. I guess, Sammy said, looking around, too. Well, let's see. Vampires are supposed to be extinct, but do you have any idea how to kill them? Wait, vampires are real. They were, but I just said, they're supposed to be extinct. Then why do I need to know how to kill them? Dean asked logically. Uncle Bobby says not to assume what other people tell you is true, and that it's better to be safe than sorry. Okay, vampires. Dean shook his head. I can't believe I'm having a serious conversation about vampires that doesn't include Anne Rice or Bela Lugosi. Sammy blinked at him. Who's Bela Lugosi? Dean didn't answer. He thought about all the movies he'd ever seen. Well, garlic doesn't kill them. But it keeps them away, sunlight can kill them, and so can being stabbed in the heart with a stake of wood. Oh, and I think you can kill them by cutting their heads off. Do I get a gold star? Sammy shook his head. Silver Star. You got the right answer, but it was an afterthought. What? The only way to kill vampires is by beheading them. Sunlight just bugs them, and no physical damage to their bodies harms them at all. Do they grow limbs back if you chop them off? Sammy's brow furrowed. I don't know. Dean filed that away in his mind. Okay, so what else? Witches. I thought those were all new age hippie flakes. He'd run across a few of that type in his years in social services. Some are, and we don't care about them. It's the old-style ones, the ones who do really creepy things. If that kind of witch puts a hex bag in someone's house, she can do almost anything to them. Really? What do you have to do to stop them? Sammy just looked serious and turned his attention down to his plate. Oh, Dean said, getting the picture. Then there's Wendigos. They're supposed to be people who got snowed in or something and turned to cannibalism to survive, but they ate too much human flesh, and it changed them. Ick. Sammy nodded. They hibernate for years, then come out and take a bunch of people, eat them, then hibernate again. That sounds like a pretty boring life. Eat, sleep, eat again. Survival matters more to them than anything, I guess. Them you have to burn alive. Dean shuddered. That sounds fun. Interesting conversation, Dean, Chief Carter said, and Dean looked up in surprise to see the police chief standing next to him, in uniform. You babysitting? Sammy started to bridle, but Dean held up a hand. No, just hanging out with a friend. What can I do for you, sir? Actually, we wondered if you could point us towards a Sam Beckett. No one seems to have his address. That's me, Sammy said. But, Chief Carter turned to Sammy and stared at him for a second. Would you mind standing up, son? Sure, Sammy said, giving Dean an anxious look. He stood up and Carter shook his head. I must have gotten that information. I was told you beat the crap out of Tom Carpenter on Wednesday. Well, we fought, Sammy said. It doesn't matter, son, Carter said. And you, Dean, your alibi checked out. I'm just a peace-loving citizen, Dean replied with a grin. Chief Carter nodded. Have a good day, boys. Sammy slid back into his seat. Why do you think he's so sure it wasn't me? Patty walked up at just that moment with refills on their cokes. I heard Tom's neck was broken, she said. Neither of you boys could have done it. The chief is just being thorough. Oh, Dean said, and he gulped. He could have been the one with the broken neck. He turned to Sammy. Does that place you're in have a VCR? Sure, Sammy said. Let's rent some movies and stay up too late. Cool. They paid up and headed down to the video store where Dean already had a membership. Dean made a careful selection of cheesy sci-fi horror films. Godzilla, King Kong, The Thing, The Blob. How's this look, Sammy? The kid just grinned, and Dean bought a bag full of candy and popcorn, so they could make a proper night of it. Then they went back to Sammy's place and started watching. After the second movie, Dean ordered pizza and they both pigged out. After the third, Sammy said, have you seen the commercials for that movie, Scream, that's coming out on Friday? Dean shrugged. Who hasn't? Maybe we could go see it, if I'm still in town. We'll see, Dean said, not wanting to explain that he never intended to watch that movie. The last time he'd seen a slasher film, he'd freaked out and nearly wound up in the psych ward. He did not like people playing with knives, and he wasn't prepared to tell Sammy why. Cool, Sammy said, and Dean started their last movie. Sammy was getting way more of a kick out of this than Dean had expected, and he began to be really pissed at the kid's father. Leaving for days at a time made it really hard on the kid to be a kid. It wasn't fair. It sounded like the only time he'd had anything like a normal life was when he'd been staying with that Uncle Bobby guy, and even then he'd been studying up on monsters. Sammy was nearly falling asleep when the last movie ended. Dean stood up. I'd better go home, he said. Do you have to? Sammy asked, turning pleading eyes on him. Dean tried to resist, he really did, but he couldn't take it. Okay. I'll stay, but I'll have to get up early enough to swing by the house and pick up clothes for school tomorrow. Where's your phone? Sammy pointed, and Dean picked it up. He dialed and listened to the rings. Hello? Louise said. I'm staying the night at a friend's house again, he said quickly. I'll be by in the morning to get cleaned up. He hung up before she could respond. And since she doesn't have this number, she won't be calling back. You aren't going to get into trouble, are you? Sammy said, suddenly looking worried, and Dean remembered that the kid had seen Jake demonstrate his irritation earlier in the day. Nothing I can't handle, he said. Now, go to bed. They both got ready for bed, and Dean climbed back into the second bed in the tiny bedroom. Sammy's head hit the pillow, and he was out like a light. Dean watched him sleep for a couple of minutes, not really sure why he felt such a profound connection to the kid. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Shaking his head at the pointlessness of the question, he rolled over and went to sleep. He woke up deep in the night, hand clutched to his left side, barely remembering the dream that had woken him. "Dean, you okay?" asked a sleepy voice from the other bed. "Sure. Go back to sleep," he said, and Sammy didn't say anything else. Dean rolled over to lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling. The street light outside cast angular shadows across the ceiling and the top of the wall. Twice in a week after months of no dreams at all. It was probably just encountering the supernatural again, but his heart was pounding in his chest. Not for the first time, he wondered what that bastard had wanted with him. The cops and social workers had told him that the man was probably a drug user and an alcoholic, and his eyes had seemed yellow because of jaundice. Dean had given up trying to explain anything to them, because he figured out they would quickly decide he was crazy if he told them the truth. He didn't think that jaundice would make a guy's eyes flash yellow when he was pleased or angry, and since they put his descriptions of the man's uncanny strength down to youth and terror, and possibly PCP, he hadn't tried to tell them that it was more than that. He'd certainly, apart from fevered ravings, stopped telling them about the way he could pin a person to the wall with a gesture, or freeze them in their tracks just by looking at them. Even so, he was in psychiatric treatment for almost a year after he got out of the hospital. It took him that long to figure out what the right answers were to all their tests. Then he got the feeling they watched to make sure he didn't go out and torture kittens or smaller kids. Like he would. Like being tortured turned a guy into a prick. He strove to find a more comfortable position on the cheap mattress, so he could get back to sleep. Eventually, he drifted off again, but when the alarm went off at 7, he sat up feeling like he'd gotten no rest at all. Sam offered Dean coffee when he woke up, but he said he had to hurry, so he'd be able to shower and change before school. Sam took his own shower and had Lucky Charms for breakfast. Dean was right, eggs were better. He pulled out his books and headed to school, wondering how things would be. In the middle of first period, they were pulled out into class groups. The freshmen met in the cafeteria. He saw Dean heading with the juniors into the little theater. He was surprised, because he'd assumed Dean was a senior. One of the teachers, Sam didn't know him, got up and gave a speech about how hard it was to lose one of their classmates, and told them that each one of them was going to be called out of class to talk to a grief counselor. Sam wasn't the only one to roll his eyes, but the teacher exhorted them to take it seriously. Danny from his math class was sitting next to Sam. He muttered, "I knew I should have stayed home sick. They'd probably just have made you do it when you came back," Sam said, shrugging. Danny heaved a sigh. "Yeah, the day was really weird. Some kids were totally freaked out by Tom's death, but others didn't seem to care." Sam suspected that most of the apathetic ones were faking it. It bothered him that the guy had died, but he didn't have any grief over it. Not the way the cheerleader in his math class seemed to. Sam looked for Dean in PE, but he wasn't there. Halfway through, he got pulled out to talk to the counselor himself. The teacher who'd talked to them in the cafeteria took him to the library and sent him inside. They'd set up 4 little cubicles using dividers. Sam went to the one he was directed to, and found himself sitting opposite a woman with a very earnest expression. "Hello, Sam. My name is Emma," she said gently. "How are you feeling today?" Sam shrugged. "Okay, I guess. Do you have anything you'd like to talk about?" she asked, shaking his head. Sam said, "Not really. I'm fine." "It's okay if you're not fine, Sam. You know that, right?" Sam shrugged again. Did you know that I've only been at this school for about a month? I didn't really know the guy who died. That's not the only reason you could be upset, and it's okay if you are." Sam shook his head. "Really, I'm fine. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry the guy died, and I hope his family is okay, but it doesn't really impact me." "Well, if you discover that you do want to talk to someone, we'll be around all week. You can just tell a teacher and..." "That's great. I'd just like to go back to class now." "All right, Sam, if you're sure." "Thanks," Sam said, and he got up and got out of the library as fast as he could. Nodding to the teacher, he started to head back to the gym. "Sam," the teacher said. Sam stopped and turned. "What? Your father is here. He wants to take you home. So go ahead and get your stuff and go to the office." Sam stared at him. "My dad," but he shook his head and took off. If his father was here and wanted to take him out of school, something must be wrong. He ran straight to the locker room and got changed. Stuffing his gym clothes into his backpack, he hurried out to the office where his dad was waiting. "Dad, what's..." Before he could finish the question, his father lifted him into a giant hug. Sam hugged him back, more than a little surprised. After a few seconds, his dad drew back and gave him one of those looks, the kind he'd started giving him after Dean vanished. Sort of anxious and weird. Then he seemed to notice the school secretaries watching. "Come on, Sammy," he said gruffly, putting his hand on Sam's shoulder and guiding him towards the door. Why are you here? Sam asked. Did you finish the job? Not yet. I was close, but when I heard that a boy from your school had died, I had to come back. He led Sam to a truck. Where's the car? Sam asked. I needed this for the job, he said, unlocking the passenger door. And I didn't take time to go back for the car when I heard. He turned to Sam and put his hands on Sam's shoulders. Are you okay? Really okay? Dad, you sound like the grief counselor I just talked to, Sam replied. I'm fine. John laughed. That's a first. No one's ever accused me of sounding like a grief counselor, Sammy. You're acting weird, Dad. Is something wrong? A kid got killed in the town I left my son in. Something is definitely wrong. Dad, it's okay, Sam said. It was a ghost, but it's already dealt with. What? His father's eyes went wide. Wait, let's talk about this at the apartment. Sam nodded. He climbed into the truck and sat silently while his father drove them back to the apartment. He'd left a Hunt to come check on him. That really surprised Sam, but it made him feel good too. Only, the hunt couldn't be left unfinished, or people could die. He'd have to convince his father that he was alright. When they got to the apartment, they went upstairs and inside. John took Sam's backpack and put it on the table, then guided him to a chair and sat across from him. Now, tell me what you mean by it was a ghost, but it's already dealt with. Sam shrugged. I heard people talking about the other boys who were with the one who died. They saw the ghost too, and so I went and did my homework, figured out who she was, and found the grave. And dealt with it? John asked. She was killing people, Dad, and I wasn't her target type. So you dug up her grave and did the salt and burn on her? Sam nodded. And you're sure you got the right grave? Sam contemplated the way she'd gone up in flames and nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. His father stared at him for a long moment, the look in his eyes unreadable. It's not like I went looking for a hunt, Dad, Sam burst out. But when one of the kids at school got killed, I had to do something. I didn't know when you'd be back, and I didn't want anyone else to die. No, Sam, I understand, but I'm wondering if I shouldn't take you somewhere closer to where my hunt is. Sam shook his head, but John kept going in a reasonable voice. If you dug up a grave in this town, I don't know if I ought to leave you here. There could be trouble. I don't think so, Dad. It was Saturday night, and I did it in the middle of the night, and I'm sure no one saw anything. Except Dean. But he wasn't sure he wanted to tell his dad about Dean yet. He had kind of an idea, but he wanted to think about it a little longer. He knew for sure that didn't want to leave town quite yet. You don't want to leave? Sam shook his head. There's only one more week of school before winter break. I'm settled, I'm fine, and I'm sure nothing will go wrong. You go finish your hunt and then come back. All right, Sam, if you're sure. Sam nodded earnestly. Maybe we can have Christmas here. And he could invite Dean. He was sure that Christmas had to suck with Jake around. We'll see, Sammy, John said. So, you're off school early. What do you want to do? Dean had been surprised not to find Sammy in PE when he'd gotten out of his counseling session. He knew one of the counselors was a hot babe. But had he been sent to her? Of course not. That might have been worth something to him. He was sure he could have wrangled a soft, squishy hug out of her. Instead, he wound up with a way too perceptive dude, who picked up on the guilt he was feeling over Tom's death, but misinterpreted it as survivor's guilt. He'd had to spend like 20 minutes convincing him that he wasn't in need of serious help. He'd headed back to PE and heard that Sam had been taken to his counseling appointment, but hadn't come back afterwards. There was much debate over why, with one kid claiming he'd seen him taken away by the police. He decided to swing by the apartment to check on Sammy after school, but when he got close enough to see in the front window, he saw Sammy with a dark-haired man. The man put his arm around Sammy, and Sammy grinned up at him. There was an unfamiliar truck out in front. Evidently Sammy's dad had come back, and not a moment too soon in Dean's book. He headed on to work. Sammy didn't need him today, obviously. He walked into the front, but Lou was in the garage area talking to a customer. He changed into his coverall and got to work on the Toyota that was next on the list. When the customer left with his car, Dean looked up. Everything okay, Lou? He asked. My youngest sister had a fall, Lou said. I helped her until our older sister, the nurse, showed up. She'll be fine now. Oh, good, Dean said. How are you? The police called to verify that we'd work till 11 on Friday night. I'm good. They didn't seriously suspect me, but they had to check me out because of the fight on Wednesday. They were serious enough to check up on your alibi. Dean shrugged. Yeah, but they also looked into a kid about this tall. He gestured to indicate Sammy's height, because he was involved in that fight. I think Chief Carter is just being thorough. You find the problem on that Celica yet? Dean shook his head, still looking. Work passed uneventfully, and Dean went back to the house at 9. He climbed through the window into his dark bedroom, like always. He closed the window behind him, but the light came on before he turned around. A hand grabbed the collar of his shirt, jerking him backwards, and he stood up straight. "Hello, Jake," he said, his teeth clenched. "Hello? Is that what you say after treating this house like your own personal hotel? You haven't been home at a decent hour in days, and you didn't even tell us you were staying out all night on Saturday." "That was an accident, Jake," Dean said, wishing the man would untwist the collar just a bit. "It was making it difficult to breathe. I fell asleep, and you wouldn't have wanted me to call you at 4 in the morning when I woke up and realized what I'd done. And last night, I was with a friend who was freaking out over Tom," Dean said. "It was only sort of a lie. I couldn't leave him like that." "Oh yeah, you're a Samaritan." Jake shoved him at the bed. "Get to bed, you little bastard." Dean caught himself against the mattress and turned around. "I'll sure be glad when you're gone." "Likewise," Dean replied, but not before Jake had left the room. It wasn't cowardice that kept him quiet, it was good sense. Jake knew he was stuck until the first, and so did he. There wasn't any point in pissing his foster father off when he didn't need to. He wondered what was going on at work. The last time Jake had gotten this aggressive was when his boss had given a promotion he'd expected to someone else. He guessed it didn't really matter, and he had to put up with it either way. Shaking his head, he stripped off and went to bed. When Sam woke up in the morning, his dad was already gone. He tried to get him to go earlier, but his dad had said there wasn't anything he could do till the next day anyway, so it wouldn't make sense to leave before around 5 a.m. They'd gone out to the local Mexican restaurant for dinner and watched a couple of the movies Dean had rented the previous day. Sam didn't mind watching them again, especially not with his dad. Dad had also left him some extra money over and above living expenses. Sam figured he could use it to buy Christmas presents. Last year there hadn't been time. Not with that rash of werewolves in Boise, but this year his father's hunt was going to finish the week before. They could have a real Christmas, maybe, and Dean could come over, and maybe Dad would like him. Thinking of Dean made Sam wonder if the older boy would come visit tonight. He grabbed his backpack, which he hadn't even unpacked last night. He'd have to scramble to get his homework done during the day. Fortunately, there wasn't anything actually due first period. He scooped up the videos on the way out and stuffed them through the night drop at the store, so Dean wouldn't get in any trouble. School was still a weirdly somber place that morning, but as the day progressed, the kids got more normal. By 6th period everyone was pretty rowdy. Sam wondered if it was some kind of reaction against the seriousness of the morning. Mr. Walker didn't even seem to notice the notes and the pranks. He just kept droning on and on. Sam hadn't managed to catch Dean in PE, because the older boy had been in close conference with Josie Mead, but he waited by the park after school. None of Tom's friends was hanging out there for once, and Sam wondered why. Dean walked past, and Sam hurried to catch up with him. "Hi Dean," he said, feeling suddenly awkward and tongue-tied. He had limited experience with asking friends over. "As in none." "Hey, Sammy," Dean said. "Saw your old man was home last night, so I didn't want to interrupt." Sam grinned. "So he'd come by?" "That was cool. Yeah, he heard about Tom Carpenter and wanted to make sure I was okay." "Glad to hear it," Dean said. "Yeah," Sam swallowed uncomfortably. "So, you want to come over tonight?" "I've got to go to work," Dean said. "And wouldn't your dad mind if I just showed up?" "Oh, Dad left before I got up this morning. His hunt wasn't done." Sam looked up to see a weird expression on Dean's face. "I was really surprised that he stopped in the middle of a hunt just to check up on me. He took me out of school and everything." Dean was silent for a minute, then he shrugged. "You want to come to work with me? You could meet my boss. He's the one who told me the story about Nancy." "Oh yeah?" Dean snorted. "Yeah, she used to babysit him." Sam blinked. He found that slightly disturbing. He jumped when Dean knocked on the top of his head. "What's wrong, Squirt? Where'd you go?" Sammy shook his head and looked up. I hadn't really thought about what she did when she was alive. It's weird to think of her babysitting some kid." "Well, ghosts don't come out of nowhere," Dean said. "They had to be someone, right?" "Yeah." He waded back through the conversation. "Your boss wouldn't mind me hanging out?" Dean shrugged. "He might make you work, but he wouldn't mind. Lou was just that kind of a guy." "Cool." The garage was a great big concrete block building with a sign that said Lou's Garage out front. It was painted white, and Sam was surprised that there wasn't any graffiti on it. At one end, there was a glass window and a normal-sized door into an office. Dean opened the door and walked in, and Sam followed. He was a little nervous. Dean might be sure that his boss wouldn't mind, but that didn't mean he was right. There was an old guy sitting behind a desk in the office. He looked up when Sam came in and said, "Dean, who's your shadow?" He said it in a friendly way. So Sam gathered his courage and walked further inside. "Lou, this is Sammy." "Sammy, this is my boss, Lou Patterson." "Hi, Mr. Patterson," Sam said. "Call me Lou, son," the old man said with a grin. "So, is it Sam or Sammy?" "Sam, sir," Sam said. "Are you here to help out?" "Sure," Sam said. "Well, then, I think we can put you in a coverall. Dean, start working on the Ford while I see what your young friend is good for." Sam pulled on the coverall with embarrassment. He knew Dean had to be remembering calling him a short apprentice hunter as he rolled the sleeves and legs up, so they didn't drag. He quickly forgot his embarrassment, though. From helping his dad with the Impala, Sam knew enough about older cars to impress Lou, and he knew all the tools by name and function. He acted kind of like a surgeon's assistant to the old man, handing him the right tools at the right time. It was fun, and it didn't feel the least like work, even when Lou asked him to sweep the floor. Dean wasn't surprised when Lou called it a night at 8. He knew it was on account of Sammy, but he didn't mind. The kid had sure had fun trotting around like a mechanic's assistant. He wondered what Sammy's dad was thinking to leave him alone again so soon. So what if the hunt wasn't done? He had a kid to look out for, and he'd already been gone a while. He took his coverall off and tossed it in the laundry stack. Sammy followed his example, bubbling over with how great it had been to help out. Dean exchanged an amused look with Lou, and was glad he'd thought of it. They walked back to Sammy's apartment together, and Dean half hoped to find that truck parked out in front. No such luck. He was beginning to think that Sammy's dad didn't deserve him, but the world was full of adults who didn't really value their children. A lot of those kids wound up in foster care, but plenty didn't, and with the way these two moved around, it was unlikely that they'd ever stayed anyplace long enough for anyone to notice the signs of neglect. Or even if they did, Sammy and his dad didn't stick around for CPS to do anything about it. Sammy turned on the TV, and they sat back to watch True Lies on cable. It was partway in, but Dean's attention was captured by the scene where Jamie Lee Curtis performs a strip-tease for Arnold Schwarzenegger. Of course, any woman performing a strip-tease was good enough for him. Sammy made 2 microwave meals over Dean's protests that popcorn and candy were good enough for him. Instead, they ate Salisbury steak with broccoli and mashed potatoes. It wasn't half bad. Dean was only a little surprised when Sammy pulled out his homework. He rolled his eyes, but didn't comment. Sammy was typical of a certain class of neglected kid. He overperformed in the areas where his father fell down on his job. He kept the apartment clean. Despite Dean's initial impression, he got his homework done, made dinner, and managed the household in general. After the movie was over, he looked at Sammy. "I think I'd really better go home tonight," he said. Sammy nodded, and Dean was relieved that the kid didn't present him with the puppy dog eyes this time. He didn't know why, but the kid got to him really easily. "See you in school tomorrow," Sammy said. "If you want to come to work with me after school, feel free," Dean said, and Sammy grinned at him. That grin made Dean feel like $1,000,000. "Catch you later, squirt." No one was waiting in his bedroom when he got back to the house, so he went to bed without incident. The next morning, Jake came into the kitchen while Dean was getting breakfast, and snagged the cup of coffee that Dean had just poured for himself. Dean didn't even try to take it back, especially since Jake immediately contaminated it with sugar and cream. He just poured himself another cup and sat down with his toast and microwave sausage. "Lou keeping you late at the garage?" Jake asked, sounding almost normal. "No, I hung out for a while last night with a friend." "Well, I want you to come straight home after school today. That Parker bitch called and said she'd be here at 4. "Right," Dean said. He grimaced. "I guess I'd better call Lou and tell him I'll be late. You're gone in 2 weeks, and she's making a damn visit." Jake rolled his eyes. "So, what are you going to do when you leave? You sticking around town?" "Not a chance," Dean said. "Joe Green has agreed to sell me a car for next to nothing, so I'm out of here by dawn on the 2nd. "Huh." Jake shrugged and finished off his coffee. "Be on your best behavior. I don't want that bitch giving us any attitude." He left for work, and Dean rinsed both cups in his plate and put them in the dishwasher. First period was English, so he zoned out while Mrs. Arbuckle talked about Julius Caesar. He wished he could afford the Mustang that Joe had on his lot, but even at the cut-rate price Joe had quoted him, it was out of his reach. One day he'd have himself a classic car. The bell rang, and Dean went to his chemistry class, the one class where he was getting semi-decent grades. His lab partner was most of the reason. Dr. Jones had seen the way Dean was sizing up the girls in the class and had assigned them their lab partners. He knew that because Dr. Jones had told him so outright. Dr. Jones was the junior class counselor, and Dean kind of liked him. He found him annoying, too, but the guy wasn't a jerk like so many of the guy teachers were. He kept pressing Dean to try harder in his classes. Said he knew that if Dean put in some effort, he could get great grades. Since most of the teachers acted like they thought Dean was stupid, it was kind of a nice change, even if the pressure was annoying. Dean hadn't shared his plan of leaving town the instant he turned 18 with him, because he didn't want to give him something else to harp on. Matt already had the stuff set up for the day's experiment. All Dean had to do was write down whatever Matt said, and he had it made. Matt was a geek, but he was cool. Sammy didn't come up to him in PE, and Dean didn't approach him. He still hadn't decided what to do about the afternoon. He didn't think Lou would mind if Sammy showed up at Dean's usual time, even if Dean wasn't there, but he wasn't sure Sammy would go for it. At lunch, he called Lou. "Hey, Lou, my social worker is showing up today, so I'm going to be at least an hour late. Actually, I was going to send you home early tonight. My wife made plans without telling me, so I've got to go to dinner. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?" "Sure," Dean said. "Damn it, catch you later, Lou." He hung up and sighed. Sammy was going to be disappointed. The rest of the day passed in a haze of boredom. He glanced around for Sammy after school, but he didn't see him. Then he caught sight of him waiting by the park again. He wasn't sure if Sammy was trying to preserve Dean's dignity as a junior or what. He jogged over. "Hey Sammy," Dean said. I've got to go home for a meeting with my social worker, and Lou's going out to dinner tonight, so the garage is off." Sammy's face fell. "Oh, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Hey, I'll come over after my stupid meeting, okay?" Sammy's expression lightened. "That's cool. I'll make dinner." "Sounds good," Dean said. "I'll be there in an hour or so." Okay, Sammy trotted off and Dean watched him go. It sucked. Right before he was leaving town, he met someone worth sticking around for. On the other hand, Sammy and his dad would be gone before long, too. He turned towards Jake's place and hoped Miss Prissy Parker would be quick. Sam hurried to the grocery store, evaluating the amount of money he had and what he knew how to make. He settled on spaghetti as easy but not microwave and grabbed some garlic bread to go with it. Then he headed home. He was surprised to see the Impala outside the apartment building, and he slowed as he approached. This changed things a little. He went up the stairs and opened the door to find his dad already sitting in the chair in front of the TV. He looked really tired, and there was a bandage on his arm. Sam put the bags down and hurried over. "What happened?" he asked. "Bastard caught me a glancing blow," John said with a grimace. "But I'm fine. Hunt's done." "Good." Sam sat on the coffee table. "Dad, I need to talk to you." His father raised his eyebrows, and Sam reminded himself to keep to the reasoned arguments he'd come up with the night before. He'd expected to have another day to polish them, but they would have to be good enough. "Go ahead, Sam," his father said. "You need backup. I don't like you going on hunts alone." John grimaced. "Sam, I've told you, you're too young." "I'm not talking about me, Dad," Sam said, and his father's eyes narrowed. "There's a kid at school. He already knows about hunting, and he's big and strong and an absolutely crack shot. Better than you, even." "Sammy, how does this kid know about hunting?" John demanded, sitting forward with a wince that made Sam wonder how bad that glancing blow had really been. "Have you been talking about it?" "Let me explain," Sam said. He hadn't expected the anger. His father subsided again, but his brows still showed that he was upset. "Remember I told you about the ghost?" "Yeah, well, I didn't do the hunt alone. You pulled another kid, a civilian, in on a hunt." Sammy shook his head. "No, Dad, he was there, waiting, when I got to the graveyard. I actually ran into him at the library where I guess he was researching her history, too. Anyway, when I got to the graveyard, all I had was a crappy little spade." "A spade?" John exclaimed. "Sam, do you know how long it would take you to dig deep enough with a spade?" Sam nodded. "I figured it out really fast, but this kid, he was already there. He knew about salting and burning without me telling him. He ran off and found a shovel, and well, he did most of the digging." Sam shrugged. "Well, all of the digging, actually. He wouldn't let me. His hands got really badly blistered, but he just kept going." "Sammy, you can't just trust people like that," John said, but Sam shook his head. "No, Dad, he's cool. He'd already seen the ghost because she tried to kiss him." "Kiss him?" John repeated. "Yeah," Sam said, grimacing. "Gross, Huh, but he ran like hell, and that's how he got away. So, when Tom died, he knew what had happened, and he didn't want to let anyone else die, either. He just didn't know exactly how to fix it. And I think he kind of blames himself, because she came after him first. So this kid dug the grave up, and you did the salting and burning? Sam nodded. But it was more complicated than that. She showed up at the graveyard. It was near her hunting ground, but I figured that since it wasn't in the woods, she wouldn't come. But she did, and she tried to get him. What? His father exclaimed, eyes going wide. Is he okay? Mostly. I mean, she did kiss him, and he was all loopy after that, but I managed to get the bones burned before she killed him. Then I filled the grave back in because he was too whacked out to do much for a while. I mean, he was unconscious for like 5 minutes after she was gone, and he hit his head really hard when she smashed him against the tree. And this is a kid? John demanded. Is he okay? Well, he's 17, Sam said, and he's fine. We went shooting the next day. John stared at his son. You went shooting? He asked. Sam nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, and he's a crack shot. I set up all sorts of crazy things, and he just shot right through them. Keeping his voice calmer than his mood, John said, how much time have you been spending with this kid? Despite his effort to sound normal, Sam seemed to pick up on his reaction. A lot, he faltered. He's really nice. Nice isn't the point, Sam, John said. Safe is. Oh, it's safe, Sam assured him instantly. I'd never let anything happen to him. John closed his eyes. That's not what I meant, son, he said. He scooted forward, ignoring the pain his arm gave him when he reached for Sam's shoulders. I don't know anything about this kid. How old did you say he was? 17, Sam said, and John grimaced. Perceptive as always, Sam put his finger right on the issue John had with that. Dad, he thinks I'm 14. Still, isn't it a little weird for a senior to be spending this much time with a freshman? He's not a senior. Actually, he's a junior. John shook his head. Sam, you need to be careful. What is a boy that old doing spending this much time with a kid your age? He's learning about hunting, Sam said, as if that made it better somehow. And we watched movies, and he took me out for breakfast and paid for lunch. He's a good guy, Dad. He really is. That's as may be, but we're not staying here, John said gently. Sam was so seldom boyish like this anymore that it disturbed him to have to give him bad news. We'll be moving on soon. Unexpectedly, Sam nodded. I know. I was thinking we could take him with us. John's jaw dropped. Sam, he's not a puppy. We can't just pick this kid up and drag him away from his family and his. He doesn't have a family. Dad, he's a foster kid, Sam said, and John gaped at him. Not only that, his foster father is a physically abusive turd who's really mean to him. John was still trying to figure out why his son felt the need to differentiate between physically abusive and mean when Sam went on. And he's planning on leaving town himself on the first. I am not helping some kid run away from home, Sam, John said firmly. Though he did have qualms about the abusive situation. He'd need to know more before he took steps, though. He's not running away, Sam said. He turns 18 on the 1st, and he's going to quit school and try to find his family. I figured he could come with us, since I don't think he knows where to get started. We go all over, so he'd have lots of opportunities to look. Clearly Sam had thought this one through. He had to admire his boy. He was smart and creative, but this was a crazy plan. I can't just bring some strange kid along on hunt, Sam. Besides, why's he a junior if he's almost 18? Sam shrugged. I never asked. Anyway, he's strong and smart and lots of fun, and he's not afraid to work hard. His fighting technique is a little sloppy, but his marksmanship makes up for that, and you could train the sloppiness out of him in no time, I'm sure. Sam, this is not reasonable. You can't expect me. What if Dean was out there like this? A foster kid with a crappy family? John looked away from Sam's pleading eyes, his gut clenching at the thought. He knew Dean had to be dead by now. No demon had any reason to keep him alive, but the image Sam painted was not a pleasant one. And he apparently wasn't done. What if he was about to go out and look for us, and probably hunt along the way because he knows about that stuff? Wouldn't you want someone like us to take him in and show him the ropes? You always said the second hunt is the most dangerous, and, Dad, he's only had one. John took a deep breath and let it out slowly, so that he wouldn't yell at his son. Sam didn't cope well with that, and John had forced himself to learn how to deal with his younger son, when he no longer had Dean to run interference between them. All right, Sammy, I'll meet him, but I'm not promising anything. There was a knock at the door, and Sam's eyes lit up. Oh good, that will be him, Sam said. John looked over towards the sound, startled. What? I told him I'd make him dinner tonight. I didn't know you were going to be back. John knew when he was beaten. I'm going to go get changed, Sam. You'll like him, Dad, I promise. John got up and went into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He hoped the kid turned out to be obviously unsuitable, so that he wouldn't have to make up some excuse to fob Sam off. Their life was strange and complicated enough, without adding an unknown quasi-adult into the mix. He shucked his jeans, which still had blood on them from his cut, and put a shirt on over his t-shirt. He pulled on some decent pants. When he opened the door, he heard the two voices, one deep and one still youthfully high. Your father won't want me around, Sammy, the older boy said, and John raised his eyebrows. How had the kid convinced Sam to let him call him Sammy? John only got away with it once in a while these days. I should. No, he already knows you're coming, Sam said persuasively. He just went to get changed, and I'm making spaghetti. Sammy, I don't want to intrude. You're not intruding, Sam said firmly. Would you fill this pan with water? There was a second's pause, and then the older boy said, Sure, Sammy. There was an odd combination of amusement and resignation in his tone. John stepped through the door, but remained quiet, knowing that the dusty fake fern that decorated the dining room would shield him from view. He wanted to get a look at the way they interacted. Sam had pulled out one of the smaller pots and was emptying a jar of spaghetti sauce into it. The other boy, whose name he realized he still didn't know, had his back to him, filling the large stew pot with water in the sink. Sam had definitely taken over the food situation with a vengeance. He'd badgered John until he'd picked up a basic supply of cooking utensils, and whenever he could, he insisted on making dinner. John had been mildly surprised when Sam had rebelled against the constant stream of takeout and junk food. Dean had never minded, or if he hadn't said anything. John pushed away the thick sadness that always came over him when he thought of his elder son, the son he'd failed to protect. The boy Sam was so keen on turned away from the sink and brought the stew pot over to the stove. John lost track of what they were doing at that point, staring at the boy's face, at Mary's face, his heart caught in his throat. Sam looked like Mary's father, but Dean had always looked like Mary. It had been both a comfort to him and a pain throughout Dean's boyhood to see Mary's face daily. 17, Sam had said. Dean would be 17. His 18th birthday was coming up at the end of January. He knew about salting and burning without me telling him. John shook his head, utterly stunned. He's an absolutely crack shot. Better than you, even. Dean had taken to shooting like he was born to it. At 6 he'd been a better marksman than most hunters ever got to be. By God, Sam had found him. Sam had found Dean. And he didn't even know it. John's heart was pounding in his chest, and he felt tears collecting in his eyes. He pinched the bridge of his nose to hold them back, and stayed where he was, watching. Clearly Dean didn't know he'd been found, either, which made for an interesting question. John rubbed his shaking hands together. It had been 5 years, but Sammy hadn't changed that much. Dean had admitted he was a lot taller, and features that had looked outsized when he was smaller now fit better. He could see why Sam might not have put it together. He hadn't seen very many faces grow from childhood to maturity. Dean should recognize Sam, though, and that made John wonder what had happened in the intervening years. What kind of sauce is that? Munchkin, Dean asked Sam. I don't like Munchkin any better than Kid, Sam groused. Whatever you say, short stuff. Rolling his eyes, Sam picked up the jar. Mushroom and roasted garlic. It was on sale. Sam grabbed the carton of salt and put a pinch in the pot of water. What's that for? Dean asked. Makes the water boil faster, Sam said. Dean knit his brows. I think I heard that in chemistry class. Huh. Imagine a squirt like you knowing that. He tousled Sam's hair, and Sam just glared at him. He didn't smack him or shove him away, or any of the things John had seen him do to other hunters, or even Bobby sometimes. No, the boys didn't know they were brothers, but they did recognize the bond between them on some level. John took a deep, calming breath. He had to hold himself in check. If Dean didn't know, there was no telling how he might react to being confronted with the information. A logical part of his mind also pointed out that this might just be wishful thinking on his part. His emotions were convinced, but he would do better to confirm his suppositions before he did anything rash. He'd just propose Sam's idea to him and see how he reacted. Then they could go on from there. He rubbed his eyes to rid them of any signs of tears, and took several deep breaths to control himself. This was going to take all his skills at dissimulation. He reached back and shut the door audibly, coming out from behind the fake plant. "Sam, you want to introduce me to your friend?" Sam grinned. "Dad, this is Dean." John stopped dead. His heart leapt in his chest, while his brain tried to convince his emotions that the name wasn't proof. Sam misinterpreted his reaction. "I know, weird. Huh." Dean was just looking at him politely, looking slightly stuffed. "Dean, this is my dad." "Hello, Mr. Beckett," Dean said politely, walking over to shake John's hand. "Call me John. It's nice to meet you, son. Sam's been talking about you all evening." "Has he now?" Dean asked, giving Sam a panicked look that John found incredibly touching. He fortified himself against emotion. He didn't want to let either boy know how he was feeling. Dean, because it might scare him off. Sam, because he didn't know how Sam would react to the truth. "Nothing bad. He says you handled yourself well on the hunt you two carried out." "I don't know how well I did, sir," Dean said, looking embarrassed. "She almost got me." "You were distracting her," Sam put in earnestly, clearly trying to put Dean in the best light. Little did he know that John wasn't leaving this town without his son. Without both his sons. "And I would probably still be there if you hadn't dug the hole." Dean was clearly uncomfortable with the strange adult, and he also obviously didn't recognize John. Little as Sam had changed apart from height, John knew he'd changed not at all. Something, whether it was trauma or something else, was keeping Dean from recognizing them. Clearly seeing them wasn't going to jar the memories loose. John swallowed convulsively, forcing his emotions down. He effaced himself somewhat, sitting down next to the TV and pretending to read the paper. His own perturbation made that easy, and Sam would likely just interpret it as him withholding judgment until he'd seen more. Dean gradually grew more comfortable, and watching him banter with Sam brought a lump into John's throat. Even if this Dean turned out not to be his son Dean, he wasn't sure he could bring himself to leave the kid behind, not with the way he and Sam got along. Just before dinner, Sam excused himself to go to the bathroom, and John wondered what Dean would do. An ordinary teenager would probably come over and try to talk about something polite with him. Dean walked over and sat down on the sofa, and John was expecting some amiably awkward small talk. "Sir, I have a bone to pick with you. I know it's not really my place, but it's important." John sat up straighter and folded the paper. "Yes?" he asked, a little startled by the direct approach. "You shouldn't leave Sammy alone this much. It's not good for him." "I don't really have a choice," John said, feeling unexpectedly defensive. "You surely wouldn't want me to take him on a hunt with me, would you?" "Of course not, sir," Dean said soberly. "But there's got to be another option. What about this Uncle Bobby character? Was there a reason you took Sammy away from him?" "A boy belongs with his father," John said. Having Dean not more than 2 feet away from him was emphasizing that aphorism in John's heart. "So it's not that Bobby did anything he shouldn't have?" Dean asked intently. It took John a moment to realize what Dean was suggesting, but he shook his head. "No, of course not, but we imposed on him for nearly 3 years. I didn't like not having Sam around, and Sam wanted to come with me. He's old enough now to look out for himself, not like when he was 8. Look, I know it's none of my business, sir, but..." Sam emerged from the bathroom, and he looked startled to see them talking. "What's up?" he asked, as always hyper-aware of the mood of a room. Dean's eyes met John's, and they agreed silently not to bring Sam into the conversation. "Nothing, Sammy," Dean said with a grin. He stood up and walked towards him. "Don't we need to get the garlic bread into the oven?" "Oh, I almost forgot they went to finish making dinner," and John contemplated that conversation. He swallowed his dismay at the thought that Dean had been out here all these years alone. Regardless, Dean didn't know him, and he was young enough not to recognize that the kind of silent communication they'd just shared didn't come easily to strangers. John started planning his approach. He'd have to play this exactly right, or Dean wouldn't go for it. He'd be damned if he was going to find his son just to lose him again. Dean had been surprised that John had let him have his say. He'd really expected the man to shut him up and run him out of the apartment the minute he'd spoken, but he couldn't let it lie. Sammy needed someone to stand up for him, and no one else might ever care enough. He was glad, though, that John hadn't wanted to bring Sammy into their discussion, because Sammy got a little too defensive of his father. It would have made the conversation difficult to say the least. Over dinner, Sammy tried really hard to make everyone comfortable. so Dean exerted himself to charm the kid's father. Sammy clearly wanted John to like Dean and Dean to like John. For a kid with such an old head, he was really young. It was hard to talk, though. There were so many pitfalls, and Dean hated awkward conversations. He didn't want to bring up family, because he didn't have one, and nobody who'd lost a wife and a son wanted to talk about it. Work was out, because John said he didn't want to talk hunting over dinner. School was kind of a boring topic, and Dean rarely remembered when he had homework, much less what it was about. They managed, though, cobbling together a conversation about old movies, music, and cars. After a while, John fixed him with a serious look. "So, Dean, Sam tells me you're planning on quitting school to go looking for your family." Dean nodded, though he shot the kid a death glare. Sammy pretended not to see it. "Yeah," he said dismissively, "when I turn 18. When's that?" "2 weeks from today." "Huh." John looked thoughtful. "You know, you're right," he said after a few moments, and Dean wasn't sure he knew what he was right about. "I do leave Sammy alone too much." "Dad, it's Sam," Sammy said. "And it's fine." "Dean, it's fine." "No, it's not." Dean shifted with embarrassment when he realized that he and John had spoken together. Sam's brows drew together as he looked back and forth between them. John cleared his throat, and Dean looked over at him nervously. "I have a proposal to make, Dean." "A proposal?" Dean repeated, not sure what to expect. "Sam and I will be leaving soon, looking for another hunt." John glanced over at Sam, and Dean followed his eyes to see Sam staring at his father with hope. Dean had no idea what was going on here. "How would you like to come with us?" Dean's jaw dropped. "Say what? Do you know where to look for your parents at all?" Dean blinked at him. "I don't. I was going to go back to Garrettville. That's where I was found, wandering the streets." "Found?" Sammy asked, and John felt his breath catch. Dean nodded uncomfortably. "Yeah, I got away from some guy who had hold of me. I was positive he wasn't my dad, but I couldn't tell them anything about my dad, and the police couldn't make up their minds. Anyway, I got picked up in Garrettville, but I'm pretty sure I'm not from there." "Well, that would be a good place to start," John said. Keeping his emotions under control was growing more difficult with each new piece of information. "Found? Pretty sure." No wonder he'd never contacted anyone. He had amnesia. John would give his IT to know if it was natural or unnatural in origin. He wanted to go to Garrettville as much as Dean did now. The information he could glean from the police records would be invaluable in figuring out just what had happened to his son. He doubted the boy could tell him everything, even if he would. "We could go there next, if you wanted, so you could start your search." "What about your hunting?" Dean asked. "That takes us all over the place," John said. "We can follow whatever leads you find, and in the meantime, I can show you some of the ropes of hunting. Because I get a feeling that you're not going to stop now that you've started." Dean opened his mouth, then closed it again. "No, I probably won't," he agreed. "But you don't want some inexperienced kid in your way when you're hunting, do you, sir?" "Are you interested at all, Dean?" John said, and Dean could feel the almost desperate tension radiating from across the table where Sammy was sitting. He couldn't deny that kid anything, it seemed. Dean shrugged. "Yeah, I think so. But we'd have to talk about it more." "We would indeed," John said. "There would be rules, and you should probably know them up front." "Okay. First, you'd have to start slowly. You don't know much at this point, and I'm not taking an inexperienced kid out into the field to get killed." "But Dad, Hush, Sam," John said. "Dean, not a big fan of getting killed." "Sir, but what will I be doing?" "You'll be with Sam, and you'll be finishing school." "School?" Dean exclaimed. "I'm 18 in 2 weeks. It's my rule, Dean. You will finish school, and that will mean I'm not leaving Sam alone anymore." Dean blinked at him, and he realized that John was using his own argument to get him to agree. Why did he want Dean to come with them so much? Could neither of them deny the kid's puppy dog eyes? I hadn't thought of it like that. And I'd be teaching you about how hunting works, and you two could do research for me, help me figure out what's going on. And slowly, as you get more knowledgeable, and I'm confident about your self-defense skills, you could start coming on hunts with me. And meanwhile, I can keep looking for my family. Dean found this proposal extremely attractive. He didn't really want to be on his own. He just wanted to be away from Jake and Louise. Sammy was a great kid, and if he really didn't like the arrangement, he could just cut out later. It was a win-win, and he wouldn't necessarily have to buy a car right away. "Where's your truck?" "I didn't see it outside." "I borrowed that one," John said. "I needed it for the job I was doing." "Did you see that black Impala when you came up? The '67 Chevy?" Dean asked. He had. "It looked like a sweet ride." "I sure did. It's a great car." John nodded. "It's mine." He tilted his head. "Just how much do you know about cars?" Dean shrugged. A thing or two, he said. Dean has a job at the garage here in town, Dad, Sammy said. I helped out there yesterday. It was cool. That's great, son, John said, smiling at Sammy, and Dean had to admit, it was clear that they loved each other. Well, I can't leave until the 2nd of January, Dean said. Why not? John asked. I'm on probation, Dean replied, figuring he'd better be honest. This was sort of in the nature of a job interview. One of the conditions is that I stay with my foster parents until I turn 18, or they'll put me in prison to serve the sentence I would have served if I hadn't gotten probation. John's brows drew together. Sammy said your foster father is abusive. Dean was going to have a chat with Sammy about his loose tongue. It's nothing I can't handle. It's only 2 more weeks, and I just saw the social worker today. Everything's set and ready, and I won't be able to go ask questions of the police in Garrettville if I screw it up. John nodded slowly. No, that makes sense, I guess. Jake's just an overgrown bully, Dean said. Mostly I avoid him. What are you on probation for? John asked, and Dean shrugged. I stole a car. I was trying to run away. Didn't you tell the cops that Jake shoves you around? Sammy asked, exhibiting a touching belief in the judicial system. Sure, but they didn't believe me. Dean shook his head at Sammy's outraged expression. Sammy, I'm a foster kid with no history. They don't believe people like me unless we have evidence on videotape. And Jake is a fine, upstanding, church-going citizen. He didn't go on Sunday, Sammy said belligerently. Anyway, John, I can handle it. John nodded noncommittally, and Dean grimaced. A few minutes later, Dean got up and excused himself, heading for the bathroom. Once the door closed, John turned to Sam. What exactly happened on Sunday? Sam turned to him with a look of fury on his young face. Jake grabbed him and shoved him against a wall so hard that the wall shook, for no reason at all. How did you come to see this? John asked, controlling his own anger at the image. He wouldn't have wanted Sam to be exposed to something like that, and he certainly would never have wanted Dean to experience it. I wasn't supposed to. Dean was kind of upset that I saw it. See, Dean stayed the night here on Saturday, because it was 5 when we got back from the hunt. Then he said Jake and Louise would be at church, so we could go by his place for him to get cleaned up and changed. So, how was he afterwards? John asked, considering Dean's insistence that he go back. John's instincts were saying to grab the kid, pack their shit, and get the hell out of here. But Dean wouldn't understand or cooperate with that plan. Upset, like I said. Was he injured? Any bruises that you could see? Sam shook his head. Nothing like that, but he shoved him into a wall. John nodded, but Dean was coming out, and he didn't want to continue the conversation in front of him. He cleared his throat. All right, Dean, I accept that you know what you can handle, John said, and Dean gave him a startled look. Now, does anyone want ice cream? Both boys agreed with an alacrity that told him that they were tired of the serious conversation. They went downstairs and Dean duly admired the Impala. John showed him under the hood, and Dean discussed the engine with him intelligently. He was grateful for the darkness, because neither boy could see the way his eyes glittered. Standing there with Dean, listening to how his early training had stuck and flourished, it made him feel incredibly proud. Finally, they all piled into the front seat. John took the opportunity to dash the tears from his eyes. Dean recommended a place he called the best ice cream in town. It was an old-fashioned ice cream parlor, the kind seldom found these days. It gave John the weirdest feeling to be sitting in such a family atmosphere with both his sons who didn't know they were brothers. It was surreal. He kept catching himself scanning Dean's face to be sure he wasn't imagining things, that his son was really sitting there. Not wanting Dean to freak out, he desisted, but it was a struggle. Afterwards, Dean looked at his watch and said it was time for him to go home. John insisted on driving him, figuring he wanted to know where his son was living. He thought he might just pay this Jake a visit once Dean was out of his control. Dean walked into the house through the front door for once, not really wanting John to see him go around the side and climb in the window. Jake's coat was hanging on the hall tree, so he knew Jake was home. One of the reasons he went in by his window, in truth, was because it made it easier to avoid Jake. He walked past the kitchen, heading towards his room, but a voice behind him made him turn around. Going to work, were you? Jake asked, and Dean could tell he was drunk. Lying little bastard. Dean shrugged. I never said I was going to work. You let me believe it, or you can bet I would have made you stay here, Jake said. You spend too much time out on the town as it is. If you have your way, there'll be a whole slew of bastards born 9 months after you leave town and can't be held accountable. Dean shook his head. It looked like the bartenders had kicked Jake out early tonight. I'm going to hit the sack, he said, turning away. I've got A hard hand seized his collar, dragging him backwards. You have work to do, boy. The floor in here is filthy. Dean hit both sides of the door frame as Jake pulled him through. Let go of me, Jake, Dean growled. Make me. Jake taunted, and they both knew that Dean didn't dare. If Jake called the police, Dean went straight to the county lockup. Now, mop the damn floor. He gave Dean a shove that sent him stumbling across the kitchen. Dean regained his footing and controlled his temper rigidly. It wasn't the first time Jake had made up some stupid task for Dean to do in the middle of the night, because he was bored and wanted someone to torment. Probably Louise was already passed out in the bedroom, or he'd be on her ass. Dean went to get the mop and the bucket from the garage, which was a couple steps down from the kitchen. Just as he started down, he felt Jake push him from behind. Already on one foot, he couldn't catch his balance in time to keep from falling. He twisted to avoid landing on his face, and his right arm came down across the lawnmower. Dean felt a snap, and liquid pain shot through him. Jake still stood at the top of the steps. Get up, he ordered. Dean lay on his back, trying to figure out what had just happened. His arm hurt like crazy. Dean, shut up, Dean growled. He started trying to sit up and hissed at the pain. What's wrong with your arm? Jake asked, and he sounded confused. I think it's broken, you jackass. Son of a bitch. Jake came the rest of the way down the steps. It's your fault for being so clumsy, you know. Clumsy? Dean asked, glaring at him. You tripped and fell, right? Dean contemplated his options. An investigation would delay his leaving, and social services would probably take him out of town instantly. He glowered up at Jake. Right, he said sourly. I'd better get you to the hospital. You're too drunk to drive. I'm fine, and it's not like you can drive. Dean didn't have much of a choice, unless he went next door and got old Mrs. Kirchner to take him. She was past 70, and he didn't trust her driving stone cold sober. Jake helped him up and got him into the car, with Dean gritting his teeth all the way. Then he went inside, leaving Dean in the car in the garage. He was gone for like 5 minutes, and when he came out, he was wearing pajama pants and a t-shirt with his jacket over the top. Dean rolled his eyes. This was going to be a real piece of theater. He leaned his head back against the car seat and resigned himself to looking like an idiot. I knew you'd like him, Sam said as soon as they'd reached the apartment. I told you, didn't I? You did, John replied. Go on to bed, Sam. You've got school tomorrow. I've got some homework to finish, then I'll go, okay? John nodded. No more than half an hour, Tiger. Won't even take that long, Sam said, and he went to get his book bag. John grabbed a beer, then went and sat down across from the TV, his back to Sam. Dean. It was Dean, wasn't it? Now that the kid wasn't in front of him, it was damned hard to believe. He needed some kind of a double check, but so much fit that it was hard to deny. Dean having amnesia would explain why he'd never contacted them. One thing that Bobby and he had agreed would be the kid's first act upon getting free. Neither of them had ever really considered it, probably because it sounded far too soap opera for reality. It didn't explain the failure of all those scrying spells, but John was sure that they'd find a reason for that at this rate. Sam was a big clue. Sam letting the strange kid call him Sammy and tousle his hair, the way they teased and talked, it all pointed to them being brothers. Yes, Sam could make friends with a kid at school. He'd done it before, but nothing this intense. John was sure this hadn't been going on before he'd left on Thursday, so it had happened exceptionally quickly. This Dean was 17, he looked just like Mary, and he felt like Dean. He seemed like Dean, and John was almost sure it wasn't wishful thinking. I'm done, Sam announced suddenly. Good night, Dad. Good night, Sammy, John said. He heard the door close behind Sammy and held onto himself for another 5 minutes. Then he put his face in his hands and gave up controlling anything but volume. He had just sent his eldest son, the one he hadn't seen in 5 years, back into an abusive environment, because if he tried to stop him, he'd lose him. It was almost more than he could take, and he'd taken a lot over the years. Sam stood by the park after school. It was barely possible that Dean had cut PE or been sent somewhere during that period for some reason. He fidgeted anxiously, not sure what to think. Mary Beth Hanson walked by, and Sam cleared his throat. Mary Beth? He said. She turned, her brows drawing together. Sammy, right? She asked. Yeah, he said, too anxious to worry about which name she used. Do you know where Dean is? She shook her head. He was absent, and I haven't heard anything. So, he's at home, then? She snorted. Not if he can help it. Try the garage. Sam nodded. Thanks, he said, then took off, heading for Lou's. She was right. Dean wouldn't be at that house if he could avoid it. When he reached the garage, he went in the front door. But Lou wasn't in the office. He stepped through into the garage, and Lou looked up. Hi, Sam. Dean's not here. Do you know why? He wasn't at school. He broke his arm late last night, Lou said. He called me an hour or so ago. Sam stared at him. How? He said something about falling down the stairs. Lou said, I'm sure he'll be at school tomorrow. Thanks. Sam walked home anxiously. He didn't think he'd better go over to Jake's place. Dean would probably be mad if he was there, and if he wasn't, there wouldn't be any point. He went upstairs to the apartment where he found his dad cleaning the guns they'd used on Sunday. Sam, you didn't clean the guns after you used them. I know, Dad. I'm sorry. I thought you said you were going to the garage after school. Dean wasn't at school today, Sam said. His father stood up abruptly. Do you know why? Lou said he broke his arm last night, Sam said, falling down the stairs. But Dean wouldn't. He trailed off, silenced by the fury his father was suddenly radiating. I'll be back, Sam. Stay here. Okay, Dad, Sam said. He watched his father leave the apartment and wondered if Jake was going to survive the night. John parked the Impala in front of Jake's house. When he saw the cutesy sign above the door that read the Metcalf family, he realized that he hadn't even known the bastard's last name. He strode up to the front door and knocked. After a few moments, a woman came to the door. Is Dean here? She shrugged. I left him in his room. John stepped forward, and she stepped back automatically, letting him in. Which way? Who are you? She asked belatedly. John Beckett. Which way? Without even asking him why he wanted to know, she led him to a bedroom at the back of the house. Dean wasn't there. She went to a door along the hall and thumped it. Dean, you in there? John walked over and opened what was clearly the bathroom door. It, too, was empty. Where is he? He demanded. How should I know? He's always going in and out that bedroom window of his. I told Jake we ought to nail it shut, but he's too lazy. Is your husband at work? John asked. Yeah. When will he be home? Around 5. Why? John turned his back on her and left the house. He went around to the window to Dean's bedroom and looked to see if he could follow the boy's trail, but there wasn't anything to follow. He ground his teeth. He should have gone with his instincts, grabbed Dean and hit the road. He stalked back to the car and drove to the apartment. Sam was sitting at the table, homework spread around him, but not getting done. Where'd you go? He asked as soon as John walked in. Sammy, do you have any idea where Dean might go to be alone? Sam shook his head, his jaw going slack. Just that he wouldn't stick around at Jake's place. John grimaced. Right. Who would you ask? I don't know. Maybe Lou. Maybe Mary Beth or Josie. Or Kate. Mary Beth, Josie and Kate? John asked, momentarily diverted. He's always with some girl, Sam said. John contemplated his options, and they weren't good. He wasn't bearding some teenage girl on the subject. For one thing, her father would probably object. Get your homework done, Sam. He'll turn up. John went back to cleaning his guns, and Sam worked on his homework. John kept an eye on the clock, and at 5 exactly, he said, I'm going out. I'll be back soon. Hopefully with Dean. You stay here in case he shows up. Have him call home to let me know if he does. Okay? Sure, Sam said. Dad, be careful. Jake's just a person. I'm not going to kill him, Sam. I'm just going to scare him. Okay. John went back out into the dwindling twilight. Solstice was coming soon, so the nights were almost as long as they got. The drive over to the Metcalf residence wasn't long, and he spent it forcing his anger into a cold knot, so it wouldn't get away from him. The last thing he needed was to kill Dean's foster father. It wouldn't help anything. He walked up and knocked on the door. The woman answered again. She turned. Jake, it's for you, she called. Who is it? A male voice yelled back. John walked past her and inside. She made no attempt to stop him. He was interested to note. He turned into a living room that was pleasant and neat enough. Jake was sitting in a recliner. My name is John, and we're going to have a little chat, Jake. First, is Dean back? Nope, the woman said as she walked down the hall and into another room. What's your interest in Dean? Jake asked. Well, for starters, I actually give a damn about the boy, John said. Jake rolled his eyes. And I'm taking him on as partner when he turns 18. The more fool you, Jake said. He's a worthless little shit. Just last night, John closed the distance between them and pulled Jake to his feet by the front of his shirt. You shoved him, made him break his arm, and then got him to lie about it. Yeah, I know. Let me go, Jake ordered. John swung the fat bastard around and slammed him into the wall that divided the kitchen from the front entryway. He heard something fall off the wall on the other side and smash, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Jake stared at him, and John could see the fear in his eyes. He smiled. Dean dragged himself back to the house, all too aware that he'd stayed away long enough that his pain meds had worn off. He just couldn't stand being there anymore. Not after the sanctimonious way Jake had lectured him in the emergency room about responsibility, and how he shouldn't be coming home so late anyway. The doctors had finally shooed him away, thank God. Less than 2 weeks now. If he just kept reminding himself of that, maybe he could keep from strangling Jake or running away. Less than 2 weeks. He went in the front door because he was seriously not up to climbing in the window. Climbing out had nearly made him pass out. He'd face Jake or Louise or whatever, but he doubted either of them would have much to say to him. Jake had been silent on the drive home, and he hadn't said anything that morning when he'd left for work. No one was in the kitchen when he passed, so he glanced into the living room. The sight that met his eyes made him come to a dead stop. Jake sat in his usual recliner, only he looked absolutely scared shitless, and the reason sat in the chair on the other side of the end table. John Beckett sat there, and Dean could sense the seething anger that emanated from him. Hi, John, he said. How are you feeling, Dean? John asked, standing up. Dean noticed Jake flinch when John moved. He couldn't see any damage, but he was well aware that damage could be confined to portions of the anatomy that clothing covered. I missed my last pain pill, Dean said. Other than that, I'm peachy. John's eyes raked Dean's arm in its air cast. When are they putting on the real cast? They said to come back tomorrow, and they'd see if the swelling was down enough, Dean said. What's going on? Jake and I have agreed that you're going to spend Christmas and New Year's with me and Sammy. We'll come back to meet your social worker and deal with the red tape on the first. But Dean shook his head, feeling very stupid. Okay, so why don't you take me to your room and we can pack your things? Okay, Dean said, and he went to his room, feeling dazed. Where are your pills? Louise had them. She said she didn't trust me with them. Louise, John bellowed. She emerged from her bedroom, looking frightened. Bring me Dean's pills, and anything else you might have been keeping for him. The way he said it made her sound like some kind of sneak thief, and Dean stared at him in shock. Okay, do you have any kind of suitcase? Under the bed, Dean said. Is this box yours? John asked, pulling out the box that contained a few things that Dean didn't want anyone to see. It was one of his few extravagances, a lockbox designed for documents. Among other things, it was where he kept his dream journal, because he always hoped that some fact would come to light from his dreams that would help him find his family. Dean nodded, and John put it by the door, then pulled Dean's cheap duffel bag out. Louise showed up with his pills and a glass of water. John took them, scanned the bottle, then gave Dean 2 pills and the glass of water. Do you have anything else of his? Louise shook her head. Okay, if he has any clothing in a laundry pile somewhere, would you go get it? He does his own laundry, she said, gesturing towards his personal hamper. Fine, then go away. Louise left and Dean looked at John. Why are you doing this? Because I don't like bullies, John said shortly, and he started bundling Dean's clothes into the duffel. They mostly fit, because Dean generally paid for his own stuff, and he'd been saving his money for the car and leaving town. When the duffel was full, John disappeared for a few minutes, and came back with a couple of canvas bags like the one Sammy had used for the guns on Sunday. He packed up the rest of Dean's stuff, not excluding the laundry. Now, Dean, is there anything else here that's yours? Because we probably won't get another chance to come back for it. Dean shook his head. I travel light, he said. Good, I'll be back in a second. He took 2 of the bags out and then came back. Come on, Dean, we're going now. But I'm supposed to stay here. Are you allowed to have sleepovers? John asked. Yeah, Dean said, shaking his head. But, so, you're going to have a whole lot of them during this last 2 weeks. Jake doesn't want to endanger his checks from the state, and we'll see to it that the social worker is satisfied. Come on, Dean, you're not staying another night under this roof. Dean nodded, and John shouldered the last bag. He put his hand on the back of Dean's neck and squeezed, a gesture that Dean found comforting and strangely familiar. Keeping his hand there, he guided Dean out of the house. He got Dean settled in the passenger seat and then drove away. Sam had forced himself to finish his homework. He'd even done as much work as he could on an essay that wasn't due till after winter break, and by then they'd probably be long gone. His father still wasn't back, and Dean hadn't shown up. He was about ready to walk to Jake's place to find out what was happening when he heard the Impala pull up. He ran to the front door and down the stairs. By the time he got down there, his father was backing out of the car with Dean cradled in his arms. There was some kind of plastic blow-up thing on his arm. Is he okay? Sam asked in a whisper. He's sleeping. Go open the door for me. Sam nodded and ran up the stairs. He held the door for his dad to come in through, then ran ahead and held the bedroom door open. My bed, Sam. Sam hurried over and pulled the covers down, then got out of the way. John put Dean down on the mattress and took off his shoes before gently tucking him in. He held up his finger for silence, then guided Sam out, turning off the lights and shutting the door behind them. "Why doesn't he have a real cast?" Sam asked as John went to the fridge and pulled out a beer. "There's too much swelling, so they couldn't put it on," John said, popping the top off the beer and taking a long drink. "The bubble cast is just temporary." "Did Jake do it to him?" Sam asked anxiously, because they'd sent him home to that. The dark look his father shot and told him the answer clear as day. "Did you hurt him?" "Not much," John said grimly. "And not where it shows." Sam wished he could go over there and beat up on Jake for a while, but he had a feeling both Dean and Dad would nix that idea. "So what now?" he asked. "Are we leaving town?" "Not without the permanent cast, Sam," his dad said reprovingly, and Sam flushed. "No, we're going to meet the social workers' requirements on the 1st, and then we'll be leaving town." "You care about that?" Sam asked. "No, but Dean does." His father looked at the clock. "It's time for bed, Sam." "But where are you going to sleep?" he asked, looking towards the bedroom where Dean was on his dad's bed. "In your bed, Tiger," he said. "Come on, I'm tired, too. It's been a long day." Dean woke up to a gentle but insistent hand on his shoulder. "Hey Dean, you there, son?" He blinked up at John, not sure where he was or how he gotten there. "Yes sir," he mumbled. "It's time for your pill. I'm going to help you sit up now, okay?" Dean nodded and prepared for the pain he expected, but John's grip was gentle and sure. He took the pill John offered him and put it in his mouth, then took the cup of water. "Drink it all down," John said softly. Dean did as he was bid, and then John carefully lowered him back to the bed. "Go back to sleep, kid," John said, and Dean drifted off to the bizarre sense that someone was stroking his hair. An alarm buzzed and Dean reached out automatically with his right arm to turn it off, but bit back a yelp of pain when his broken arm hit the wall beside the bed. That was when he realized that it was the wrong alarm in the wrong room. He was at Sammy's. He looked over at the other bed and saw Sammy struggling out from under the covers. "What's going on?" Dean tried to ask, but he didn't think he got all the consonants out. He felt loopy and out of it. "Dad went and got you from Jake's place," Sammy said. "And you're not going back." "Where is John?" Dean asked, his words coming clearer as he woke up more. He dimly remembered John helping him take a pill in the middle of the night. "Taking a shower," Sammy said. Dean tried to sit up. "He said you're to stay where you are till he comes. He doesn't want you to hurt yourself." Dean made a face and managed to get himself into a sitting position, leaning against the wall at the head of the bed. "I told him you wouldn't listen," Sammy said. "Aren't you getting ready for school?" Dean asked. "I hope not," Sammy replied. "I was kind of hoping I could go to the hospital with you and see the cast go on." Dean looked down at his arm. "Yeah, that sounds exciting. Like watching paint dry. I've just never seen it before, and it might come in useful someday." "Broken bones will always be taken to the hospital, Sammy," John said, coming into the room, and Dean wondered what that was supposed to mean. "Get ready for school. You don't want to be late for your last day, do you?" Sammy sighed and, grabbing some clothes, headed out of the room, leaving Dean alone with John. Dean swallowed uncomfortably. He'd been so out of it last night between pain and drugs and amazement that he didn't quite know what he'd said or what had happened. "What did you do to Jake?" he asked. "Put the fear of me into him," John said with a shrug. "Do you have an appointment at the hospital, or are you supposed to just go by?" Dean shook his head. "I think I'm just supposed to show up, but I don't really remember. Jake might know." "The hospital will know," John said. "You stay there. Those are some pretty heavy pain meds they've got you on, and I don't want you to fall down and do more damage to that arm." Dean nodded, sighing. Aside from the call of nature, which was a bitch and a half to manage one-handed, he didn't have any real reason to get up and, from the sound of the water hitting the wall, Sammy was using the bathroom at the moment. He was still fully dressed, and he could see his shoes, one fallen slightly on top of the other, on the floor at the end of the bed. For the first time in ages, he felt safe and cared for, and he didn't know why. It was weird. He'd never met John before Thursday night. But even though he was still mad at John for leaving Sammy alone for nearly a week, he trusted him. John came back and sat down on Sammy's bed. "You're just supposed to show up, but they tell me it would best if you came after 10. So if you want to sleep some more, you might as well." Dean gazed at him thoughtfully. "Why are you doing this?" he asked, and he suddenly remembered asking the question before. "And don't give me the crap about not liking bullies." "Well, I don't like bullies, as a matter of fact," John said with a strange little grin. "Yeah, well, that's not all that's going on here," Dean said. John chuckled. "You've got me there, it's not." Then what else? Dean demanded. I think I'm entitled to know. And why are you so willing to take me on after knowing me for less than a day? John shrugged. Sam's a good judge of people, and so am I. You've got a good head on your shoulders when you're not doped to the gills, and you've got useful skills. Sam says you're willing to work hard to get the job done. His expression grew more serious. Now, Dean, how did you really break that arm? Dean shrugged and bit his lip when his arm objected to the movement. Jake shoved me, that's all. I fell, and my arm hit the lawn mower at a bad angle. He shoved you down some stairs? Just the couple of steps down to the garage, Dean said. Not sure why John was asking so many questions. Was he going to beat up on Jake some more if he didn't like the answers? Jake wouldn't be shy about calling the cops, so he hoped John wouldn't go too far. Have you ever had broken bones before from something he did? John asked neutrally. No, never, Dean said. Bruises, and a couple of times I got scraped up when I fell. That might be understating things a bit, but no bones had been broken by anything Jake ever did. Why do you want to know? You going after Jake again? No, I just wanted to find out if you knew you could expect something like this. When you told me it was nothing you couldn't handle. Dean blinked at him. No, sir, he said honestly. He was always careful to keep to stuff that no one would notice. He smacks Louise around too, and she never broke anything that I know about. John frowned but nodded, seeming satisfied. Dean wondered what John would have done if he'd said yes. He decided he didn't want to know. Sammy came to the door. I'm leaving now, but I'm off at 1 today. Should I come here or will you be at the hospital? We should be back here by then. Turn your books in. We'll be leaving town on the 2nd. Sammy nodded. See ya, Dean, he said, and a minute later, Dean heard the front door open and close. So, do you want a shower? John asked. Dean considered just how difficult a prospect that was and shook his head. I need to use the bathroom, though. Can you manage, or do you need help? Flushing, Dean said. I can get it. John helped him to his feet, being careful not to let him jar his arm. What did you do before you took up hunting? He asked, halfway expecting to hear that he'd been a nurse or something. He was sure good at looking after people. Owned a half share in a garage. Actually, John said, I'm a mechanic by trade. That made sense. It was hard to keep old cars running without good maintenance, and being on the road all the time meant they'd have to do the upkeep themselves. Otherwise, they'd probably have wound up in some foreign job that would run forever on oil changes and the occasional tune-up. Call me if you need any help, John said, and he left Dean inside the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Taking care of business was challenging, but not impossible. He had a hell of a time getting his jeans buttoned, though. John was in his chair when Dean came out of the bathroom. He started to get up, but Dean shook his head and made his way slowly over to the sofa, where he lowered himself carefully down. So, after 10, huh? And what is it now? 7:30? You've got another pill due at 8. After that, you'll probably fall asleep again. I hate feeling so woozy. You'd hate the pain more. Dean wasn't so sure about that, but he didn't reply. He leaned his head back against the wall above the sofa and closed his eyes. For a while, he sort of drifted. Then John cleared his throat, and Dean opened his eyes to see the older man right in front of him. He was holding a glass of water in one hand, and the pills in his other. Sighing, Dean took the pills and the water. You do know you're a mother hen, don't you? John laughed. That's a first, he said, shaking his head. You might want to lie down. That stuff will knock you out. Dean shifted sideways on the sofa, clearly intending to lie down right where he was, but John restrained him. Not there, he said, putting a hand under Dean's left elbow. He maneuvered the boy to his feet and guided him back into the bedroom. Come on, back to bed with you, son. I don't want to put you out of your bed, Dean protested groggily. I can sleep on the sofa. Don't worry about it, John said, giving him a gentle push to sit down on the bed. It didn't take much effort to get him lying down, and once his head hit the pillow, he was out like a light. John stood there for a moment, gazing at him. Then John noticed something lumpy under his shirt, and he saw that there was a cord around his neck. His stomach gave a kind of flutter, and he reached down gingerly to pull the cord free of the shirt. Out popped a little head of burnished bronze. John stared at it, mesmerized, and sank onto Sam's bed. If he'd needed further proof, he had it. Sam's last Christmas present to his brother. Dean had kept it, somehow, through whatever he'd been through. He didn't wear it openly as he once had, but he wore it. John squeezed his eyes shut and fought to control himself. If Dean woke up and saw him crying, he'd think he was nuts. He stood up and left the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Settling in his chair, he pushed emotions aside and tried to think. He had to take the boy to Garrettville. That much was certain. He'd promised, and the information they might gain access to could provide any number of answers about what had happened all those years ago in Montana. After Garrettville, the path wasn't so clear. If there were any obvious leads in the file, they'd have to follow them. But if not, he thought he'd take the kid to Bobby. Obnoxious and know-it-all as Bobby was, he'd have the distance to ask the right questions. John needed that. He needed someone to talk to who could think clearly and advise him on what to do next, because he wasn't sure how long he could cope with a Dean who didn't know him. At 10, he went into the bedroom and gave Dean a light shake. The boy came awake instantly, then squinted up at him. "What? Time to go to the hospital," John said. Dean blinked at him blearily. "Okay." Then he closed his eyes and fell back asleep. John opened his mouth to speak again, but then he stopped. Dean probably needed the rest. He stood watching for a long moment. Once, long ago, in what felt like another life, he'd watched this very boy sleep in his mother's arms and suckle at her breast. He'd counted on this boy to carry his baby brother out of a burning building. This boy needed a cast on his arm, and the day wasn't getting any younger. "Dean," he called. Dean roused and blinked at him, then started pulling himself up. John helped him sit up, then grabbed his shoes. "I can do that," Dean said when John started putting them on for him. "I got it," John said. "It's probably the last nice thing I'll ever do for you, though, so enjoy it while it lasts." "Right," Dean muttered. "'Cause you're a mean old man." "That I am," John replied. "Let's go." The hospital trip went about like most hospital trips go. Lots of waiting, lots of cold tables, lots of doctors who were far too young to really know what they were doing. He sat with Dean, waiting, and one of the nurses asked where Jake was. "At work," John said. "I offered to bring Dean in since I'm off today." "Oh, that was nice of you," she said. Evidently word of the change in Dean's residence had not been broadcast to the whole town. John thought that was probably good, because who knew what the social worker might hear about and come calling for. He went with Dean into the treatment room since nobody seemed to object, though Dean gave him an odd look. By largely keeping quiet and staying in the background, he managed to be present throughout the casting of the arm and the doctor's instructions with regard to what Dean was and wasn't supposed to do. There was a minor debate about the color of the cast, the options being blue, black, red, green, pink and white. Dean was all in favor of black until John leaned over and said, "But how will girls write their numbers on it then?" Dean paused for a split second, then said, "White." When the doctors were done, Dean had a cast that ran from his elbow down to his wrist, and which encompassed the back of his hand. His thumb stuck out through a hole, but other than that, it largely left the palm free. "I'll be leaving town in 2 weeks," Dean said as they finished up, "so I'll need whatever paperwork I should provide the next doctor who looks at this. I'll send a message to medical records and have them put something together for you," the doctor said. "You should be able to pick it up sometime in the afternoon on Monday." "Thanks," Dean said. "I'm sorry that we'll be losing you, Dean," the doctor said. "If I don't see you again before then, take care." "Thanks, sir." "You too," Dean said. He offered his left hand for a shake, and the doctor left the room. Dean looked up at John. "Can we go?" "What about payment?" John asked. "I'm a ward of the state. They pick up the tab," Dean said. "At least until the 1st. After that, I'm probably on my own." John led the way to the hospital pharmacy, where they filled a prescription for a much less intense painkiller. As they left the building, he noticed Dean heaving what looked like a sigh of relief, and tension that John hadn't even noticed left his shoulders. "What's up?" John asked. Dean glanced up at him. "I'm just glad that's over. I hate hospitals." "Oh yeah?" Dean nodded, but he didn't elaborate. John stewed, trying to figure out how to get him to open up a little more. They got into the car and headed back to the apartment, but John couldn't think of a way to pry information loose that wouldn't be monumentally obvious. Dean seemed to be lost in thought too, and John wondered what he was thinking about. When John pulled up outside the apartment, Dean looked over at him and seemed to be about to say something. John took the key out of the ignition and made a show out of checking the backseat to give him a little space. Finally, the kid cleared his throat. "Sir, I should probably tell you something, since you're going to be training me and all that." Formality. Dean was anxious that whatever he was about to tell John would be a problem. "What is it?" John asked. Dean took a deep breath and looked away towards the windshield. "I don't react well to knives," he said. "I mean, not kitchen knives, though I don't really like those. But have you seen Halloween?" John nodded. "Yes, I saw it when it came out. The first and last time I saw it. I had a meltdown, Dean said, giving him a worried look. Like nearly earned myself a bet in the psych ward meltdown. I don't know if that's a problem, but I imagine it could get in the way. John nodded slowly. Yeah, it could, but I'm thinking we can work through it. They could. They'd have to. Dean gave him a sidelong look. I just don't really want to freak out in front of the kid, he said. I guess I scared the kids in the family I was placed in so much that they didn't want me back. John grimaced, having trouble controlling his anger over the whole situation. Sam's made of sterner stuff than the average kid, he said. Dean snorted. Given the way he handled that ghost thing, yeah, I'd say so, but still. He shrugged. It's embarrassing. How's this? I'll start you out slow, and we can work you up to things. If by starting out slow you mean showing me a knife for a minute, then that could work, Dean said, and John gave him a startled look. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, Dean said hastily, but John could tell it wasn't. It's really bad. Do you know what the source is? John asked. Dean flashed to the feeling of the knife slicing through his skin, and clenched his teeth. He forced his mind away from the memory and said, So, Sammy's going to be back in, what, an hour? John didn't miss a beat. He just glanced at his watch and said, more like a half hour. How about if I go grab us some lunch? The diner's got a mean bacon cheeseburger. Sounds good, John said, and Dean opened the car door and got out. Dean, John called before Dean could shut the door again. Dean stuck his head into the car. We are going to have to talk about that at some point. Dean sort of shrugged and shut the door, walking away. John watched him go, not entirely certain if he would be coming back. He'd have to, John would see to it, but flashbacks could make a grown man run and hide, much less a boy of 17. John shook his head, his fists clenched. A single question had been enough to trigger the flashback, which spoke to a deeply seated trauma, one that might prove hard to eradicate. It had made John's stomach twist to see that look, that hurting, terrified look on his son's face. Something dreadful had happened. Something that involved knives, and John had no idea what it was. He knew how he could find out, though. He got out of the car, slamming the door shut behind him. Before he knew what he'd done, he was on the phone with 411. Getting the number for the Garrettville PD. Staring at the number he'd written in bold ink on a paper towel, he thought twice about calling it. He hung up the phone and stared at it, aware of an uncharacteristic diffidence. Should he trust Dean to tell him, or should he find out on his own? If he got stuck on hold or if getting the information took any time at all, either Dean or Sam would get back before he was off, and that wouldn't be good. Dean wouldn't appreciate the lack of trust, and Sam didn't need to know about this just yet. Not knowing, John swallowed to contain the emotional surge that came as he considered all the possible reasons Dean could have a fear of knives. It made him want to chase the boy down, strip him bare and check out every inch of his skin. But even if he already knew he was John's son, he'd probably find it a little weird. John didn't dare do anything that might scare him off, and that included looking into his history without talking to him first. He picked up the paper towel, crumpled it, and stuffed it in his pocket. He needed to think long-term. That was his strong suit most of the time, but it was damned hard to do when his son sat in the front seat of the car next to him having a flashback to some terrible memory that he knew nothing about. John's gut was beginning to hurt from all the acid churning around in there, and if he was lucky, he'd only have an ulcer before this was resolved. Sam carried his empty backpack on his back, though he felt kind of foolish with it flapping back there. It was just the best place to carry the stupid thing. His teachers had all been disappointed to see him go, or variations on that theme. Sam was used to that. Teachers always said stuff like that to him when he went to turn his books in. As he passed Main Street, he paused and glanced towards the diner, contemplating asking Dad if they could go there for lunch. He didn't have anything good in the apartment, and he was really hungry. Then he saw Dean coming down the street from that direction, a plastic bag in one hand, a white cast on the other. Sam ran over to him, dodging the one or two cars that were passing at the time. Hey, Dean, he called as Dean turned the corner onto First. Dean jumped like he was scared, and he almost dropped the bag. His eyes scanned the area, and when he saw Sam running up, he relaxed. Don't do that, Sammy, he exclaimed. What did I do? Sam asked. I just yelled your name. Dean stared at him for a second, then shrugged. I got lunch for you, me and your old man. I hope he doesn't have your objection to onions. Nope. Sam looked curiously at Dean's arm. The cast's not very big, he observed. What, you'd want it to be bigger? Dean asked, holding it out from his body and examining it. Sam shrugged. I wasn't sure where your arm was hurt, is all. I half expected you to come back with your whole arm in a cast, the way Dad was going on about it. Does it hurt? Not now, Dean said. Before, yeah, it hurts some. You want me to carry the food? Do I look like I'm having trouble? Dean demanded, and Sam grimaced. Geez, I was just trying to help, he muttered, giving Dean a sidelong look. Dean reached up with his right arm and tousled Sam's hair. It was weird, because he could feel the cast catching in the hair a little. I know, Sammy, I'm just in a crappy mood. Is it just your arm, or is something else wrong? Dean shrugged, and Sam glanced up at his face. The expression there wasn't particularly inviting. So Sam decided not to ask again. They walked another block in silence, and Sam found that weird too, because it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. It was more like a mutual agreement not to talk. He'd never had that with anyone he wasn't related to, except Bobby. Other guys his age wanted to chatter all the time, and guys Dean's age wouldn't have anything to do with a runt like him. Grown-ups always seemed to feel obligated to either entertain or educate you in some way. It was kind of nice just to be with someone without any of those stupid expectations. Anyone say anything at school? Dean asked eventually. Not really, Sam said. At least not to me. But we haven't been friends all that long, and not really at school, and I don't think anybody knows you're staying with us yet. Everyone in town will know by nightfall, Dean predicted. And whether someone will call Ms. Nosy Parker is anyone's guess. Ms. Nosy Parker? Sam asked curiously. My social worker. Dean glanced down at him. I think her real name is Natalie, but Nosy suits her so much better. I mean, she wants to know how many hours I sleep at night. Come on, who really cares? They'd reached the apartments, and Sam was surprised to see his dad coming out of the first one instead of number 3, grinning broadly. Hey, boys, I got Lynch to let us move to an apartment with 2 bedrooms, since he had one vacant. Sam snorted. Half the apartments were vacant. They were dirty and run down, and no one wanted to live there. That's not necessary, Dean said. I could sleep on the couch. We're already moved, Dean, so don't worry about it. But that's got to cost more, Dean protested. Dad shook his head. Nope, I'd already paid for the month of December and, like he said, it's not going to rent anyway. We'll have to pay for a couple of days in January, since we're not leaving till the 2nd at least, but that's no big deal. They were having this conversation on the walkway outside the apartments while the food got cold. Sam looked back and forth between his dad and Dean. They seemed to be having a staring contest. I'm starving, he announced, hoping it would get either one or the other of them moving. Yeah, let's eat lunch, Dad said, putting a hand out for the food. After a second, Dean handed him the bag, and they all went in. Dad put the bag down on the kitchen counter, and Sam went to the fridge. He'd had a 12-pack of Coke, a 6-pack of beer, and the remains of a half-gallon of milk in the fridge in the other apartment, and Dad hadn't forgotten them. Dean, you want Coke or milk? You gotta ask? Dean replied with a cocky grin. Sam pulled out 2 Cokes and one of Dad's beers, and took them over to the table. Dad was parceling out the food. No onions, that will be Sammy. Sam, Dad, Sam corrected as he sat down in front of the styrofoam carton with his food in it. How come he gets to call you Sammy, and I don't? Dad asked with a faint grin. Sam shrugged. He didn't know what the answer was, and he wasn't sure he wanted to think about it too close right now. It's my winning personality, Dean said. He just can't resist it. Oh, is that it? John replied. I see. He nodded to Dean. Sit down, son, the food's getting cold. Is the extra onions for you? Oh yeah, Dean said enthusiastically, and he finally sat down. Sam buried himself in his burger, forgetting everything but lunch. Dean still wasn't quite sure where he fit with these two. Sammy seemed to have wholeheartedly adopted him as surrogate older brother, and if that went too far, it might have to be stopped. Dean wasn't replacing anyone. He was himself, not a pale copy of the Dean they'd lost. He didn't mind being older brother, so long as Sammy didn't try to turn him into something he wasn't. John was harder. Dean kept catching the man looking at him in the oddest way. If John was looking for a replacement for the son he'd lost, Dean would have to have a talk with him, too. No way in hell he was going to try and live up to some man's image of his dead son. That was just asking for trouble. Most of the time. Though, John just treated him like a semi-adult that he didn't know very well. Maybe comparisons were inevitable. The fact that he and the missing kid shared a name couldn't help matters any. He wondered when John was going to ask him again about the knife thing. The thought made his gut twist, but he forged on with his lunch, not wanting either of them to notice anything wrong. His appetite wasn't dimmed by much, anyway, not these days. He figured he must be growing again, because whenever he got this hungry all the time, it usually heralded another vertical climb. So, John said, and Dean looked up, hoping he didn't look like a deer in headlights. I figure that if there aren't any obvious leads from the file in Garrettville, We'll go up north, to South Dakota. South Dakota? Dean asked, a little startled. What's in South Dakota? Uncle Bobby, Sammy said. He turned to his father and gave him a narrow-eyed look. I thought you said we weren't going back there till hell froze over. Given how glowingly Sam had spoken of his time at Bobby's, Dean found this surprising. How long has that ever lasted? John asked, his tone gruff with embarrassment. 6 months, the last time, Sammy said. This time it's only been 2. I want to get Dean started out right, and one thing he'll definitely need to know is who he can trust. And I can trust Bobby? Dean asked uncertainly. Yeah, John said, shrugging. Bobby and me. We just don't always see eye to eye, and I can have something of a temper sometimes. And Bobby? Dean asked. Sammy laughed. Uncle Bobby only ever gets mad at Dad, he said confidingly. He got mad at Ezra once, John protested. That doesn't count, Dad. Everyone was mad at Ezra that time. Dean wasn't sure he wanted to know why everyone was mad at Ezra. The conversation was losing him quickly. Well, if he needs to get to know who he can trust, then we ought to stop by Pastor Jim's and go see Ellen too. Pastor Jim? Sure, if he's there, but you know how I feel about visiting Ellen. Sammy, if Bobby feels like driving down to Nebraska to see her while we're there, then maybe, but I'm not going. Who's Ellen? Dean asked. An old friend, John said shortly. Bobby used to leave Sam with her sometimes if he had to go away. She has a daughter, Jo, who is totally cool, Sam said enthusiastically. She can fight like a boy, and she's better at pool than I am. Only I haven't seen her in a couple of years, so I might be better now, and who knows, she might have gone all girly. She's 14. So, your age, Dean said, nodding. Actually, Jo's not quite a year older than Sam, John said, glancing aside at Dean. Sam won't be 14 till May. What? Dean stared at Sammy. You mean I've been hanging out with a 13-year-old all this time? He clapped his left hand to his forehead. My reputation will be ruined. Shut up, Sammy growled. I'm a really cool 13-year-old. I'm a hunter. Apprentice hunter, Dean corrected. Then he grinned and leaned closer to Sammy. Short, apprentice hunter. John sat back, watching his son's banter. Sam tried to glower at Dean, but he ended up laughing. At least I'm an apprentice. I'm not even sure what to call you. Apprentice to the apprentice, Dean suggested, his eyes twinkling. Evidently they already had in jokes, because John had no idea what they were talking about. They kept going, nonsense mostly, and John just sat back, enjoying the family feeling of the moment. Once he might have silenced the amiable bickering he was taking such pleasure in, but he hadn't entirely realized how much he missed hearing his boys be boys. Sam hadn't been a boy in quite a while, and the few times he tried to be one, John usually had to stop him. When it became clear that everyone was done eating, John stood up. Okay, I'll get the dishes for this meal, he said, collecting the styrofoam trays and soda cans. Why don't you two get stuff together for the laundromat? I know Dean has some dirty clothes, and Lord knows I'm almost out of clean stuff. Sure, Sam said, and Dean shrugged his agreement. Where's my stuff? He asked. John inclined his head in the direction of the bedroom with 2 beds. I didn't unpack it. Dean disappeared into that bedroom and came out a short while later with one of the duffels partly full of clothing. Sam came out dragging the military-issue duffel they habitually used as their laundry hamper. Are you coming, Dad? He asked. It's too far to walk with the bags. John bent and hefted the gigantic duffel. Of course. Come on, boys. At the laundromat, he sat on the side and let the boys do the running. Though Dean ran out of steam fairly quickly, John watched, amused, as Sam gave him a shove towards the bench where John was sitting, and then kept working. Dean walked over and sat down, looking vaguely perturbed. I've been ordered to rest. Well, as apprentice to the apprentice, you have to follow orders, I guess, John said. Dean snorted. Dude, don't take that too seriously. The noise of the place and Sam's preoccupation with making sure everything washed right, and no one stole their stuff, made a good combination for a private chat with Dean. John cleared his throat and leaned closer. So, how often do you have flashbacks? Dean looked over at him, his eyes widening. He bit his lip and turned away. Not very. Just he shook his head. That was the first time in weeks. John nodded slowly. Is that as bad as they get? Mostly. Anything besides knives set them off? Dean went really quiet, and John thought he wasn't going to get an answer, but finally, the boy said, fire. John felt his stomach flip over. Dean's voice was quiet and controlled, but the emotion was clear behind it. Nausea swept over him, leaving him feeling shaky and cold. Images followed, Mary on the ceiling, fire shooting out from her body to engulf Sam's nursery, him handing baby Sammy to tiny Dean to carry outside. You okay? Dean asked. John managed to nod. "I'll be back in a moment," he said, and he left the laundromat. He walked a few yards away, around the corner. If he was going to have a hysterical fit, he wasn't doing it in front of the boys. Dean had witnessed part of Mary's death, just how much John had never been able to ascertain. But he'd never exhibited any fear of fire afterwards, and he'd had opportunities. What that could mean, the horrors it implied, made John want to scream and throw things and punch the wall. He did none of those. He simply stood with tears streaming down his face, and leaned back against the cinder block wall behind him. Dean felt really awkward. He didn't understand what had just happened. One minute, John was asking him extremely uncomfortable questions. The next he was looking halfway to sick, and then he got up and left the laundromat. He didn't quite know what to think. What did fire mean to John? Sammy walked over. "Where'd my dad go?" "Not sure," Dean said. "He said he'd be back in a minute." "Oh." He tilted his head. "He never leaves me alone in a laundromat. He says there are creeps who wait for that kind of thing." "Glad to hear it," Dean said. He knew the kinds of pervs who hung around in laundromats waiting for solo kids. "But he hasn't left you alone this time either." "That's true," Sam said, but he still looked uneasy. He looked weird. Dean didn't know what to say. He had looked weird. But would he want Sam to come out and find him? Dean somehow doubted it. "I'm sure he's fine. He just needed a minute, I guess." "Oh." Sam nodded, as if that was a familiar event. "I bet he was thinking about Mom." He settled on the bench next to Dean. "Sometimes it just comes over him like that, and he goes off by himself for a bit." "How did your mom die?" Dean asked. "Do you really want to know?" Sam was looking at him anxiously. "It's kind of freaky and gross." Dean shrugged. "I can handle freaky and gross," he said. He had enough of that in his past to make it not a big issue. "Well, Dad heard her calling from my nursery, but when he came up, he couldn't see her anywhere. Then he saw blood dripping into my crib, and he looked up." Sam paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. "This is where it gets freaky," he said. "Mom was on the ceiling, all flattened in a weird position, and her stomach was cut open. Then, while he was watching, she caught fire, and then the whole nursery caught fire." Sam shrugged. "I was a baby, so I don't remember anything." Dean swallowed. Okay, freaky and gross were good words, and no wonder John had reacted so strongly to a mention of fire. He supposed people in this line of work might have more sensitivities than most, what with all the crazy crap they dealt with. The door opened and John came back in. "Hey, Sam, someone looks like they're coveting that dryer you staked out." Sam looked up, then charged across to defend his territory. John sat back down beside Dean and said, "I'm sorry about that. I have my own issues with fire." Dean shrugged. "So?" Dean interrupted him, discomfort overriding his normal respect for his elders. "If you have to know what happened to me, I've got something I can show you back at the room. I really can't talk about it." "Okay," John said. They were both quiet for a moment, then John cleared his throat and started talking about cars that Dean could go with. John put his keys on the counter and carried the military duffel over to the wall between the two bedroom doors. Sam went straight into the bathroom, and Dean headed into the bedroom. A few minutes later, he emerged carrying a thick folder that looked like it came straight from some doctor's files. "There are pictures in there. I don't want Sammy seeing them," Dean said. "I don't really want you seeing them," but he shuddered. "Sammy really doesn't need to see them." John nodded and without a word he walked over, lifted the cushion of his chair, and placed the file underneath. Then he sat down. "I guess I'll look later then," he said. "Sammy wants to go see a movie," Dean said. "What he wants to see is Scream. But I can't go anywhere near that movie. I can barely watch the commercials. It's rated R, though, so I'm probably safe." "But you're going to take him to a movie?" "Sure," Dean said. "Otherwise there's no way you're going to get to look at that thing without an audience, and anyway I sort of halfway promised I would." When Sam came out of the bathroom, Dean made his suggestion, and John gave his permission for him to go immediately without putting the clean clothes away. Sam bounced out of the apartment, and Dean left a little more slowly, giving John an anxious look before he went. John gave it 10 minutes, figuring that if they were gone that long, they wouldn't be coming back because of some forgotten item. He got up, got himself a beer, picked up a few pieces of trash that had accumulated since Sam's last cleaning spree, and finally took the file from its hiding place and sat down. On the side tab, it said, Hunter Dean. That still made him almost laugh. What a last name for his son to wind up with. The file sat in his lap with a weight far greater than its physical presence could explain. Taking a deep breath, John opened the file. The first page was a typewritten form. The top section was taken up with biographical details on Dean Hunter, sketchy though they were. The birth date was given as January 1, 1979. His hair and eye colors were noted. Birthplace was left blank. Parents' names, left blank. Number of siblings had a question mark next to it. Beneath this was a section left open for notes. John took a deep breath and read them. Dean's surname and birthdate were created by the department for convenience. When asked his surname, he could not answer, and all he knew with regard to his birthday was January, and his age at the time of entry into our system, which was 12. Dean is of above average intelligence, but appears to have no interest in school. He spent 6 months in the hospital following his appearance in Garrettville, based on testing and age. We have placed him a grade lower than his age. Woldsigist. That answered that question. John clenched his teeth at the thought of injuries that required a 6-month stay in the hospital, although there was always the possibility that there were other reasons for that stay. He shows signs of PTSD from the torture he suffered at the hands of his unknown assailant. The primary manifestations are flashbacks and night terrors. As OF3 1794, both of these are growing less frequent, and the incidents that do occur of decreased duration and intensity. Antecedents include any discussion of his trauma or the presence of non-kitchen knives. Since he had an extended flashback apparently resulting from watching the movie Halloween, his foster parents are encouraged not to permit him to view horror films or action movies that include knife fighting. He prefers not to be alone and demonstrates caretaking behavior towards young children. Nevertheless, it is not recommended that he be placed in homes with young children because of his flashbacks. This continued for a while, descending into psychiatric terms that John didn't know and didn't have a dictionary for at the moment. He didn't really care. The word torture had started nausea in his stomach. The next few pages were school evaluations, intelligence testing and similar junk. He scanned it, but it contained no surprises. The next section of the file also started with a form. This was an official notification that the case regarding the sudden appearance of Dean Hunter was being declared cold unless new information turned up. The bastards and law enforcement just gave up on trying to find Dean's real family. It was dated 9/2093. Behind that were several reports describing a uniform lack of progress. The attack site hadn't been located, the witnesses could not say where the child had come from, and the child was uncommunicative. The last page of this section was a medical form dated 5/1991, and the first line stuck in John's mind. Patient presented at at 0300 on 5/1891, with multiple lacerations to left side, still bleeding sluggishly. There was a lot after that about treatment and drugs and stitches, by God, but the crux of it was that his son had been cut repeatedly. He scanned the parts discussing the antibiotics and cleansing agents used, and found the next terrifying passage. It is the opinion of the treating physician and the county medical examiner that few wounds were deliberately inflicted with an extremely sharp, short-bladed knife or scalpel. The pattern created by the slashes is precise and well-defined, demonstrating excellent control, not likely to be achieved with a longer blade. Other wounds are represent partially healed, also in precise patterns, in 4 groupings. The groups appear to be from different times, the oldest dating to perhaps 3 weeks ago, and the most recent was clearly done within the last 12 hours. There are second-degree burns above the sternum and in the small of the back. They appear to be brands, but theships are difficult to discern at present, due to swelling and blistering. They appear to be approximately 36 hours old. John gulped on bile at the images this called up in his mind. Then he turned to the next section and stared in shocked horror. He'd forgotten that Dean had said he didn't want Sammy seeing the pictures in the file. So flipping the page to see evidence photos of a 12-year-old Dean gave him a start. Dean's eyes were closed, and he appeared to be limp. John guessed he was sedated. If he hadn't known that, he might have thought he was dead, and that idea twisted in his stomach, till he reminded himself that Dean was alive and taking Sam to the movies. The first photo was dated 5/21/91, and it showed Dean lying on his back on an examination table. He was covered from the hips down. His left arm had been placed above his head, and the photo was focused on the left side of his torso. A design had been carved into his skin, a glyph of some kind. Black rows of stitches and dark scabs highlighted it clearly. John dropped the file on the floor and bolted for the bathroom, his stomach rebelling at the sight. A few moments later, shaken and clammy, he returned to the living room, picked up the file and retreated to the dining table. He took a deep breath and looked again at the photograph, trying to quell his physical and emotional reactions, but it was mostly a lost cause. The very idea that someone would do something like that to a child, any child, made him sick. That they'd done it to his child made him violently sick. Knowing that it was probably a demon didn't make it any better, just creepier. He stood up again, turning his back on the photo. swallowing hard to keep the rest of his stomach contents down. He went to get a pad of paper and returned to the file. With tears streaming down his cheeks and making everything blurry, he attempted to make a sketch of the glyph. That, at least, he could get to Bobby in advance. Maybe he'd be able to figure out what the hell it meant. It took several attempts to get the sketch made, and when it was done, he took a deep breath and swallowed again before turning the page. By the time he was done, he'd made 4 drawings of indeterminate quality, and he'd lost the rest of his lunch. There were 7 photos in all, 4 glyphs carved into the skin, and 2 burns that were clearly brands that couldn't be identified from the photos. John closed the file and tucked the drawings into his journal, where Dean wouldn't see them. If Sammy ran across them, he'd just assume they were from something John was working on, and he probably wouldn't ask. He put the file back under the seat of his chair and sat down again, turning on the TV for mindless noise, while he strove to regain command of himself. Dean would not appreciate it if he was freaking out when they got back, and he wouldn't understand this deep emotional reaction on the part of a comparative stranger. John couldn't let either of them know just how much this was affecting him. When he had his voice under control, he went to the phone and dialed a number that had become indelibly etched in his brain over the 3 years after Dean went missing. "Yellow," Bobby said. "Bobby, you've got a fax machine, right? John, is that you?" "Yeah, it's me," John replied. "Fax machine?" "I do," Bobby said slowly, "but I seem to recall you telling me." "Not now, Bobby," John said sharply, his temper almost escaping his control. He forced himself back to calm. "I've got something important I need to ask you about, but it's a series of glyphs, so I wanted to fax them to you." "What's wrong, John?" Bobby said, and now he seemed concerned. "You sound don't really want to explain over the phone." "Bobby," John said. "What's your fax number?" Bobby gave him the number, and John wrote it down in a shaky scrawl. "John, I'll need context, you know. I can find them without, but it will make it a lot easier if I know." "They were carved into a person's flesh," John said. "A living person. Beyond that, I don't know." The victim, he almost choked over using that word to describe Dean, isn't able to give details due to the trauma of the experience. "Damn," Bobby said, investing his whole emotional reaction into that single syllable. "Send them over. I'll find them." "Thanks, Bobby. We'll be coming by sometime in the next month too, just so you know. Give me a call when you're on the road to me, like usual," Bobby said. "And I'll call you when I get the fax." "Thanks. The number here is..." "Sam already called and gave it to me," Bobby said. "Right." John shook his head. "Now I've got to go find a fax machine." Bobby hung up the phone and stared off into nowhere. John didn't call him unless he had to. Hell, John never called anyone unless he had to. The only reason Bobby had any clue at all what the man got up to was the fact that Sam called on a weekly basis. John occasionally made use of that by having Sam ask him a question, but it was unusual for John to call himself. He went back to his accounts. He might just have to get a computer system one of these days to keep track of all this crap, but for now he was stuck with ledgers and pencils and erasers. After a while, the fax machine started clattering, and Bobby glanced up. No point in standing there watching the thing print. He kept adding up columns of figures until the machine went quiet for a solid minute. Then he put his pencil down, got up and walked over. There were 4 sketches, each labeled with a location: left torso, abdomen, right torso, back. The quality of the copy wasn't great, but they gave him the general idea of the shapes. He dialed the phone, but it wasn't John who answered, it was Sam. "Hello? Hey, Sam, is your dad there?" "No, he went for a walk." "Did he call you?" "Yeah, tell him the fax got here, and I can read it." "Sure. Hey, we've got a new guy hunting with us," Sam said, and the enthusiasm in his voice was loud and clear. "Your dad took on a partner?" Bobby asked, more than a little startled. "Not exactly. More like an apprentice to the apprentice," Sam said in an amused voice. A voice in the background made Bobby's eyebrows go up. "Dude, get over it. That's him, I take it?" Bobby asked. "Yeah, that's Dean." "Dean?" Bobby blinked. "Yeah, he's this guy I met at school. Kind of cool, in a goofy sort of way. He wouldn't even let me sneak into an R-rated movie." "Good," Bobby said absently. "Give your dad the message." "No problem." Sam hung up and Bobby put the phone down, his mind perturbed. John had taken on a kid named Dean. What the hell was he thinking? He and Sam did not need to try and replace Dean. It wouldn't be good for either of them. Not to mention the strain it would put on the poor kid, trying to live up to an impossible ideal. By Sam's account, Dean had been the perfect hero of his childhood, and John talked about how smart and quick he'd been, how good he'd been at just about everything. Bobby remembered a mischievous scamp, always getting into trouble, and starting to chase the opposite sex in a way that had his father pulling his hair out. Nevertheless, this wasn't good for any of the three of them. He hoped that visit John was talking about came sooner rather than later. Maybe then he could straighten things out. When John got back to the apartment, he found Sam and Dean playing poker. Sam looked up and said, "Bobby called. He said he got the facts and it was readable." "Good," John said. He put his bag down on the sofa and sat down in the chair. He felt Dean's eyes on him, looked up and gave him a nod. Dean's brows drew together, and he returned his attention to the card game. John sat back and turned on the TV. The news came on, the usual round of disasters and idiot politicians. John didn't really watch, he just sat thinking. He'd taken what action he could. Now he just had to find a way to deal with the knowledge. Dean won the rest of Sammy's matchsticks and rounded them up in a pile. "That's not fair. How did you do that?" "You've got tells, Sammy boy," Dean said. "Real obvious ones." "I do not," Sammy protested. "I beat adults all the time." Dean shrugged. "They must not be very good at the game." Sam glowered at him, then looked at the cards on the table. "Will you tell me what they are?" "Next time we play," Dean said. "For now, I'm going to put my matchsticks back in their box and go to bed." "But it's Friday night," Sammy said. "You don't have to go to bed." "But I'm tired, dude." A yawn overtook him on the last word, extending it and making it sound hollow. He got up and headed towards the bathroom. "Actually, you do have to go to bed, Sam," John said. "It's past 10. Sam threw a mildly rebellious look at his father's back, but he just nodded. Dean went into the bathroom and shut the door. He looked at himself in the mirror, and not for the first time, he wondered what other people saw. He knew what the social workers had seen before he'd stolen that file. After looking at those pictures, they saw a broken kid, one who would never be whole again. That was why he'd stolen the file. He'd taken a chance that they wouldn't bother replacing the pictures, and they hadn't. After that, his social workers could read about what had been done to him, but they couldn't see it, and that made all the difference. He'd expected more of a reaction out of John than he'd gotten. Maybe he was containing it because of Sammy, or maybe he just didn't care. Dean wasn't sure which he'd prefer. He went into the bedroom and took off his jeans and his overshirt. Rooming with Sammy meant he'd be sleeping in t-shirts for the foreseeable future. There was no way he was stripping off and showing Sammy his decorated hide. He pulled the covers back and climbed in. A few minutes later, Sammy came in, closed the door against the sound of the TV, and got in bed. "Good night, Sammy," he said. "Night, Dean." Dean lay on his back on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. Despite his very real tiredness, sleep wasn't coming. He glanced at the alarm clock between the beds. 5 minutes, then 10, then 20, and he was just lying there, staring at the ceiling. Sammy had long since fallen asleep. 30 minutes. Dean resolutely closed his eyes and thought of sheep. 40 minutes. He rolled out of bed without making any noise and walked out into the living room, closing the door behind him. He was thinking he should get a glass of milk, but then it occurred to him that he didn't know how they were sharing the expenses. He walked over and sat down on the sofa. John looked up. "I thought you were tired." "I am, but I can't seem to sleep." John nodded. He glanced over at the door to the bedroom. "I guess you put the file away?" he asked once he was sure that the door was closed. "Yeah," Dean said. "I keep it in that locked box." "Thank you, by the way." "For what?" Dean asked, confused. "Trusting me with that." Dean shrugged. "So, how do you want to handle expenses?" he asked. "I'm guessing this gig doesn't pay too well." John snorted. "I get most of our money from hustling pool, poker, and, I'm sorry to say, credit card fraud." "I've got some savings," Dean said, "so I can keep it." Credit card fraud isn't hard work. The companies send the cards out to anyone with a pen to fill out the form. "I'm not going to freeload." "You'll be looking after Sam when I'm not around." "That's not freeloading. Besides, you're an apprentice, right?" "Well, you'll be working and not getting paid." John grinned at him. "Trust me, you'll pull your weight." Dean opened his mouth to say something, then reconsidered his words. "I was going to say it sounds too good to be true, but the whole monster part kind of isn't." John sighed, nodding. "No, it's really not," he said. "What did you get up for?" "A glass of milk," Dean said, shrugging. "Then get it and go back to bed. You look like you need the sleep." Dean nodded. He got his milk and went back to bed. Sam walked slowly up and down the aisles at the drugstore. He needed presents for his dad, Dean, Uncle Bobby, and maybe Pastor Jim, and all he had was a 20, a couple of ones, and a pocket full of change. There was a rack of shirts in a corner, and Sam started flipping through them. He found one that said, "World's Greatest Dad." It had a shotgun crossed with a fishing rod underneath the words, and Sam figured 1 out of of 2 wasn't bad. It was $10, but he'd make it work. He might be able to get some more money between now and when they were going to see Uncle Bobby and Pastor Jim anyway. He looked at a case full of knives and thought seriously about getting one for Dean. He needed his own weapons, after all, but the only ones worth buying cost too much, so he moved on. Instead, he picked out a little replica of a classic Ford Mustang. He couldn't tell which year it was, but it looked cool, and he'd heard Dean talking about Mustangs with Lou while he was at the garage. It was only $8, so he kept wondering. That was when he noticed the cake mixes and thought of Dean's birthday. Now less than 2 weeks away. He grabbed a yellow cake mix, on sale for 99 cents, and a tub of chocolate frosting, just under $3. He made it by the skin of his teeth, and carried his loot back to the apartment to wrap the presents and hide the cake stuff. Dean contemplated the little 3-foot tree. Sam and John hadn't made any obvious preparations for Christmas, and Dean thought that was just wrong. "How much did you say, Glenn?" $15. "That's highway robbery," Dean protested. "Okay, for you I'll knock it down to 10. "Done." Dean handed over the cash and took the tree. He hoped he didn't run into Sammy or John on the way back to the apartment. He kind of wanted the tree to be a surprise, and he wouldn't exactly be able to hide a tree behind his back if one of them walked by. He'd already picked up some cheapy ornaments, so he had that covered. Christmas hadn't been a big deal for him at Jake's place. They gave him cash, which was probably just due him from the support payments, and that was about it. She decorated, but the spirit of the season was a non-starter for Jake and Louise. He'd been in other places where Christmas meant more. The Masons were all about holidays. Angela had made the tree trimming a group event, getting all 3 of the kids together to do it. That had been fun. He still got Christmas and birthday cards from Angela Mason. He guessed to show that there were no hard feelings about his meltdown, even though they hadn't wanted him back. He wondered abruptly how he was going to get his mail if he took up this rootless existence that Sammy and John lived. He supposed he'd have to get a post office box somewhere. He'd have to find out if there was a spot they passed through a lot and get one there. He'd stopped by Lou's to get the cash he'd stored in the shop's safe, and that had been kind of bittersweet. Lou's sister needed more help, and he was closing the shop down till January 15th. Instead of "catch you later," Dean had had to say goodbye, and he hated goodbyes. They sucked raw eggs. He'd rather slip away in the night. "Dean." He turned to find Mary Beth Hanson running down the road towards him. She came to a stop a few feet from him and stared at his cast for a second, then looked into his face. "Have you really left Jake's place?" Dean shrugged. "Sort of, but don't spread it around. Everybody knows," she said. "I just couldn't believe it. You always said you had to stay there." "I'm officially still living there," Dean said carefully, aware that his words would be repeated. "I'm just staying with friends for the holidays." She turned and walked with him. "That Sammy kid, right?" Dean nodded. "What's going on with that, Dean?" "I haven't seen you in days, except at school." "Kind of hard to explain." "So, have you decided what you're going to do after the first?" Dean glanced over at her. "You've always known what I was going to do when I turned 18. "You're still going to leave town?" she asked, and he nodded. She slowed to a stop, and Dean stopped with her, turning to face her. She leaned as close as the tree would let her. "You can't think of any reason to stay?" A siren was going on in Dean's head, and he didn't know how to escape this conversation without casualties. He shrugged. "Not really," he said, turning and walking on. If he was lucky, she'd just get mad and stomp away. If he wasn't lucky, she'd kick him first. If he was monumentally unlucky, she caught his arm. "But I thought you might get yourself an apartment in town. Lou would give you more hours once you're 18 and legally old enough to work them." Dean turned back towards her. "I'm sorry, but I have to find out who I am, who my parents are." "You don't have to leave town forever to do that," she pointed out. He shrugged. "I'm not staying," he said. "I never made any secret of that." She looked up at him, her dark eyes full of warmth. "Then do you think we could finally do it before you go?" Dean blinked at her, on the verge of panic. It wasn't that he didn't want to. In fact, parts of him were informing him firmly that he did want to. Now, without delay. But he shook his head. "I'm not ready," he said. Weird as that sounds coming from a guy. She tilted her head, gazing up at him with an odd look in her eyes. "Dean Hunter, you are the weirdest boy I have ever met." "Weirder than you know," he said honestly. "No one in town but his doctor, a few of the teachers at school, and his foster parents knew anything about his history." She laughed. "You know everyone at school and half the town thinks we're already doing it. Macy Jackson at the drugstore keeps offering me pregnancy tests. They think you've gotten it on with a couple of the others, too." Dean shrugged. "It doesn't do my reputation any harm, so if you don't care, I don't." "Do you mind if I ask you a really personal question?" she said. "I promise I won't tell another soul." He raised his eyebrows. If Mary Beth made a promise like that, she meant it. What did she want to know? You can ask, I don't promise to answer. She glanced around. The street wasn't deserted, but no one was anywhere near them. Are you gay? She asked in a quiet voice. Dean blinked at her. No, he blurted. Not remotely. He grimaced. I can't really explain, but I'm just not ready. It sounded lame, but he didn't want her seeing the scars all over his torso. He didn't want any of the girls here in town to see them. Mary Beth was looking up at him like she wasn't quite sure she believed him. Seriously, he said. There's stuff from before I lived here. Her eyes widened, and he realized suddenly that she was going to think he'd been molested. It was too late to call the words back, and he didn't want to explain them. She went all sympathetic and cooey on him, and it was all he could do to escape without hurting her feelings. He hoped she kept that misinterpretation of his words under the seal of her promise, at least until after he left town. Neither John nor Sammy was in view when he got back to the apartment, so he looked around to find the best spot for a tree. John sat in the diner, drinking coffee and writing in his journal. He'd seen Sam go by with a bulging plastic bag, throwing furtive looks around, and a while later, he'd seen Dean go by, carrying a very small pine tree with 2 slats of wood nailed to the bottom to form a stand. He, too, had carried a bag. Evidently his sons were determined to have as traditional a Christmas as they could manage. As he recalled, Dean had always done the best he could to provide Sammy a Merry Christmas, even when John himself had been unreachable. Sam's first Christmas after Dean's abduction had taken place at Bobby's, and Bobby called him several times on the road to order him to arrive no later than 5 a.m. on Christmas morning. He'd missed that deadline by more than a day, and Sam had been devastated. It was one of the few times John could remember Bobby re-aiming him a new one. He'd held still for it, because he couldn't get Sam's pathetic expression out of his mind the whole time. He flipped to the back of his journal, where he had a couple of notepads slotted in. He started making a list. He needed to make this Christmas one to remember. For him, it already was. Sam had given him the best present ever by finding Dean. Still, Dean and Sam were young enough to appreciate Christmas on a different level. Patty? He said, and the waitress bustled over to him. Are you guys open on Christmas? She shook her head. The Flying J up by the freeway will be, though. John nodded slowly. Thanks. More coffee? Sure, John said. She topped his cup off, and he continued planning a Christmas blitz. Sam came out of the bedroom to find that Dean was putting up a little Christmas tree in the corner of the living room. He stopped dead, startled, and watched Dean carefully twine tinsel around it. He turned to pick something up from the coffee table and nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Sam. Why do you keep doing that? He demanded. Doing what? Sam asked, though he knew now what Dean meant. Standing here, watching you. Sneaking up on me, Dean said. He gestured towards the tree. Well, what do you think? It's kind of reminding me of the Charlie Brown Christmas special. It's way better than that tree, Sam said, walking over. What are you going to put on top? I got a star, Dean said, pulling it out of a paper bag that clearly came from the hardware store. It was gold and glittery, and it wasn't really designed to be a tree topper. I'm not sure how we'll get it on there, but the real toppers were all too big for the size tree I was going to get. Just 1 minute, Sam said, and he hurried over to the kitchen, digging in the box of garbage bags. Here. He brought over a twist tie, and Dean nodded with a grin. That'll work. He carefully attached the star to the top of the tree and stepped back. It's pretty, Sam said. Dean looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Don't bowl me over with your enthusiasm, kid. Oh, I like it, Sam replied hastily. I just like angels. Dean shrugged. Sorry, kid, but I think angels are kind of goofy. So, you prefer a star? Sam asked. I mean, that's supposed to represent the Star of Bethlehem. Wasn't that actually a planet? Dean asked, digging in the bag. Sam raised his eyebrows. For someone who pays no attention in class, you sure know a lot of weird stuff. There is a difference between paying attention and letting the teacher know you're paying attention, Dean said. Sam knit his brows. What are you talking about? If you let the teachers know you're listening, it leads to all sorts of things, like getting called on and being expected to answer questions and pass tests. Sam nodded, rolling his eyes. Yeah, that's all weird stuff to have happen at school. It gets in the way of my social life, Dean said. Not that it matters. It's not like I'm ever going to graduate. Yeah, you are, Sam said. You promised Dad you'd go to school. Dean shook his head. He's never going to make me stick to that, he said like he really believed it. Sam laughed. That's what you think, he said. Dad says what he means. Dean shrugged and started putting little colored balls on the tree. I'll probably flunk out. Sam picked up a couple of the ornaments from the box. I wouldn't if I were you, he said warningly and hung them on the tree. Dean stepped back from the tree and tilted his head. Think that's too many? No such thing, Sam replied. And now, the finishing touch. He went into his room and opened the drawer he'd hidden the presents in. Digging under the clothes, he pulled them out. He hadn't had the money for paper, so he'd wrapped them in the Sunday funnies. He took them out into the living room and laid them under the tree. Perfect, Dean said, beaming at him. Now, let's see what we can do about your tells. Sam thought this Christmas was going to be perfect. Broccoli? Again? Dean protested as Sam started dinner. You've got to be kidding. It's high in iron, and it's good for you. It's disgusting. What kid makes broccoli for dinner? I mean, really. Sam shrugged. You can eat the mac and cheese if you won't eat your vegetables. Dean grinned. Mac and cheese? Now you're talking. The door opened and Dean looked up. Where have you been? He asked, raising his eyebrows. John had gone out just after noon, and it was now dark out. Shopping, John said. He looked over at the tree, and his eyes widened. That's great, he said. I was thinking we needed a tree. Sammy helped me decorate it, Dean said. But it was Dean's idea, Sam added. Do you have any bags you need me to bring in? Us, Dean corrected, glancing at Sammy. That you need us to bring in. Oddly enough, no, John said with an air of mystery. Dean took it at face value. It was 4 days before Christmas. Adults started acting mysterious around then. It was normal. Apparently, Sammy wasn't familiar with this fact of life. Dad, what are you up to? He demanded. What's for dinner? John walked over to the stove and peered over their shoulders. Broccoli and mac and cheese. Huh, looks good. But what kid makes broccoli? See, Dean said triumphantly. I told you. I happen to like broccoli, Sammy said. There is something wrong with you, Dean replied. That night, as Sammy changed into his PJs, Dean wondered when Sammy would notice that he always changed in the bathroom. Sunday morning, John went out again, and Dean wondered if he was hunting or what. He figured it didn't matter much, so long as he was back for Christmas. Sammy mentioned something about wishing they had more decorations, and Dean found himself taking Sammy down to the drugstore where they bought construction paper and tape. Lots of tape. They wound up spending most of the morning making and hanging garlands, while watching stupid Christmas specials on TV. They had lunch at the Mexican place off Main, and Dean went and rented a few more movies. Sammy was sorely deficient in that area in his opinion. John got back while they were watching Ghostbusters. This time he had bags, and he carried them through into his bedroom. Dad, what's Sammy said, but the closing of the door cut him off. I wonder what's going on, he muttered. It's Christmas, dude, Dean said. He's probably wrapping packages. Sammy shook his head. I'm not so sure about that, he said. Dad's not usually, he's been really good about Christmas the last few years. But even last year we celebrated it 2 days late. Why? He was tracking a werewolf in Idaho. He killed it the day after Christmas. I stitched him up when he got home, and we celebrated on the 27th. Dean blinked. Giving your dad stitches. What a way to celebrate the holidays. On the other hand, it was a werewolf. So, werewolves, do they look like they do in the movies? Sammy shook his head. Not remotely, he said. They're just people gone feral. Their teeth get longer and stuff, I think, but no fur or any of that crap. The image that called up in Dean's mind was not a pleasant one. Are they like that all the time? Nope, just for the 3 days of the full moon, and usually only at night. The rest of the time, they're just normal. So, if he's not wrapping packages, what do you figure he's doing? Getting ready for a hunt, Sammy said. He doesn't always tell me much about them until they're over. Huh. Dean compressed his lips. He hoped John wasn't planning a hunt over Christmas. Sammy had little enough that was normal in his life. He deserved that much, if possible. John emerged and looked around at the front rooms. He let out a whistle. I can see that Martha Stewart has been here. Nah, Dean said. If Martha Stewart had done this, it would be popcorn and cranberries. You have a point, John said, giving him an odd look. Who's up for pizza? Already ordered, Dean replied. I hope you like Hawaiian. I can do that, John replied, and he settled in to watch Ghostbusters. Sam couldn't figure out what was up with his dad after what they did on Monday. He considered slipping some holy water into his beer, except he couldn't imagine that a demon would take them to a fun park for a day of bumper cars, video games and hot dogs. Maybe bringing a friend home from school had somehow given his father the impression that he needed more ordinary kid time, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, but it was weird. On Tuesday, Dean left around 10 a.m., saying he had some things to do. So Sam and his father went out to the quarry to fire some rounds. Dad was still trying to help Sam perfect his stance. After that, his dad went to the car and pulled out a couple of knives, saying, Okay, Sam, while Dean's not here is a good time to get some work done on your knife fighting. Sam was game for anything, but he tilted his head. Why while Dean's not here? Because he's got a broken arm? His father stood still for a moment, then shook his head. Let's get started, he said, and he handed Sam a small Bowie knife. Unanswered questions did not get repeated in the Winchester family. If Dad didn't answer a question, there was a reason for it. Sometimes Sam challenged that rule, but not on this occasion. Things were going too well right now for him to want to rock the boat. Sam was left to puzzle over the statement in his mind. Why didn't Dad want to teach Dean knife fighting? He'd need to know it sooner or later. It didn't make sense. Dean was already at the apartment when they got home, and Sam wondered where he'd been all day. He had a sneaking suspicion that his activities had involved a girl or two, but he didn't ask. Instead, he launched into a description of their day, but before he could say anything about the knife practice, Dad interrupted with a request that he start dinner. After that, Dad took Dean outside, and Sam wondered what they were talking about. Irritably, he started working on dinner. Dean stepped out onto the walkway in front of the apartments with John and turned. The last couple of days had been great, but he was still half waiting for the other shoe to drop. Yes, sir. Dean, I slipped today, John said, and Dean's brows knit. I told Sam that we should do his knife fighting practice while you weren't around. Dean tried to control the shudder that ran through him at the images he got from John's words. John nodded. He doesn't understand why, but the fact is, Sam could pull out a knife at any moment. I think one of us is going to have to tell him you have a phobia. Dean blinked. That actually made sense in a way he didn't much like. He bit his lip. Yeah, I get it. He doesn't need to know why, right? He'll make guesses, John said. He's a bright boy, and he's curious. Are you going to tell him, or do I have to? Would it be easier for you if I told him? Dean shrugged. I don't know. He shuddered. I wish he trailed off and shook his head. John put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed gently. I know, he said, his eyes glittering slightly. I got it. You going to stay out here? No, I've got presents to wrap in our room. I'll just go in there. Sure, John said. That'll work. He tousled Dean's hair and opened the door. Not looking at Sam, Dean walked straight across to the bedroom, went in and closed the door. He heard Sam talking outside and closed his ears to it, reaching under the bed for the bag he'd stowed there when he got home. Sam looked over at his dad after Dean went into the bedroom. Dad, what's going on? Did Dean do something wrong? Dad shook his head. It's not that, Sammy, he said, walking over to the chair. Come over here and sit down. Sam stopped buttering bread. He went and sat down, looking anxiously at his father. What is it? Leaning over the chair, John said, you asked a question earlier that I didn't answer. Sam nodded. He'd been wondering about it all day. Taking a deep breath, John sighed. Dean is phobic of knives, possibly to the point of panic attack. Sam's eyes widened. I would have told you this afternoon, but I wanted to talk to Dean about it first. He's a little sensitive on the subject, as you might imagine. But why? Sam asked, his mind running over possibilities. I'm going to ask you to curb your curiosity on that point, Sammy, Dad said, and Sam shook his head. Dean doesn't want to talk about it, and we're going to respect that, okay? Sam nodded, but he didn't like it. It's something bad, isn't it? Yeah, Sammy, it is, John said, and he reached out to mess with Sam's hair. Sam didn't dodge this time. But he'll be okay. Just, let's talk about knife fighting practice with him right now. Sam nodded. And don't ask him to take me to movies where everybody gets stabbed to death. He sighed. No wonder he didn't want to see Scream. So, that's all I needed to say. Just don't bug Dean about it, Tiger. Of course not, Sam said, mildly affronted by the thought that his father thought he needed that warning. I've got to finish dinner. Dean kept expecting Sammy to say something or do something to show that he knew about the knife thing, but there was nothing. He should have known better than to think there would be. Sammy wasn't the kind of guy who'd use something like that against a friend, but suspicion was kind of hardwired into him these days. So many people had kicked him in his weak spots, after finding out about them that he was thrown off balance when it didn't happen. After dinner they watched Miracle on 34th Street. It was fun and fluffy and feel good. Just right to calm Dean's nerves before bed. John sighed when the movie was over. He looked over at Sammy. You know, your mom loved that movie. Really? I didn't know that, Sammy said. We haven't spent a lot of time watching movies together, John said, shrugging. Well, it's 11:30, almost Santa time. You boys get to bed. Santa time? Sammy exclaimed. Dad, I'm 13. I don't believe in Santa. John raised his eyebrows. Do you believe in presents? He asked darkly. Sammy got up. I'm going. Come on, Dean. They did their usual going to bed routine. It was odd to have settled into a comfortable routine like this so quickly, but it all seemed pretty natural. Dean lay back in bed, dressed in just his boxers and a t-shirt. He was pleasantly sleepy, and very glad he'd managed to get Katie to drive him to the mall that morning. He'd gotten his shopping done, the presents were wrapped, and Christmas was ready to come. Dean? Yeah, Sammy, Dean said. So far, this is already the best Christmas I've had since my brother disappeared. Dean found that statement unexpectedly touching. Go to sleep, Squirt, he muttered, and turned over, closing his eyes. After a couple of minutes, he said, it's the best Christmas I can remember. Good night. Yeah, go to sleep. Christmas morning dawned crisp and clear. John heard rustling out in the living room, and he got up to go see if his sons had jumped the gun at all. Peering out the door, he saw that the tree and the presents were untouched, but Sam was in the kitchenette, puttering around. He appeared to be frosting something, and John could smell coffee. It called to him, and he let himself be drawn out into the open. Good morning, Dad, Sam said. Dean up? I was going to go wave a coffee cup under his nose in a minute, Sam said. You guys should have the cinnamon rolls while they're still hot. Let me, John said. He poured 2 cups of coffee, then went into the bedroom where Dean was on his stomach in the bed, clutching a pillow. It only took a moment for Dean's head to come up. Do I smell coffee? He murmured. You do, and all you have to do to get it is sit up. Huh, Dean grunted, but he didn't move. So, are you getting up? I'm thinking. Dean sat into the pillow. Then he rolled up into a sitting position with a grace John envied. He hadn't been that youthfully flexible in a long time. John handed him the coffee and left him to finish waking up. Dean walked out into the living room wearing a pair of sweats and a long-sleeved shirt that was stretched out over his cast. He was awake, he was moderately clean, and he smelled something with cinnamon. Merry Christmas, Sam said, handing him a plate with 2 cinnamon rolls on it. I knew I liked you, he said. He'd have messed up the kid's hair if both his hands hadn't been full. Instead, he just walked over and sat down at the table. John was already there. Why can't I have coffee? Sammy asked. It'll stunt your growth. Dean laughed because he and John had spoken together again. John glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. You're not done growing, you know. Who wants to be tall? Dean replied, taking a long drink of hot, caffeinated beverage. Apart from our short apprentice Hunter over there. One of these days I'm going to be taller than both of you, Sam announced. Big words, little man, John said. Come sit down, eat your breakfast. I was just pouring myself a glass of milk. He walked over with a plate and his milk and sat down. I have a confession to make. Yeah? John asked. I didn't even think about Christmas dinner, so unless we're good with macaroni and cheese, I hope someone else has an idea. I got nothing. Dean sat around a mouthful of cinnamon roll. Don't worry, I've got it covered, John said, getting up. And now it's time for presents. He walked into his bedroom and emerged with 2 bulging red and white stockings, which he deposited on the table beside each of them. Sir, there's no need, Dean protested. John just gave him a look, and Dean shut up. He was finding all of this a little overwhelming. Sammy shoved his last cinnamon roll into his mouthhole, pushed his plate aside, and dumped his stocking out on the table. Bits of red and white candy scattered all over together with Hershey's Kisses. There were several wrapped presents in with the candy. Dean finished his cinnamon roll a little more sedately, and started digging into his stocking. Amid all the candy were 2 wrapped presents. Dean looked up and saw Sammy opening one of his. It was a knobbly pocket knife, and Dean averted his eyes quickly before Sammy could start looking at the blades. He didn't, though. He just thanked his father and put it back in the stocking. Dean started unwrapping his first present, hoping he didn't have one of those lurking in bright paper. The first one was long and skinny, and when he got the wrappings torn off, it proved to be a penlight. He put it aside and opened the other one, which proved to be a silver flask of the sort that people carried alcohol in. He glanced up at John. We'll fill that with holy water, John said. Good against a number of creepies, but demons primarily. Dean nodded and opened it, looking inside. Is it real silver? Sammy asked. Yup. Dean gave John a startled look. Lots of nasties don't like silver, as well, so it's handy to have around. We buy sterling silver flatware at estate sales, and melt it down to make bullets, Sammy said. Dean had a sudden vivid image of the process used to make bullets and swallowed, trying to contain his reaction, because it had no place on Christmas morning. In the past 2 weeks, Sammy had shaken more of his memories loose than Dean had managed in the last 5 years. It was weird. So, how about the tree presents? Dean suggested, feeling kind of lopsided to be on the receiving end only. Sounds good to me, John said. He walked over and refilled his coffee cup, while Sammy and Dean went over by the tree. How do you folks do this? Dean asked Sammy. Bobby says we make it too civilized. That Christmas morning is supposed to be chaos, but I think Dad likes things organized. That I do, John said, settling himself on the floor next to the tree. Besides, this extends the anticipation, which is half the fun. Dean sat down on the floor with Sammy and John rooted under the tree for presents. He located one for Sammy and passed it across. Dean didn't recognize it, so he knew it must be from John, unless he'd been transporting presents from Uncle Bobby. Dean supposed that was a possibility. He was growing curious about this Bobby guy. Sammy opened up the present, and it was a nice leather wallet. Sam exclaimed over it and started flipping through it. This is cool, Dad. John grinned and dropped a present in Dean's lap. Dean took one look at John's face, and decided not to protest that he didn't expect presents, and just accept them with grace. He opened it and found a fleece-lined, dark blue denim jacket. Try it on, John said. We can exchange if it's too small. Dean stood up and put the jacket on, but it fit with a little room. It's perfect, he said. Thanks, John. Don't thank me, you'll need it, John said, if you're going to shadow me on hunts. Dean nodded and, taking the jacket off, he lay it on the chair and sat down again. Your turn, sir, he said. Are there any presents under here for me? John asked, amused. Dad, Sammy exclaimed. He reached under and pulled out one wrapped in the Sunday funnies. Here. John took the present with a grin and started unwrapping it. It turned out to be a t-shirt. John shook it out and stared at it. I wasn't sure about the size, Sammy said. I hope it fits. John leaned over and gave Sammy a sideways hug. Thanks, Sammy, he said, and his eyes were all glittery again. He put the shirt on over the long John shirt he was already wearing. Dean grinned when he saw it and understood why John was so pleased. What dad wouldn't be happy to get a shirt calling him the world's greatest dad? It's got a shotgun on it, Sammy said. So it does, John said, squeezing the bridge of his nose like he had an itch or something. He dug out another present. Here, Tiger. They went around the circle like that, present after present. Not surprisingly, Sam had the most, but younger kids always did. Besides, Dean hadn't expected any presents, much less the small but respectable pile he accumulated. Sammy got a nice, leather-bound journal and a Game Boy from Bobby, a couple of shirts and a cop-quality flashlight. Dean got one of those too, and a cool little '64 Mustang model from Sammy, with working doors and everything. His own presents were well received. He gave Sammy a portable CD player with a radio built in, the kind that strapped to the belt and had headphones, together with a few CDs in a little case. He'd stopped by a hunting store to pick up some odds and ends for John, including soap that was designed to rid a person of his own scent and render him neutral to animals. Dean reasoned it might work on monsters too. John saved the best for last, though. Dean took the box John held out to him and was startled by the weight. He glanced over at the older man, who gestured for him to open it. Sammy was watching with interest. Dean ripped the paper off and found a shoebox inside. Opening it, he saw a gun, and his mind filled in the details from that place he didn't have direct access to. It was a Colt 1911.45 caliber with pearl grip panels. He looked up. John, this is too much. You'll need it, and if Sammy's to be believed, you've already got the skills to use it. Dean shook his head. John, I want you to have it, Dean, John said firmly. Don't worry, I've got plenty more. Sammy got up on his knees and peered into the box. Cool, he exclaimed. We could go shooting before dinner. You should get to know the feel of it before you need to use it. Dean nodded wordlessly. He felt his own eyes start to fill with moisture, and bit his lip to keep the tears from falling. He hadn't had a nice Christmas in years, and never one like this, at least not that he could remember. They picked up the detritus of wrapping paper and packaging, and John disappeared to take a shower. Dean looked at Sammy. You don't mind him giving this to me? He asked, hefting the semi-automatic pistol. Why would I? Sammy asked. I've got my own. He gestured to the gun he'd used more than a week ago, that Sunday when they went shooting. Dad gave it to me last year, early. He was hunting that werewolf, and wanted me to be ready with silver bullets in case it came after me. Right, Dean said. He checked the gun and found it to be unloaded with the safety on. John came out of the bathroom and said, Sam, show Dean where to get bullets and help him load the gun. Sure, Dad, Sammy said as John went into his bedroom. Dean sat down with Sammy at the table, but all the kid had to do was pull out the bullets, and Dean knew exactly what to do. He started loading them into the magazine, pressing against the spring under the follower. He could see in his mind's eye a cutaway view of what the magazine looked like inside. 12 rounds should fit, Sammy said. Dean nodded slowly. Thanks, Sammy. John came out of the bedroom. Why don't I drop you boys off at the quarry and go get dinner? He suggested. Dean looked up and nodded. Sam, go get dressed. Sammy scurried off to the bedroom, and Dean bit his lip. John? Yeah, Dean. I know you know I don't remember anything before what happened. John nodded. But I keep having things pop up, like knowing about guns. It's weird. I'm not sure what it means. John shrugged. It means you have some experience with guns from before, he said easily. It's not that unusual. Maybe your father was in the military or police. Dean blinked. He hadn't thought of that. So it might be a clue, he said, eyes widening. Something I can use to help me find them. John nodded and looked away. That's a smart idea, he said. You know, I was thinking, Garrettville's only about 2 hours away. Yeah, we could go over there on Friday or Monday. Get a look at the records you want to see, and get that taken care of before your birthday. Dean blinked. He'd always thought of it in terms of having to go by himself after he bought a car, and he wanted that to be taken care of without having to involve an adult like Jake. He didn't actually have to wait until after he turned 18. That's a great idea, but I've got a couple of stops to make. Yeah? Dean grimaced. I sort of collapsed in someone's front yard, and the people were just really nice to me. I mean, yeah, what else are you going to do with a bloody 12-year-old? But John's face went a little green, and Dean shrugged uncomfortably. I'd just like to see them again, to thank them, if I can. I think that's a great idea, John said. Get your coat. Dean went and grabbed the denim jacket John had gotten him. He never had gone back into the woods to get the jacket he'd put around Nancy's ghostly shoulders, and now he didn't have to. Sam came out while he was putting it on. He had to leave the right cuff unbuttoned over the cast. You ready, kid? Sammy's eyes flashed. My name is Sam. Not kid, he replied, grinning. Dean looked at John. You know, those are the first words he ever said to me. Oh yeah? He called me a tough little squirt, Sammy said. Yeah, well, you are, Dean said, messing up Sammy's hair with a quick ruffle. How did you meet? Well, we have PE together, Sammy said. But the first time we ever really talked was when I saved him from some bullies. Dean rolled his eyes and sighed. He brought it up. John looked back and forth between them. What? He asked. The local bully and his two best friends had decided to teach me to interfere, Dean said. I told them I already knew how, but they didn't seem to appreciate it. John's eyes widened. I can see I'm going to have to extend my instructions about keeping a low profile to you. Hey, I keep a low profile, Dean protested. I just don't approve of jocks beating up on geeks. So you interfered. Exactly, Dean said. And 3 of them ganged up on him after school, Sammy said. I walked by and I tried. Dad, I tried to just let it go, but when 2 of them grabbed him, so that Tom could pummel him, I just couldn't. You wouldn't have. John heaved a sigh. It wasn't on school grounds, Sammy added, as if that made it all better. Hey, I tried to tell him he should have stayed out of it, Dean said. But he wasn't having it. He decided not to add that Sammy had already had an altercation with Tom, because he didn't think Sammy would be thrilled if his dad got on him about another fight. John shook his head as if giving up on them. Let's get going, or dinner will be later than I'd prefer. They all piled into the car, and John drove them to the quarry. Christmas Day was also not a big day for shooting around here, so they had it to themselves. John stuck around for a few minutes to watch Dean shoot, and he felt very self-conscious as Sammy set up shots, and he took them. It was awkward with the cast, but he still did pretty well. Not bad, John said, and it sounded like he meant it. Then he got into the car and drove away. John drove out of town and a distance up the highway, before pulling over and burying his face in his hands. What if that had never happened? What if he'd just ignored Sam's protests at the beginning of December, and pulled him out of school when he went to hunt in the southern part of the state? They could have just left this town and Dean behind without ever knowing any better. And how like his sons to meet because one of them stopped the other from getting beaten up for stopping someone else from getting beaten up. The morning had been everything he could have wished for. Even Bobby wouldn't have complained about this Christmas, apart from his notion that the kids should just dive at the presents and open them randomly. When Dean had suggested that his knowledge of guns might be a clue to finding his parents, John had nearly lost it right there. But he was still wary of wigging the kid out, announcing that he'd already found his family. It was right there around him. Might just send him into a panic and make him bolt. He was glad he'd suggested going to Garrettville early. That would make things easier. If, as he suspected, they didn't find anything concrete leading in a specific direction, then they could head straight for Bobby's without delay. He got back on the road and drove to the Flying J. While he was there, he found a payphone and called Bobby on one of his fake credit cards. It took 3 rings for him to pick up. Hello, he said, sounding half asleep. Merry Christmas, Bobby, John said. You still in bed? No reason for me to get up, Bobby replied. Haven't heard from Sam yet. Usually he calls me around now. He's out shooting with a friend, John replied. I'm sure he'll call you later on. About that, Bobby said. This friend, is it the Dean kid Sam mentioned to me? John blinked. Yeah, Sam mentioned him. Yeah, when I called about the facts. He told me you'd taken on some kind of apprentice. A kid named Dean. John, are you sure that's wise? John laughed a little. He could see why Bobby was concerned, but it really wasn't an issue. Yeah, Bobby, I am. I just called to see if you had anything on those glyphs. Nothing really, just a feeling that they're old. Your victim give you any more details? No, John said. Phobic of knives, but that's not exactly shocking. Not exactly, Bobby replied. John, I'm worried. Maybe you can keep this Dean kid separate from your Dean, but Sammy's at a real impressionable age. You know how much he misses his brother. Trust me, Bobby. I got it, John said. He knew Bobby would worry anyway, but he'd understand soon enough. We may be on our way to you as soon as the 2nd of January. Call and let me know. John hung up. Yeah, Bobby was still worried, but there was nothing John could do to reassure him beyond bringing Dean to South Dakota. Bobby went to get the phone on the day after Christmas, expecting it was someone needing a tow. Holidays were always big times for tow truck drivers. Singer Salvage. An automated female voice came on the line. You are receiving a collect call. Caller, will you please state your name? Then a very familiar voice. Sam Winchester. Will you accept the... Bobby cut off the automated voice with a curt, yes. Bobby? Sam, is something wrong? Bobby demanded. No, Bobby, I just wanted to talk to you. You just talked to me yesterday, Bobby said, coming down off his alarm. What is it? Nothing. Dad and Dean went off together and they wouldn't let me come. So I figured I'd call you since we really didn't get to talk much yesterday. Oh, Bobby grimaced. Dad and Dean indeed. This got better with everything he heard. Where'd they go? Garrettville, Sam said. They're doing research in the police station or something, and they didn't want to leave me in the car. I see. Anything new happening at your place? Not so much, Bobby said. The Talmadges moved and another family moved into their place. They've got a son about your age. Sam made a noncommittal noise at news that would have thrilled him 2 years before. So tell me about this Dean character. That elicited a lot more enthusiasm. He's totally cool, Sam said. He's almost 18, and he's great. We started hanging out together about 2 weeks ago, after school. Hanging out together? Bobby asked. An 18-year-old and a 13-year-old? Well, he thought I was 14, Sam said. Bobby shook his head. Lying about your age again. Huh, yeah, of course, Sam said. So, Dean and me, we did a hunt together, and after that I took him shooting and stuff. He took me with him to the garage where he works, and I got to help out. It was awesome. Bobby took a deep breath. Look, what does this kid's family think of him leaving with you guys? He doesn't have a family, Bobby, Sam said. He was living with an abusive foster father until Dad took him away. Bobby blinked. That did sound like John. The guy made him break his arm, Sam said, sounding outraged. And I saw him shove him into a wall. Hell, Bobby said. Yeah, you've got to get him out of there. Oh, he's out. We just had the best Christmas ever, Sam announced. And when Dean's 18, we're going to come to see you. I think maybe we'll stop by Pastor Jim's on the way, but Jim's out of town right now, Bobby said. The best Christmas. Huh, that I'm worried. You should just come straight here. Why are you guys waiting till the 2nd? Dean's got something he's got to do, something about being on probation. I guess he ran away and got caught in a stolen car or something. He has to stick around till after his 18th birthday, on the 1st. Well, then, I'll see you sometime on the 3rd or 4th, I guess. Yeah, what do you want for Christmas, Bobby? I don't need nothing, Sammy. I didn't ask what you need, Bobby, Sam said. And it's Sam, okay? Yeah, okay, Sam, Bobby said with emphasis. I don't. What do you want, Bobby? Sam asked determinedly. A pony, Bobby said facetiously. A pony? Sam asked incredulously. You don't have enough grass for a pony to graze. Well, maybe not a pony. Sam, I'm fine. I don't need anything. What did you do yesterday? Bobby shrugged. I went out and picked up a couple who got their car stuck in a ditch, and I made myself some pot roast. Oh, and I talked to this really annoying kid who used to live with me. Sam laughed. Do I know him? He asked. You might just, Bobby replied. Do you miss having me around? Sam asked. Bobby made a face. How did he answer that without making the kid feel bad? Either way was bound to make him worry. Yeah, sometimes. When the dishes need done, he said gruffly. I miss you sometimes too, Sam said. Bobby imagined he did, especially when John went off on hunts alone like he tended to. How long were you alone this time? Bobby asked. Only a few days, Sam said. I mean, Dad was gone almost a week, but Dean stayed with me on Saturday and Sunday nights, and Dad came back for the night on Monday, because a kid died in town and he got all worried. Oh, Bobby grimaced. Dean stayed with you? How long have you known this kid? We've had the same PE class since I came to Fort William, Sam said, but we only really started talking like 2 weeks ago yesterday. I know it sounds fast, but, Bobby, if you hunt with someone, it gets a bunch of stuff out of the way. I mean, you can't spend a night digging up a grave with a guy without getting past the awkward stuff. No, I guess not, Bobby said. I mean, he told me knock-knock jokes while he dug her up and then she almost killed him. I saved his life. If we weren't friends after that, don't you think it would be kind of weird? Put like that, I can see your point, Bobby said. Well, this is your dime, so I'd better go. Take care of yourself, Sam. Always do. Dean sighed. The police reports had been a total bust, and the detective he remembered talking to was long gone, moved to California. The only address they had for George Hendley and his wife was from 1991, which may have been only 5 years ago, but people moved all the time. He headed out to the car with John, who didn't even ask. He just started driving towards the address they had for the Henleys. I was really hoping they had more information that they hadn't felt the need to pass on to social services, Dean said. It was worth a try. It's a shame that detective is gone. He might have been useful. I suppose I could try calling him. Fresno, California. Or we could go out there, after visiting Bobby. Dean turned to him. Seriously? Why not? John asked. There are ghosts and demons and scary things all over the country. I wasn't kidding when I said I could help you find your family while I train you to hunt. Dean leaned back in the seat and shook his head. John, what are you getting out of this? John didn't answer instantly, which made Dean turn and look at him. An immediate answer would have made him leery, but he really did want to know what John had to say. He was finding this whole situation a little surreal. He liked it, but he was afraid he was getting in too deep and didn't quite understand what John's motives were. Sam's he understood perfectly. Sam wanted an older brother. Dean was happy to fill that role, so long as Sam realized he wasn't replacing the brother he'd lost. John was harder. My son disappeared, John said at length, and I'd like to think that someone would do the same for him as I'm doing for you. Dean's brows knit. Oh, he shook his head. Sammy said you thought he was dead. John nodded. Yeah, but I could be wrong, and if I am, I'd hope that someone would take good care of him. That explained all the glittering eyes and emotional moments. I'm not him, you know, Dean said. John didn't say anything for a moment, but at the next stoplight, he turned to face Dean. I don't expect you to be anyone you're not, Dean, John said. But don't worry, my intentions are exactly what I stated. I want to train you. I want you to finish school and keep an eye on Sammy for me, and I want to help you rejoin your family. Dean nodded slowly. Thank you. John shrugged, and they continued in silence the rest of the way to the Henleys' place. John pulled up in front of the house, and Dean looked out the window. The house was a different color now, and the paint looked new. He really hoped that didn't mean that new people had moved in. He opened the car door and got out, and he heard John get out of the car behind him. Taking a deep breath, he walked up to the door and pushed the doorbell. A few moments later, he heard footsteps, and a woman opened the door. Yes, may I help you? She asked. Dean stared at her, dumbstruck. It was the face that occupied his dreams, the face that heralded the end of the nightmare. Hello, are you Cora Henley? John asked, and it was good he did, because Dean was incapable of speech. I am. You are? I'm Dean, Dean said, and her eyes turned towards him. More than 5 years ago, you and your husband, you found me. His hand did the talking for him, pointing to the flower bed in front of the window. Her eyes widened. My God, is it really? It is. She pushed the screen door open and stepped to the side of the frame. Come in, young man, please. Dean followed her inside, looking around. All his memories of this house were fragmented, jigsaw puzzle pieces that he couldn't connect together. She walked over to a staircase. George, she called. George, come down here. Turning back to them, she said, look at you, all grown up. I'm so glad to see you again. They told us you lived, but they said they were afraid that if you saw us, it would bring the memories back. Dean shook his head. Sometimes I have a nightmare about that. I see your face at the end, and I know I'm safe. She cupped her hand over her mouth, and he saw tears start in her eyes. He was holding them back himself. Seeing her again, knowing that she was real, it was an incredible feeling. George came down the stairs, and Dean immediately recognized him too. However, George just saw two men he didn't know and his wife crying. Cora, what's wrong? Wrong? Nothing. George, it's that boy Dean. She took Dean's shoulder and turned him towards her husband. George turned to Dean and stared at him. My God, it is, he breathed. He closed the distance between them and put his hands on Dean's shoulders. It was odd to realize that they were almost the same height. It's good to see you. Boy, I've always wondered what happened to you, if you were okay. I'm good, Dean said. I'm great, actually. I wanted to thank you for all you did. We didn't do much, George said. Just what anyone would do. I don't think just anyone would put a bloody stranger on one of their own beds, Dean said. And you made me feel safe, which I hadn't for a while. It meant a lot. Well, I can tell you, it means a lot to me to know that you've grown up into a fine young man, George said. And I see you found your father. Dean turned toward John, startled and embarrassed, but John immediately stepped forward, putting out a hand. Yes, he has, and I wanted to thank you myself. And don't say it was nothing, because it wasn't. Please, won't you both come into the living room and sit down? Dean followed John into the living room, not sure what to feel. He could see that George and Cora were pleased, though, and he did want to leave them happy. The adults talked and he sort of listened. John was spinning some tale about how they'd just been reunited. Can I see the room you put me down in? He said suddenly. I don't know, maybe it sounds weird, but my memory of that night is so splintered that I'd like to see things whole if I can. Of course, Cora said. It's right along back here. She stood up and led them all down a hallway. Dean saw a photograph on the wall that he remembered seeing when the paramedics rolled him out of the house on their gurney. The room was almost exactly as he remembered it. It's my niece Sarah's room, Cora said. When she comes to stay with us, that is. Dean looked around. It's a really nice room, he said. I hope I didn't screw up the bed too much. Nothing worth speaking of, George said, waving his hand. So, did they catch the guy? Dean shook his head. No, never, he said. They labeled it a cold case and filed it a couple of years ago. We're going to see what we can do to remedy that, John said. Good, Cora pronounced. Someone like that should be gotten off the streets. Hell, he should be put down, George said. Cora put a restraining hand on her husband's arm. Your son was a mess when he turned up here, poor thing. Dean shivered slightly and walked over to look out the window. He felt his shoulders tense. I remember that, he said, staring at an ornate wrought iron fence behind the house. It ran along the street as well. I saw that before. John was beside him in an instant. What? That fence. I walked by it, I think. The police never could backtrack your steps, George said, joining them at the window. It was already sprinkling when you showed up, and then the rain started coming down in buckets. Any trace you might have left was gone before anyone got here to look. And I wasn't in any condition to help, Dean said. Not for months after, and by then they just wanted to help me move on, because any reminder sent me hysterical. John put a hand on Dean's shoulder, and he could feel the boy's tremors. Maybe we should go, son, he said. There was a frenetic energy under Dean's exterior that worried John. No, I want to see if we can find it. The place. Dean looked up at him, eyes pleading. I want to look. Dean, are you sure you're up to it? Dean nodded earnestly. He won't be there now. It's been 5 years. I need to know, and if we find it, we can tell the cops. It will give them something more to go on. John started, but Dean interrupted him. I have to know. John squeezed Dean's shoulder. I understand, son. We can give it a try, but if I say it's time to stop, we stop. Dean nodded quickly, clearly eager to agree to whatever it would take for John to go for it. Pushing his misgivings aside, John turned to the Hendleys. Do you mind if I leave my car out front? George Hendley shook his head, and John could tell that the other man recognized John's dilemma. Do whatever you need to do, John, he said. We'll be here if you need anything. Thanks, John said. Dean was impatient to be gone, but John held him back to his own pace, not wanting him to get ahead and out of control without backup. They went outside and around the corner. The fence was around some kind of old industrial complex. It looked like the buildings dated from the 20s or 30s. Dean looked up at the street lights. It was dark, he said. The only lights came from above. He sounded very disturbed, and John squeezed his shoulder again, keeping Dean close beside him. We don't have to do this, Dean, John said. I do, Dean replied. He pulled them forward and John sped up his steps, trying to keep up. His son was still shaking, but he was also determined. John knew stubbornness intimately. His boys got it from both sides. The road led between warehouses, and even on this day after Christmas, things were busy. When Dean had come down the sidewalk 5 years before, though, it had been deep in the night between Saturday and Sunday. Was there anyone around? John asked, Dean shook his head. It was like there was no one on Earth but me, he said. But I knew if I kept going long enough, I would find other people, and I had to get away. John nodded, worried as he was about Dean's reactions. This was knowledge they needed to figure out what had happened to him, to find out who or what had done it. They kept going. Dean seemed to be oblivious to side streets, just going steadily forward, his hand going out from time to time, reaching for chain link fences, low walls, all things he might have used to help him keep moving in that nightmare past. John himself was looking around. It was exactly the kind of area monsters and serial killers tended to choose for their haunts. Places where people weren't around at night, and where the daytime was noisy. A truck's lift jolted into motion beside them, and Dean jumped like he'd been struck by the sound. "Dean, are you okay?" Dean didn't answer, he just kept pressing on. John wondered how much or little these buildings had changed in 5 years. None of them appeared to be newly painted. Not like the Henleys' house. They'd gone 12 blocks already, and they were long blocks. "Are you sure we haven't come too far?" he asked, recalling the severity of Dean's injuries. How far could he really have walked in that state? "I remember it," Dean said. They had reached a corner and he turned around, pointing at an open dock that had a semi backed up against it. There was a car parked there, under the dock. A Honda, and I remember wishing I was tall enough to drive it, because I had to get farther away fast. John nodded. "Okay." Dean looked up at him. "You believe me, don't you?" "Of course, I do," John said, and he put his arm around Dean, squeezing. Emotions were churning through him. John had spent that week in May of 1991 at the Roadhouse. At that point, Dean had been gone for almost 2 months, and John was giving his picture to every hunter he met, telling them the story, and asking for their help. Hunters tended to be a surly, gruff lot, but a missing kid got to the worst of them, and a missing hunter's kid made them listen. Everyone got into hunting somehow, and most of them had lost someone to some supernatural danger, to then lose a child to an unknown threat. And during that week, Dean had escaped his captor and walked, bleeding and in pain, as far as he could until he'd collapsed in the Henleys' front yard. They kept going, and John began to marvel at his young son's endurance. More of the warehouses were vacant now, with broken or boarded-up windows. A couple were in use, but John wasn't altogether comfortable with the look of those who were around them. John was about to call a halt to the proceedings, till they could go back for the car and the weapons cache. He hadn't rearmed after their visit to the police station, and he felt undergunned for this area. Abruptly, Dean stopped dead in his tracks, practically vibrating with emotion. John looked down at him. "Dean?" "That's it," Dean said, pointing at the building across the street. It was derelict. Most of the windows were covered with boards, and there was a large piece of weathered plywood covering half of one of the wooden rollaway doors. Dean didn't appear to be wanting to move any closer. "There was a hole at the bottom of that door. I squeezed through it." John estimated that they might have come 5 or more miles on this walk. He wondered if the cops had even gotten out this far. He wouldn't have guessed that an injured and bleeding 12-year-old could have come this distance, not even his son. John started to suggest that they come back later, with the car and more tools. But Dean suddenly bolted forward, out of the comforting circle of John's arm. He ran across to the plywood patch, and John hurried after him. When he reached him, the boy had dug his fingers under the edge of the patch. Not difficult with the way it and the wood of the door had warped over years in this damp climate, and was pulling with all his might. John could hear the squeal of nails being wrenched out of long entrenched places. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to stop Dean, he lent his own strength to the effort, and together they dragged the patch off the door. The hole beneath it extended irregularly up the length of the door on the wall end, but it was partially covered on the other side, with another, more solid piece of wood. The gap beneath the inner patch was narrow, and John shook his head. "I fit," Dean insisted. "I did. I believe you, Dean," John said, putting his hand on Dean's cheek, cupping it. "I believe you. I'm just appalled by what you had to do." Dean stared at him for a moment, then stepped back, examining the building for a way in. The doors they were facing were held shut with an old, rusty padlock. John dug in his inside jacket pocket for his picks. Within moments, he had it unlocked, but getting the hasp to release its rusty hold took some effort. John finally managed to get it loose and pulled the lock out of the latch. The doors didn't want to move. The right-hand door was blocked by the interior patch, and the wheels on the left-hand door were frozen in place. Between them, they finally managed to move it a few feet, wide enough for John to squeeze through. With the door open in front of them, Dean seemed to hesitate. "You don't have to go in." John said. I could leave you with the Hendleys and come back with the car. Dean shook his head, reached into his pocket, and pulled out the penlight John had given him for Christmas. John held him back when he started to go in. I'm going, Dean said, glaring at him, daring him to deny his right. John was tempted to stop him. He was clearly on a razor's edge emotionally, and there was an alarming wildness in his eyes. Nevertheless, John didn't feel able to stand in the kid's way. He clearly felt he needed this, and while John wasn't sure it was the smartest idea, Dean was fully capable of coming back on his own. John wanted to be present for any trips down this particular memory lane. It's not that, John said. I'd just rather go first. Dean bit his lip and nodded. John pulled a slightly more substantial flashlight out of his jeans pocket and stepped through into Stygian darkness. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness like a knife, but there wasn't much spread to it. It lit what it was pointed at and nothing more. Dean came in behind him, his penlight flitting from place to place. The warehouse appeared to be largely empty, and the floor had kind of a spongy feel to it. Be careful, I'm not sure how solid the footing is, he said. Just as he said that, Dean darted off across the warehouse floor. John flashed his light along his path and saw Dean disappear around a pillar. It looked like someone had built a wall between the pillars along a straight line down that end of the building. Dean, he called, and he chased after him. He nearly ran into Dean, who had stopped just out of sight, his penlight shining on a wall straight in front of him. There was some kind of design painted on there, and John pointed his flashlight at it to illuminate more of it. It was some kind of sigil, about 5 foot by 5 foot. John took a step back and tried to expand the pool of light his flashlight through, so he could get a clearer view of the whole design. What is it? He asked. I don't know, but he painted it everywhere we went, Dean said, his voice peculiarly flat. John took a deep breath. The man, Dean said. He turned right and walked around the wall. John followed, feeling a little undone. He was standing in the place where his son had been tortured. A sort of 3-walled enclosure was built between 2 pillars, and the walls of it were painted black. Dean stopped, staring at a dark stain on the floor. Here, he pointed. Only there were chains before. You were chained? Dean nodded. Aye. He shook his head and fell to his knees, hunching his back and rocking. John dropped to his knees beside Dean and put his arm around him. Dean, it's okay, you're safe, you're with me. Dean didn't respond. He just huddled in John's arms and leaned closer. John held him tightly and kept repeating the mantra of safety. After a while, he said, Dean, we need to get out of here. John? Dean pulled away, heart struck to the quick by the name. John let him go. Why he'd been hoping that Dean would suddenly remember him now was beyond him. He only knew he had been. I'm sorry. It's not a problem, Dean, John said. But it's getting cold, and the Hendleys are probably worried sick about us by now. It was here, Dean said. I know, Dean, I believe you. Dean allowed John to pull him to his feet and guide him out of the building. As they walked past the sigil, John wished he had a camera, but maybe he could come back before they drove back to Fort William. He had a camera and a bright light source in the car. It was dark by the time they finished the long walk back. George Hendley emerged from the house when they reached the car. John got Dean into the car and walked over. Did you find anything? George asked. Nothing conclusive, John said, shaking his head. But Dean's worn out. I'm taking him home. Thank you again. I couldn't have done anything else, George said, glancing at Dean in the car. The only thing he said to me was his name and where's my dad. I'm glad he found you. John nodded, a lump in his throat. Me too. They shook hands. Take care of him, George said. I will, John replied. He went back to the car and got in on the driver's side. The end. Thanks for watching. We will continue in next part.